Part 2.
Chapter 16 of Thou Art the Man. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Thou Art the Man by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 16. In the gray distance, half a life away. Sir Joseph and his daughter had been at home nearly a month, and the grouse were being slaughtered on the moors. Lord Penrith was at the castle with a small party of shooters, and had ridden over to Ellerslie twice within a week, and on his second visit had lunched alone with Sir Joseph, a visit that had lasted late into the afternoon, the two men strolling up and down the terrace after luncheon, smoking their cigars. Sir Joseph's Infantas and Harry Clays were famous among his friends, and talking confidentially. Urquhart had been at Ellerslie on neither occasion. Indeed, Penrith had made a point of his brother stopping to represent him with the shooters. "I didn't know you cared about Sir J," said Urquhart sulkily when he heard of the second visit to Ellerslie. "I don't know what you mean by caring. Sir Joseph is a shocking old bounder, but as good as gold, and if one didn't consort with bounders nowadays, one would have to take to a cavern in the desert." "But you are so exclusive," sneered Urquhart. "You care so little about society. You could afford to do without the bounders." "No doubt I could, in a general way, but I can't afford to do without Sir Joseph Higginson. I like the man, and I like his cigars, and I like his daughter." "Oh," exclaimed Urquhart with a sudden drop of his lower jaw. "That's the way the land lies, is it?" "Yes," answered Penrith, "that is the way. Have you any objection?" "Objection? Of course not. The younger must give way to the elder. I am no Jacob." Penrith laughed a short, dry laugh as he stepped lightly into his high dog-cart. Poor Hubert. Well, he had had long innings with the heiress, and it was Penrith's turn now. The fortress might be invincible, but putting a woman's fancy out of the question, and it was evident that Miss Higginson had no fancy for Urquhart, the suitor who could offer a coronet must have the better chance. He had found Sir Joseph a broken man. It was less than a year since they had met, and it seemed to him that 10 years of an ordinary lifetime could have made no more marked alteration in the old man's appearance and physique. Penrith knew that in dealing with so shrewd a man as Joseph Higginson, any beating about the bush would be useless. He had not finished his first cigar on this second visit before he came to the point and offered himself as a suitor for Miss Higginson. "My title is one of the oldest in the north of England," he said. "I won't say anything about my estate, for as the bulk of my property is near your own, I dare say you know its value as well as I do. I have suffered, as most people have suffered, from the fall in rents, but not to such an extent as some landowners. I don't pretend by any means to be a rich man, but the Penrith property is a fine property, and only needs the outlay of a few thousands here and there in restoration and improvement. Houses, gardens, parks have gone to seed for the want of ready cash. My house in Berkeley Square, for instance, a house in a walled garden, one of the few old-world houses left in London. My wife might make a very pretty figure in the world if she had a fortune of her own, and still more if she were young and beautiful, as your daughter is. She might be a leading light among the very best." Sir Joseph's wan face brightened. He did not love Lord Penrith. That hard Urquhart manner had always repelled him. But so far as he knew, Penrith was a man of reputable character. Such dark things as had been said of Hubert Urquhart had never in Sir Joseph's hearing been said of the Earl. It was known that he had tried and failed to marry wealth on more than one occasion, but that failure could hardly be considered disgraceful. Sir Joseph wanted a coronet for his daughter. Last year, perhaps, strong in the bold ambition of a self-made man, he might have considered this particular coronet hardly good enough. He might have aspired to ducal strawberry leaves, or at least to rank allied with more prosperous fortunes than that of Penrith. But since that calamity of last May, a weariness of life had come upon him, and he wanted to see his daughter married as soon as possible. He was perfectly frank with his visitor. "Only 6 months ago I was looking forward to Sibyl's first season with a good deal of pleasure," he said. "I loved to think of the splash she would make in society with her fresh young beauty and her expectations. I wanted to see her admired and followed, and to pick the best man among her followers. But I'm not so keen upon next year as I was a little time ago. I'm breaking up, Penrith. I fancy my race is nearly run. I suppose I used to think myself immortal, for I was always castle-building about the future, my grandchildren, my great-grandchildren even. I thought I might live to see new generations. God knows what I thought. Ridiculous in a man of 70. Well, that's over, and now I'm anxious to see my daughter settled, as people call it, before the curtain falls. That dark curtain comes down unexpectedly sometimes, especially where a man has worked his brain as I have worked mine. A fibre snaps, and the tale is told." Penrith murmured some soothing remark about a fine constitution, a green old age. "Men live well into the 90s nowadays," he said. "Some men do. I shan't," answered Sir Joseph briefly. "I've had the tap of Constable Death on my shoulder, and the notice to move on. If Sibyl likes you well enough to be your wife, Lord Penrith, likes you as well as her mother liked me when we married, why, I will back your suit, and I will make such a settlement as will secure her fortune against all contingencies, but which will not be illiberal towards you. There shall be margin enough of available capital to restore the family seat in the house in town, and to improve every homestead and cottage and every acreage on your estate. If she can but like you, that's the question. I hope it may not be impossible for me to win something even better than liking," said Penrith with a stately air. "It ought not to be a hopeless task if the young lady's affections are disengaged, and I take it that in the retirement of Ellerslie she is hardly likely to have met anyone worthy of her notice." No, she is heart whole, I have no doubt," Sir Joseph answered somewhat confusedly. She was terribly upset at the trouble we had here last May, our poor Marie's death and Mountford's arrest. Mountford is a kind of cousin of my daughter's. A dreadful business altogether. She misses her adopted sister. She has not been the same girl since, and any more than I have been the same man. Neither of us can forget. Penrith looked at him keenly at that mention of Mountford, and then, in a cold, incisive tone, he said, "A shocking business indeed, Sir Joseph. I conclude that there can be no doubt of Mountford's guilt, so far as an epileptic can be held guilty of a crime committed in a paroxysm of his disease." "I don't know about that. Indeed, I am very doubtful. I should never have believed in his guilt if he had not broken out of jail. Till I heard of his getting away like that, I could have staked my life upon his innocence. But if not he, who could the murderer have been? God knows. Some roaming devil who might have murdered her for the sake of her trinkets, a gold bangle, a diamond ring I gave her on her last birthday, and which she always wore. The fact that the trinkets were not taken proves nothing, for the murderer might have been surprised by Braddon's appearance on the scene. They told me he was kneeling by the body, taken red-handed. Anyone who came accidentally upon the spot and touched my poor girl's blood-soaked gown, as I believe Braddon did, would have been red-handed as he was. That proves nothing. The only suspicious circumstance to my mind is his running away. Mighty suspicious. Painful story altogether, Sir Joseph. I am sorry for Lord Allendale and the family. I need hardly say that I am still more sorry for you and your loss of a dependent you are fond of in such a tragic manner." "My loss of a dependent. Yes, of whom I was fond. A dependent. I dare say that you have heard people speculate upon the relations between Marie Arnold and me." Penrith shrugged his shoulders in languid assent. "People will talk," he said. "I am the last to trouble myself about what the world says, in print or by word of mouth. People may have said that I should hardly have been so fond of a mere dependent, and that Marie Arnold must have been my daughter. That is the kind of thing people always say. Well, in this case they were right. She was my daughter." Penrith bent his head gravely. "I am flattered by your confidence and your directness," he murmured. "You're entitled to my confidence. There should be no secrets between us if you are to be my son-in-law. There should be no afterclaps, no asking for explanations. You know pretty well what I am myself. You shall hear all there is to be told about Marie Arnold's birth and parentage. Sir Joseph, if this revelation be in the least distressing to you, I must beg you to let the matter rest. I do not seek to pry into your history, nor could a flaw of that kind in the record of your earlier life lessen the respect to which your character and position entitle you, and which you must always receive unstintedly from me. Men of the world do not look severely upon such indiscretions. Pray let it pass." No, it will be a relief to tell you. I have been a most miserable man since my poor girl's death. I am not superstitious, but sometimes I think that her cruel death was a judgment upon me. I ought to have recognized her as my daughter. It would have been easy enough, my dear wife being gone, to assert a previous marriage. Sibyl would never have disputed the fact, and Marie could have been told to hold her tongue as to the date of her mother's death. I ought to have given my girl her rightful position as my daughter, not my heiress, but my amply dowered daughter. But I was a hypocrite and a coward. I allowed myself to be talked about as the benefactor of an orphan. I allowed my own flesh and blood to wear the livery of dependence. Well, the story is short and common enough. There was a pause, and Sir Joseph walked the length of the terrace in silence, lighted a cigar, smoked a few whiffs, and tossed it away impatiently. Arnold was an Englishman who had worked in northern France for a good many years, and had married a French wife. She was from the south, a lovely creature, and had been married for only a year when her husband came to me as an overseer of ironworks, which I had taken over from a bankrupt company. There had been folly, ignorance, neglect, and dishonesty. Everything was in confusion, and Arnold, who knew the district and the men, and who was half a Frenchman by long habit, was very useful to me. He was a man of remarkable talent, and had been able to hold his own in various employments, but was a drunkard, and before he had been in my service 3 months, I was told that he beat his pretty young wife, and I was asked to interfere for her protection. Well, I called at their lodging, saw the wife, lectured the husband, held out hopes of promotion, and promised to do my very best for him if he would only keep away from the brandy shop. He on his part promised amendment and was very plausible, and praised the virtues of his wife, and naturally broke his promise before long, put in Penrith, whose languid air suggested he was listening rather out of politeness than from any warm interest in the story. Yes, he went from bad to worse. He was a valuable servant, knew the place and the plant, and where all had been chaos, his knowledge and experience were particularly useful. But he was not a fit man to be in a post of authority, and there were continual complaints. I threatened dismissal, but did not dismiss him. I saw his wife, and tried to bring her influence to bear upon him. But she was not a clever managing woman. She was pretty, and flung herself upon me for protection in her helplessness, complained of his violence, regretted her happy home in the south. Her people were poor, but they had always been kind. With her husband she was often in fear for her life. I urged her, things being as bad as this, to go back to her family. I offered to send her home, but she was timid and irresolute. If she were to leave George Arnold, he would follow and bring her back, and her position would be worse than ever. I could do nothing. Another pause, another cigar lighted and flung away, and then Sir Joseph went on hurriedly. The crisis came one summer evening, just as it was growing dark. Arnold had been drinking all day, drinking and leaving his work to be done by a subordinate. I was afterwards told that he had not been sober for a week. There was a desperate scene, and his wife fled from him, came to my lodgings, and asked me to shelter and protect her. Well, Lord Penrith, you know what usually happens in such a case as that. She stayed with me. It was rather for fear of him than love of me that she stayed, I believe. It was only with me that she felt herself safe. As the owner of the works, and as a rich man, I was looked up to, and she fancied herself safer with me than with anybody else. George Arnold came to my lodgings on the following day, only half sober, threatening and violent, and I flung him out of doors like a dog. What pity could I have for a man who had taken a young, lovely creature into his keeping, and then had ill-used her from the very beginning of their married life? I had no pity, no compunction where he was concerned, but it was an awful thing to hear the next morning that he had been killed on the railroad, and that it was more than likely that he had thrown himself in front of the train. No one knew that his wife had been under my roof at the time of his death. I provided a new home for her in a village 3 miles from the works. I did all I could to save her character, and I believe I succeeded. No one ever said that Louison Arnold was more to me than an ill-used woman whom I had befriended. But she was fond of me, poor girl. Her heart turned to me in her loneliness, and for half a year after her husband's death, she and I were all the world to each other, and all my leisure hours were spent with her. I made her the promise which, I suppose, most men would have made in such circumstances. I promised to marry her, and I meant to keep my promise. Later on, after the birth of her child, but she had an unhappy disposition, fretful, exacting, jealous, and the bond of love had worn very thin before my daughter was born. The child's coming might have strengthened the tie, and I might have kept my promise like an honest man, but Louison's conduct at this time was trivial and foolish. I discovered a flirtation with one of my clerks. I was very angry, and took her back to her native town in Provence at an hour's warning, and established her with her child in the house which she inhabited for the rest of her life. I allowed her a comfortable income, and I paid for her daughter's education at a convent near the mother's home. But I never saw her after my marriage. Love had long died out, and I could have approached her almost as a stranger, but I felt that to look upon the face of the woman who had been my mistress would have been an offense against my wife. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of Thou Art the Man. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Thou Art the Man by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 17. What People Said. Sir Joseph was pleased with Lord Penrith's quiet manner, both in advancing his own claims and in receiving that frank confession of past error. There was some touch of comfort for the sinner in Penrith's tranquil acceptance of the story as a mere matter of course, an incident likely enough to happen in every man's life. He himself had been inclined to take a tragical view of the old story, and to recognize the scourge of the Furies in those sharp strokes with which fate had dealt him. First, George Arnold's suicide, for which he had never doubted that the drunken husband had flung away his life in a fit of jealous rage. Then, Lady Lucy's death, by an accident so common, but a blow so crushing to the man who adored her, and last and most terrible, the murder of his unacknowledged daughter. A remorseful conscience perceived in these calamities the judgment of an offended heaven. It was a comfort, therefore, to talk to a man of Penrith's advanced school, who did not believe in angels, avenging or otherwise, and who looked upon man as the creature of circumstances and environment. Sir Joseph wanted to see his daughter married, settlements made, his colossal fortune secured so far as legal defenses can secure wealth against the weakness or the folly of a wife or the dishonesty of a husband. The thought that this splendid fortune could be scattered and wasted was madness. This fortune, which had grown under his care, from the first earnings of the peasant lad to the wealth of the man who owned property of almost every shape and form, stretching from mines and smelting works close at hand to the furthest limits of mining enterprises in America and Australia. It would be a grand thing to see his daughter a countess with an impregnable marriage settlement. The conviction that his working day was nearly done had been growing upon him ever since Marie's death. He felt the shadows darkening round him. He had worked his brain with relentless activity, and of late there had been moments of trouble and confusion. The vain effort to recall a familiar name, the sudden clouding of ideas, which indicated that the fibers were wearing thin, and that the final obscuration, the fall of the curtain, might come suddenly. He was inclined, therefore, to assist Penrith's suit with all his paternal influence. Why should not Sibyl like this aristocratic suitor? He had all the markings of an ancient race, in the refined features and slender yet athletic form, the small hand and tapering fingers, the narrow arched foot, a true Norman type, with its suggestions of more distant ancestors in the dim remoteness of centuries before the conquest. The difference in their ages was considerable. The girl only 18, the man between 30 and 40, arrived at an age when a man begins to feel that the glory and freshness of youth have departed, and that he is nearing the crest of the hill, the other side of which is all downward traveling. But this seniority should only lend dignity to his suit. It ought to be more gratifying to a girl's pride to be admired and esteemed by a man of Penrith's age and intellectual weight than to be worshipped by a stripling fresh from Christchurch or Sandhurst. It was a bitter disappointment to Sir Joseph when, after confiding Penrith's hopes and his own views to Sibyl, he was met by a deliberate refusal. "I don't think I shall ever marry," she said. "At any rate, there is nothing further from my thoughts at present. I want to stay with you, dear father, always." "Always may not mean very long," Sir Joseph muttered moodily, and then he strongly urged the advantages of a marriage with Penrith, an old peerage, an estate adjoining that which she was to inherit, a castle that had stood like a rock against the assaults of Scottish freebooters in the day when it was a perilous thing to live on the marches. For dignity, for historic interest, there could be hardly a finer match. Sir Joseph grew angry as he noted Sibyl's scornful lip and resolute eye. "Do you want to marry a duke?" he exclaimed. "Is that why you turn up your nose at an offer most girls would snap at?" "I don't want to marry at all, father." "No, not this year, but next year you will be in London, surrounded by adventurers, and first fortune-hunting scamp, rake-hell or gambler, who takes your fancy will have a better chance than Penrith, with his 30,000 acres and ancient name." "I am not afraid of fortune-hunters." "Very likely not, but I am." "Don't take me to London, then, next year or any other year. I don't care for society, father. I am as happy as I ever can be, here with you." "Sibyl, that's all very well, but it can't last. I'm an old man, and our last parting, my dear, may come sooner than you expect. You think it nothing to give up society and all the pleasures to which my daughter has a right, but that's only because you don't know what the great world is like. You've heard it abused, the pleasures called Dead Sea fruit. That's all nonsense. It's a very pleasant world for youth and wealth, whatever it may be for the worn out and the needy. No doubt they taste the dust and ashes, but the fruit will be fresh and sweet to your lip. You must take your position in society next season, Sibyl, married or unmarried. Your Aunt Selina would not hear of your presentation being delayed after your 19th birthday." Sibyl did not dispute this point. but she was firm in her refusal of Lord Penrith. He was to come to Ellerslie in a few days to hear her verdict. He had begged that she might not be hurried in her decision. He wished that she should have ample time to consider the manifold advantages he had to offer. He would have been cut to the quick had he had known with what indifference Sibyl contemplated his offer, and that the only words of her father's that had touched her feelings had been his gloomy foreshadowings of his own death. Her thoughts were full of sadness as she walked up and down the terrace where only a few months ago she had been so light-hearted and happy. It was still early in September, and autumn had scarcely touched the foliage in park or woods. Only September, and she remembered herself as she had been last spring, when the leaves on yonder plane tree were unfolding, while the beech buds were still purple. How happy, how thoughtless she had been in those lengthening April days, amused with the various trifles, and now it seemed to her as if life were one load of care. Look where she would, the horizon was dark. She had lived almost in seclusion since her return from the continent. The few cottagers, fisher families at Ardliston, pitmen's families nearer home, whom she had visited, had received her, as she thought, somewhat ungraciously. There was a change of some kind, a want of cordiality. They had answered all her questionings as to their own welfare, and had accepted her gifts with a certain sullenness. She had avoided Susan Kettering, shuddering at the memory of the widow's frantic vehemence on the day of mourning. But 2 or 3 days after Penrith's second visit to Ellerslie, she called on Mrs. Kettering's aunt, the widow Garforth, and again offered to help the orphan children. The aunt declined all help in the niece's name. "It's poor Susan's whim to do without your help, miss," she said, "and she must have her own way. She's just a heartbroken creature, and right or wrong she lays her grief at your door, and she says she'd rather see those children starve than touch a sixpence of your money. They needn't starve anyway, poor bairns, for Susan can earn a little with charing. She's been working up at the Arms 4 days a week, and there's others, aunts and uncles, to help a bit, so there's no call for you to take it to heart, miss, whatever folks may say." "I care nothing what people say," Sibyl answered haughtily. "I only want to help those poor children. I cannot be in the slightest measure responsible for their father's death. He was asked to take out his boat, and offered a price for his night's work. He was free to refuse if he saw any risk." "Of course he was, miss. Everybody can see that, except Susan. She raves about the money that tempted him, your money. I don't believe he ever had the chance of earning so much in all his life till that night. He refused at first then. Yes, poor fellow. He saw there was dirty weather coming. He didn't mean to make his boat out to that tide, but it was a heap of money to earn in a single night, and Mr. Urquhart put it to him. It would be the making of his fortune, and it might save Mr. Mountfort from the gallows. And when Susan heard of the money, she begged him to go. That's what preys upon her mind, miss. But she has no call to lay the blame at your door and set people talking." Those phrases of Mrs. Garford's about what people said haunted Sibyl's memory with uncomfortable persistency. What should people say to her discredit? And what reason had she to be ashamed, even if all that could be known about that dreadful night were known to the little world of Ellerslie and Ardliston? She could understand that the widow might be blindly resentful, but what right had other people to blame her? There was no act of hers upon that night of which she felt ashamed, for the violation of the law at which she had assisted did not trouble her conscience. She saw no more shame in that than the lion-hearted Winifred Nithsdale could have seen in the trick that saved her husband's head from the block. What could people say? The neighbors of Ellerslie were of the fewest, for, except Killander Castle, there was no country seat within a radius of 10 miles, the greater part of the land within that radius being owned by Lord Penrith and Sir Joseph Higginson, a retired colonel of Highland Regiment with his wife and daughters, and an evangelical vicar and his wife, both middle-aged people, were Sibyl's only genteel neighbors within walking distance, and these two families provided enough gentility to keep a whole parish going. What could people say? Sibyl asked herself with troubled brow as she paced the terrace where so much of her life was spent in fine weather, while the horses were idle in the stable and the boats lay unused in the boathouse by the river, that river which she had never willingly looked upon since Marie Arnold's death. What could people say? She remembered now a certain touch of patronage in the manner of Mrs. Denton, the vicar's wife, a sort of poor dear air, a soothing look and tone which seemed to say, "I shall always be your friend, however other people may treat you." She had thought nothing of that indefinite change at the time, too weary of mind and heart to be on the alert for shades of meaning in Mrs. Denton's local twaddle. But now, recalling that last tea-drinking, she remembered that there had been a change. Those fulsome flatteries which had implied that Sir Joseph's daughter was only a little lower than the angels had given place to a pitying tenderness of tone, insufferable to think of now that she had taken the trouble to recall it. She remembered, too, that there had been a shade of coldness in Mrs. McFarlane's manner when they met in a pitman's cottage, the elder lady distributing tracts and good advice, the younger orders for soup and wine. She remembered that the McFarlanes, who had always been precise to persnicketyness in the interchange of afternoon calls, had not called at Ellerslie since her return from Schwalbach. Sibyl had not noticed the omission until now, thankful to be left in her melancholy solitude, but now it seemed to her that her neighbors had been purposely distant. She went to the terrace to the drawing-room, where an open piano and a volume of Beethoven offered that form of consolation which always soothed her nerves and lifted her soul out of the abyss of gloom. But today, even music seemed to have lost some of its power. She played the first movement of the Moonlight Sonata, and then rose and moved slowly about the room, looking at the pictures at the walls, the marble Hebe, coldly white against a background of tall palms, the tables loaded with bric-a-brac, the valuable books piled carelessly on other tables, books that had been chosen mostly for her sake, Sir Joseph ordering any new book or new edition which he thought might please his daughter. How splendid it all was, but how lonely. Sir Joseph lived chiefly in his own rooms, seeing no one but Andrew Orlebar, and only joining his daughter at dinner, and after dinner, when he would ask her to play to him, and sit in melancholy silence while she played. Miss Minchin had gone home to her invalid mother. Lady Selina was in Scotland with the Braimars, but was to arrive at Ellerslie early in October and take up her position officially as Miss Higginson's chaperone till she could be released from that grave duty by Miss Higginson's marriage. Sir Joseph had contrived to convey to her mind that, as she could not presume to offer stipend or pecuniary consideration of any sort to a woman of Lady Selina's social standing, her kindness to her niece would be substantially remembered in his will, on which his sister-in-law had assured him, firstly, that she hoped that he would outlive her, and secondly, that she existed only to be useful to her people, and thirdly, that any little legacy he might be generous enough to bequeath to her would be a most welcome addition to her wretched income. You know what a struggle it is for the unmarried daughters of a poor nobleman to live like ladies, said Lady Selina. The wonder is that they manage to live at all. Sir Joseph further conveyed to his sister-in-law that the frocks and millinery which she would require during Sibyl's first season were to be included in Sibyl's bills. You are too good, my dear Joseph. You won't find me extravagant. 1 or 2 walking gowns, my court gown, and a satin frock or 2, with my own lace for dances, will carry me through the season. I won't ruin you. Everything had been settled, therefore, and in the meantime, Sibyl, who dreaded her aunt's frivolous loquacity, had been thankful to be alone. Till today there had been no oppression in the sense of solitude, only an immense relief. But now, by this new light, suggested by Mrs. Garforth's tactless speech, the solitude galled. Was she, Sibyl Higginson, who from her babyhood had been accustomed to the adulation of everybody about her, and had grown unconsciously, without any lessening of her generous impulse and sympathy with others, to regard herself in some sort of personage? Was she to be patronized by a vicar's wife, and cut by a half-pay colonel in his family? The thought was intolerable. The impetuous blood of youth mounted to the fair temples, and when a servant threw open the drawing-room door and announced Mr. Urquhart, Sibyl hardly waited for the door to be shut before she turned to the visitor with indignant vehemence and exclaimed, "Did you know this, Mr. Urquhart? Have you known all along of the cruel things people have been saying about me here in this place, where they have known me since I was a little child?" She burst into tears, the first she had shed since the interview with Mrs. Garforth. They were tears of anger rather than of sorrow. Bewildered for the moment by this outburst, Urquhart gently questioned the indignant girl, and drew from her all the story of Susan Kettering's insolence, and Mrs. Garforth's hints of scandal, and of Mrs. Denton's compassionate airs, and Mrs. MacFarlane's coldness. Hubert Urquhart was essentially an opportunist, quick to profit by a crisis that could be turned to his own advantage, and in Sibyl's wounded feelings he saw a golden opportunity for the ripening of his own schemes. Until Penrith's appearance on the scene, he had meant to take things very quietly, to wait and watch with the patience of Bruce's proverbial spider. His faith had been large in the opportunities that time always brings, but Penrith's rivalry altered the whole aspect of the case, and his only chance of success was a coup de main. "My dear Sibyl, I am sure you have too unenlightened a mind to be distressed by village gossip," he began deprecatingly. "They have talked about me, then?" "Of course they have talked. People talked about Joan of Arc, and there were slanders about Charlotte Corday. Nothing romantic or heroic can escape being talked about. Your visit to the lock-up and your help in Mountford's escape got known somehow, and naturally people have talked. There's not much to be said, no ground for scandal, but the people in the country places have a way of saying things. Miss Higginson must have been very attached to Mr. Mountford before she could take such a step, and then they go harping on about your attachment and weaving a web of lies round a small nucleus of truth, until the thing grows into a scandal, and mothers shake their heads and say they would not like their daughters to behave as Miss Higginson behaved, and fathers say that Braddon Mountford was a scoundrel, and stories so circumstantial as to seem true are told of Sir Joseph's anger and your tears, and speeches that were never spoken are quoted and commented upon. There is nothing that grows so quickly as a scandal. There needs but a grain of seed to produce a mighty tree, and all the carrion crows of the neighborhood flap their wings and croak and scream among its branches. But what need you care? You know the purity of your own motives. Yes, I know my own motives, and his noble character, but it is too cruel that he should be maligned. I can answer to my God for what I did, if I broke the law. It's hardly much the branch of law these people talk about as a departure from the conventional rules that hedge around a young lady in your position. Forgive me if I wound you by repeating their malicious speeches, the running after your lover. He tried to put as much unpleasant emphasis on that last word as it would carry, but to Sibyl's innocence the word meant very little. She understood, however, that unkind things had been said, unkind to him whose fate she knew not, and whose memory she fondly cherished. Sibyl, there is one and only one way of cutting through the web that entangles you. The quickest, simplest way, he said, eagerly drawing nearer to her with a sudden fire in his cold, hard face, taking her hand in both his own. Give me the right to defend your reputation. I was with you all through that night. I can answer for the purity of your motives, the generous impulse that urged you to depart from the beaten path of conduct. No one will dare to speak ill of you when you have a husband to answer for you, a husband familiar with your life from your childhood, who knows it is spotless. Give me that right, Sibyl. Give me the reward of my patient love. No, 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 not for the world, she said passionately. How can you dream of such a thing, knowing what you know? Do you think I am so fickle or so weak? You know I loved Braddon Mountford, and that it was only his sad affliction that forbade our being engaged lovers. The past is the past. You can never marry Mountford. Dead or living, he is lost to you. But marriage is your only escape from the scandal that has grown out of that fatal night. Sibyl, for your own sake, I must be plain with you. I know the world of which you know nothing, know it too well, and I know that the cloud which darkens your name in this place will follow you to London, and that your first appearance in the great world will be overshadowed by that odious scandal, vague from its very vagueness, impossible to confute. You cannot live down that scandal by yourself alone. It will be the signal for the basest adventurers to hunt you as their destined prey. No one but a husband, a man of position, can come between you and the venom of the place in which beauty and wealth are the chosen mark for malice. Is that so? Asked Sibyl suddenly. Would these people be sorry for their unkindness if I were to marry a man of position in their paltry world, a man of rank? Assuredly they would, said Urquhart, his face lighting triumphantly. She had wrenched her hand from his, and in this moment of fancied success, he tried again to seize it, tried to draw her to his breast, fully believing that his cause was won much more easily than he had hoped, even when resolved in trying to take her by storm. She repulsed him angrily. Her face was flushed. Her eyes flamed. She ran to the hall and held the button down till a footman appeared. Was that Lord Penrith's phaeton which drove past the window half an hour ago? She asked. Yes, ma'am. His lordship is with Sir Joseph in the study. Ask him to come to me here directly. Sir Joseph, ma'am. No, Lord Penrith. What do you want with my brother? Asked Urquhart when the man was gone. You shall hear. Sibyl was walking about the room, her heart beating violently, her breath quickened, her hands clasped tightly together in the agony of a desperate determination. She was at the age when the happiness of a lifetime is sometimes hazarded upon the impulse of a moment, the age of sudden resolve and reckless action. Wounded pride had mastered every other feeling. Penrith appeared, pale, grave, prepared for a serious interview, but in no wise prepared for his brother's presence. He gave Urquhart a curt nod as he approached Sibyl. Their hands met, and he sat, looking at her, surprised at the crimson flush on her cheek and the angry light in her eyes. You sent for me, and I came with delight, he said gently. I'm sure you know how eager I am to see you, but you look distressed. I fear there is something the matter. He turned from Sibyl to Hubert questioningly. Lord Penrith, my father told me a few days ago that you wished me to be your wife. Do you still wish it? Still, always, with my whole heart. But perhaps you don't know that people in this neighborhood have said unkind things about me because I helped Mr. Mountford to escape, convinced that he was innocent of poor Marie's death. I've heard nothing. If I did hear, well, I should let people know of my opinion of them for daring to speak unkindly of you. But you know I broke the law in helping Mr. Mountford to escape, that I provided the money which tempted the owner of the Mary Jane to risk his life. The boat was lost with all on board. They say at Ardliston that those lives lie at my door. She clasped her hands before her face to hide the tears that rushed to her eyes at that thought. I know that you can have done nothing that was not noble and high-minded. I loved him, faltered Sibyl. I am not ashamed of my love. Even now, I can never care for anyone on this earth as I cared for him. But if, she continued, dashing away her tears and confronting Penrith with a resolute look, if, knowing this, which I have told you in the presence of your brother, who was with me and acted for me on that fatal night, if, knowing this, Lord Penrith, if you still wish to take me for your wife, still wish, earnestly, passionately, cried Penrith, seizing her hands and trying to draw her to his breast. There was triumph, ecstasy almost, in his face and voice, if not the ring of real passion. To have won her, to have won beauty, youth, and fortune so easily was more than he had hoped. He flashed an exultant glance at his brother as he put his arm around Sibyl's waist. My love, my wife, he cried. Life has nothing left to give me more than this. Hubert Urquhart had been standing a little way off, with his back to a wide window, a window with plate glass doors opening on to the terrace, a window which gave light and brightness and air and egress and ingress, but which every aesthetically minded visitor at Ellerslie condemned as an error in taste. Standing with his back to that flood of light, Urquhart's face had been in the dense shadow, and neither the diabolical scowl nor the livid hue of his countenance as he witnessed this impromptu betrothal had been noticed by his brother or Sibyl. Both were startled by the venom which hissed from his lips in a burst of ironical felicitation. I congratulate you, Miss Higginson, on a coup de théâtre that would have done honor to Rachel in her zenith, a dramatic situation more daring than anything Sardon has ever attempted. You wanted a husband to patch up your damaged reputation. That fact was clear to me just now when I offered you my unworthy self and a younger brother's modest status. But you are more ambitious than I thought you. I did not know that you wanted to repair your blemished character with the prestige that hangs about an earl's coronet, that you counted upon buying a title with $1 million or so which your worthy, coal-mining, iron-founding, money-grubbing father is ready to give as a solution to the husband who is willing to marry. Some word followed, only half pronounced between clenched teeth, only the beginning of some infamous word, no syllable of which ever reached Sibyl's ear, and which ended in a crash of plate glass that rang through Ellerslie House and brought master and servants, indoor and out of door, hurrying to the scene. Happily for Hubert Urquhart, and perhaps still more happily for Lord Penrith, the heavy glass doors were standing ajar. With one blow, impelled by passion too strong for speech, the elder brother hurled the younger backwards to the parting casements and onto the terrace outside. It was a shock of the doors flying asunder as Urquhart fell between them, which had shattered the 2 tall panels of glass and sent a shower of splinters flashing and sparkling in the sunlight. The flush of anger had faded from Penrith's forehead by the time Sir Joseph entered the room, and he met the baronet's eager questioning with perfect self-possession. "I am sorry I lost my temper and broke your window," he said. "But if a scoundrel insults the woman one loves, or indeed any woman, what can one do but knock him down? And Mr. Urquhart happened to be standing in front of your window. Pray, don't be distressed, Sibyl. You will never again be subjected to my brother's brutality, for he shall never enter any house of mine, and I'm sure your father will have nothing more to do with him." "What has he done? What has he said?" asked Sir Joseph, bewildered and alarmed. "Nothing worth talking about. Only an explosion of malevolence. He wanted to marry Miss Higginson, and behaved like a lunatic when he heard her promise to be my wife." "What? Has she promised?" "I am proud to say she has," answered Penrith, taking Sibyl's hand. "Thank God," said Sibyl's father. While this brief conversation was proceeding, Hubert Urquhart was lying on his back upon the gravel walk outside, unconscious of surrounding things. Dr. Dewsnap, who looked to his injuries half an hour later, was able to assure Sir Joseph that, although his patient was suffering from slight concussion of the brain, and was somewhat shaken and bruised by the fall, he would most likely be quite well in a few days. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of Thou Art the Man. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Thou Art the Man by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 18, Lady Penrith's Idea. The story of Sibyl Higginson's girlhood has been told. She now reappears on the scene in the maturity of her beauty, in the calm strength of a cultivated intellect, with all the power and influence that rank and wealth can give in a world where both are objects of fanatical worship. a woman much admired and courted, and sincerely loved by the numerous nephews and nieces to whom she is never weary of showing kindness. Yet, for all that, a lonely woman, childless, fatherless, living her own life, unsustained by the sympathy or affection of her husband. Sir Joseph's anticipation of the end proved a true forecast. He died suddenly at his house in London in the first year of his daughter's marriage, and after seeing her take her place in the great world with distinction and the vast wealth which he had accumulated in half a century of laborious enterprise, passed at once to Sibyl, Countess of Penrith, guarded and hedged round by those wise restrictions which Sir Joseph's lawyers had attached to her marriage settlement. Sibyl's fortune might make Lord Penrith a rich man, but Lord Penrith had no power to make his wife a pauper. Sometimes in an angry mood he spoke of himself contemptuously as her ladyship's pensioner. The house at Arlington Street was sold soon after Sir Joseph's death, and according to the terms of the will, but all that was choicest in a remarkable collection of pictures and curios was transferred to Lady Penrith's rooms in Berkeley Square, or to the castle in the Marches. She was pleased to surround herself with the things her father's taste had selected, nor was she unwise in the desire to keep the pictures which he had chosen, for the self-educated, humbly born millionaire had early learnt to discriminate between good and bad art, and his taste and judgment had ripened in the studios of famous painters and in Christie's sale rooms. Even the sweepings of his gallery sold well. No ray of light had been cast on Braddon Mountford's fate in the 10 years that had gone by since his escape from the lockup at Ardliston, and Sibyl could hardly doubt that he had gone down to his death with the crew of the Mary Jane. Susan Kettering's children were growing up to sturdy lads and lasses, and it had been Lady Penrith's care that they should be well provided for. The boys apprenticed, the girls started in domestic service with all the belongings of respectability. Susan Kettering had long ago repented of her unjust anger against Sir Joseph's daughter, and had learnt to be grateful to the benefactress who had made the years of her widowhood smooth and prosperous. There was no one in that north country more beloved and respected than Lady Penrith. She was a personage in Mayfair and Belgravia, but in that smaller world around Killander Castle and Ellerslie Park, she was a queen. Ellerslie House had never been occupied by strangers, though in the 9 years since Sir Joseph's death, Lady Penrith had only lived in it for a few days at a time, once or twice a year. His lordship spoke scornfully of the folly of maintaining a house and grounds which required the labour of about a dozen people for such brief occupancy. But Sibyl reminded her husband that as the shooting and fishing were of use to himself and his friends, he had no right to complain. There was at least one inhabitant of Ellerslie House above the status of a servant, and that was Andrew Orlebar, who had occupied his old rooms and moved about house and gardens and home farm in his own quiet way ever since Sir Joseph's death. He was Lady Penrith's land steward and business manager. He held all the threads of that golden web of which she was the center. He knew the value of every investment Sir Joseph had ever made, and he had watched them all from the beginning. And he might have been questioned at any moment as to yesterday's closing price of any stock held by Lady Penrith without being out in his reply by so much as an eighth. Andrew Orlebar lived at Ellerslie all the year round, and never complained of wintry weather or want of society. He was much respected in the district, and looked up to as a man whose advice on money matters was worth a little extra courtesy. He was nearly 70, but no less active and industrious than when he entered Sir Joseph Higginson's service as a timekeeper and clerk at 30. Nothing at Ellerslie had been altered. The rooms in which Sibyl's childhood and youth had been spent were exactly the same as she had ever known them, and it pleased her sometimes to turn her back upon a large house party at the castle to spend a quiet day in those silent rooms, with no companion but Andrew Orlebar, with whom she would take tea in Sir Joseph's study, and who delighted to make her look through his account at the half-year's payment to her banker. "You have a surplus from last year's income that ought to be invested," he would say. "Your balance is needlessly large." "Do what you like with it, my dear Andrew," was her usual reply. "Your investments never go wrong. But first, let us remember the poor." And then she would tell him of some charity in which she was interested, some great work vouched for by good men, and she would allot to that scheme of beneficence perhaps the whole of her surplus. If Andrew Orlebar argued that she was giving away too much, that she was not allowing her fortune its natural development, she would answer with a sad smile that she had no motive for being richer, and that she had enough and more than enough, having no children among whom to divide her fortune, no family to establish, spreading out to other families, carrying her riches into new channels. For a solitary woman to go on amassing wealth for the mere pleasure of piling up money would be horrible, she said. Orlebar shook his head dubiously. "Great fortunes must grow," he said. "It doesn't do for them to stand still. The value of the sovereign steadily dwindles, and a rich man who doesn't increase his capital will find himself a poor man some day without knowing why. You must really allow me to invest half your surplus in one of our home railways. The stock is very high, but it will go higher." The discussion generally ended in a compromise. Half the surplus income went to the charity, and half was invested in Orlebar's discretion. He was very careful in his administration of his principal's fortune. The days of neck-or-nothing enterprise which had helped make Joseph Higginson a millionaire were over. "I go on plodding among investments that cannot bring more than 4.5% at the outside," he said. "But the responsibility is too great for me to risk anything. I can't play pitch and toss with tens of thousands, as your dear father did. Ah, those were fine times in Arlington Street when you were a little girl. He used to take my breath away, but whatever stock he touched always turned up trumps. He had the genius of finance, and it was all for your sake. 'I am building up a pile for my little girl,' he used to say, and he did build up a pile. Those Egyptian pharaohs were thought to have done a grand thing when they left a pyramid behind them. What's the good of a pyramid? It's neither useful nor ornamental. The fortune your father left is both. Look at the Higginson orphanage, the Higginson almshouse for Pitman's windows, the Higginson schools. Aren't those useful? And ornamental, too. Your work, all your work, I know, my dear lady, but you couldn't have built them without his money." "No, indeed, they are his work and his only. It has been my greatest happiness to found institutions that will make his name remembered in the years to come, when there will be no one living who can remember him." "Ah, that's a sad thought, ain't it? 50 years or so, and there's no one left whose memory can conjure up the figure of the man as he lived. There's a portrait or two, more or less like him. Herkimer's is about as like as paint can be to the flesh and blood, but the memory of him as he lived and moved, the quick turn of his head, all life and energy, the curious little twitch of his eyebrow when he was puzzled, that slow, thoughtful smile when he was going to do a kindness to anyone, his deep, full voice, a little rough sometimes, but very gentle in those he loved. 50 years. and no one on this earth will be able to recall those things that are so near and vivid now. It does seem hard, don't it? Sibyl loved to hear the old man talk. Were he never so prosy? And those afternoons at Ellerslie were always a restful change from the statelier life of Callander Castle. Coralie, having expressed herself very anxious to see a house of which she had heard a great deal, Lady Penrith took her over to Ellerslie one October afternoon, within a few days of that long afternoon wasted on futile inquiries in the vain endeavour to solve the mystery of the pencil scrawl. Cora ran about the house, looking at everything, and rapturous about everything, with that equality of praise which bespeaks the ignorant admirer. And while the younger lady was amusing herself by a tour of inspection, the elder was closeted with Andrew Orlebar, from whom she had no secrets, and to whom she showed the scrap of paper which had stirred such hidden depths of feeling. "It is so like his hand," she said. And then she placed the poor scrawl side by side with a little note written in the early morning before one of their river excursions, proposing a picnic luncheon at a particular spot, suggesting that Sibyl and her companion should take their books and sketching materials, or their latest craze in the way of needlework, and make a day of it. A note, sportive and playful, which committed the writer to no expression of feeling, yet which seemed to breathe fondest admiration of her to whom it was written. It was his first letter. How she had treasured it in that golden time, and in all the years since that brief dream of love. Other letters had followed, letters about further excursions, about books, about music, playful little notes written in the morning about disputed points in the conversation overnight, a misquoted line by Tennyson or Browning, notes about anything, about nothing. There is no surer sign of a man being deep in love than this inclination to scribble futilities to a lady while living under the same roof with her. The necessary separations of daily life are too long for him. He must needs bridge them over with nonsense letters. He cannot stand under her window and serenade her like a lover of old romance. So he writes, and writes, and writes. "There is certainly a resemblance between the two hands," said Orlebar, after scrutinizing both documents through a reading glass and magnifying every stroke. "But what of that? You may often find a resemblance as marked in the penmanship of men who are total strangers to each other and cannot have grown to write alike by unconscious imitation. And how can you for a moment suppose that this scrap of paper given to you by some crazy mendicant on the moor could emanate from Braddon Mountfort, who disappeared 10 years ago, and whom we have every reason to believe dead?" "Every reason, but no positive proof," answered Sibyl, thoughtfully. "The man who gave me that paper may have been crazy, but he was certainly not a beggar. He thrust the paper into my hand and ran away. He wanted nothing from me. His conduct was like that of a messenger, an ignorant man who had been told to watch for my carriage and to give me the paper." "And you think he was sent by Mountfort?" asked Orlebar, with a pitying smile. The delusions of romantic love know no limits. He knew, partly from his observation of her, partly by her own confession, how fondly this woman had loved Braddon Mountfort, and he contemplated her hallucination of today with tenderest compassion. Poor child, poor woman, whose life had for the last 10 years been loveless, What wild possibilities an empty heart can conjure out of the thinnest cloud of suggestion. I don't know what to think. My dear lady, pray don't delude yourself by hopes that are as unreal as those mountain ranges and giants' caverns which you used to show me in the evening sky years ago on the terrace when we walked up and down together after dinner. I don't think any rational person can doubt that poor Mountfort went down in the Mary Jane, and that, under the influence of his terrible disease, he committed the crime which brought such misery on this house. That I will never believe, said Lady Penrith indignantly. No, you won't believe it because you can't understand. You don't know what it is when a devil of madness, blind, desperate, raging against he knows not what, enters into a man and cries, "Kill! Kill!" You can't understand that, nor can I, or any sane person. But we know that such things are, and if it was so, don't you think Providence dealt kindly with all of us in sending that poor fellow to a death that had no shame in it? A moment's wild uncertainty, and then whirled out of this life in one deafening blast, one uplifting of the furious sea. Upon my word, Lady Penrith, since every one of us must die somehow, I doubt if one could die an easier death than in a tempest. He was innocent, said Sibyl, her eyes brimming with angry tears. I know quite as much about it as you do. I have studied the books that describe his malady. A man does not reach that violent stage of the disease all at once. Braddon had suffered from the milder form of attack. He may have had a worse seizure that day, perhaps. He had been agitated and unhappy. He had been anxious and worried for some time previously. The period of unconsciousness was much longer. No doubt it was a bad attack, but the impulse to kill never touched him. I would stake my life upon that. You must look somewhere else for the murderer of Marie Arnold. Somewhere as near, perhaps. What do you mean? I can't tell you. There are some suspicions too dreadful to be uttered. I dare not tell you mine, but I can and I do declare that Braddon Mountfort was no murderer. There was a silence. Orlebar was perplexed and troubled by those dark hints of hers. He was quick to catch at an idea, and the only idea that Sibyl's words suggested was terrible. He would not give it room in his mind. But if this unhappy man were alive, why should he allowed all these years to pass without making any sign, without writing to you, to whom he owes so much? He may have been unable, for some cause or another. It is difficult to imagine a cause, and if he were living and a free agent, such silence would imply base ingratitude. No, what I did was nothing. Or it may have been the worst that could have been done. The worst for his good name, certainly, for it confirmed the people about here in the idea of his guilt. I may have fallen into a trap set for him and me. He had no cause for gratitude, and there may be reasons, his regard for my reputation, among other reasons, why he should hold no communication with me. Granted, but in that case, why, after a silence of many years, approach you in such a lunatic fashion as this? Asked Orlebar, pointing to the scrap of paper with those few incoherent words scrawled in pencil. Must I tell you what I've thought of in the long, sleepless nights since the message was given me? It is hateful to speak of it, but I can imagine no other solution. I believe he is somewhere in this neighborhood, mad and a prisoner. My dear lady, that is the wildest flight of imagination upon your part. Perhaps, but that is the only explanation I can find for this. She laid her finger on the penciled lines before Andrew Orlebar, and then took up the little scrap of paper and put it away in her purse as carefully as if it had been the most precious thing she possessed. I have begun to look for him, she said quietly, and I shall go on looking for him. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of Thou Art the Man. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Thou Art the Man by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 19. Coralie's Journal. For Paternal Inspection. My dear aunt has certainly become an altered woman within the last week. She who was lately calm as a statue, composed, dignified, moving with queen-like motion through life that seemed to have lost all interest for her, now looks like a woman whose every nerve is strung to highest tension, whose delicate frame vibrates with suppressed energy. This sudden change from snow to fire interests me more than I can say. I take as much delight in trying to thread the mystery of this wonderful woman's mind as an enthusiastic pianist can feel in unraveling the web of a Beethoven sonata or a crabbed composition by Sebastian Bach. My whole mind is bent upon finding the secret springs of her action. Those inquiries among the cottagers at Cargill had assuredly something to do with the matter that so absorbs her. Not for nothing would she have been so keenly interested in a casual wayfarer, not for mere charity, were she as charitable as that St. Helena, about whom Mr. Coverdale told me some fairy tales yesterday evening across the billiard table. One of the symptoms of this transformation in Lady Penrith is her obvious desire to escape my companionship in her drives. I know you prefer going with the shooters, Cora. On 3 separate mornings, and thus instigated, I have gone with the shooters, for the Honorable and Reverend John is game worth stalking, and he is not so keen a sportsman as the other men. Indeed, no sportsman at all. I contrive to enjoy a good deal of his society, and I am getting as familiar with the romance of medieval saintliness in Rome and in the East as I am with the characters in Balzac's novels. Pleasant as it is, however, to tramp over brown heather and bracken, and to tear my pretty tweed frock among the furze bushes in this enlightening society, yet the very fact of her ladyship not wanting me has determined me to force my company upon her. So, yesterday, I met her usual remark about the shooters with a flat refusal. I am not going with them ever again, aunt, or at any rate not for ages, I answered. I dare say they are tired of me, and I know I am tired of them. All my sympathy is with the innocent birds they massacre, and why should I put myself in the way of having my feelings harrowed? Why, indeed, said my uncle, a remark I might have anticipated from him. I spoke with some soreness of feeling, for in all that tramping over the lumpy moor, and in all those prosy legends of impossible saints, the Reverend John has not committed himself to the faintest expression of admiration for me, the sinner. I am as far from the hope of winning his saintly affections as when I played my first game of billiards with him. No, Aunt, no more long days with the guns for me, said I. If I don't bore you too much, I should like to share your drive this afternoon. Of course you don't bore me, Cora, but... My aunt's reluctance expressed itself so strongly in that monosyllable as to attract my uncle's attention. He looked at the speaker suddenly with keen, cold eyes. No doubt your aunt will be very glad to have you, he said. She must want your society in those dreary drives of hers more than we do. Except at luncheon, put in Reggie Mountford, a callow subaltern at the Grenadiers, one of Lady Penrith's innumerable nephews. We should miss you awfully with a lunch cart. You say such awfully good things, regular rowdy things. Oh, you needn't stare, Mr. Coverdale. The best things she says go over your head, but Villars and I are in the know, ain't we, Vill? Mr. Villars, who might be this flippant brat's grandfather, assented with a nod. I felt that I had sunk fathoms deep in the estimation of the churchman, and I had the pleasure of hearing my uncle's scornful laugh as he rose from the breakfast table with a muttered, "My niece is her father's daughter." After luncheon, Lady Penrith informed me rather coldly that she was going to Ellerslie for a business interview with her land steward and general adviser, Mr. Orlebar, whom I have heard you speak of not too admiringly. She warned me that I would have a very dull afternoon, as she might be engaged for a long time. I assured her that my delight in seeing the house in which she was born and brought up would make dullness out of the question. She was right, however. I endured an afternoon of inexorable dreariness, since the amusement to be found in prowling about a great empty house and trying her ladyship's piano was exhausted in about 20 minutes. And then I had nothing to do but roam in the autumnal garden, count the chrysanthemums, and think over that odious young Mountford's impertinence. My regular rowdy speeches, forsooth. What is the use of having a sharp wit which seizes the ludicrous aspect of everything? I fear I have been a little weak in letting him talk of French novels and sensational cases in the divorce court before me, and putting in my pert little tongue occasionally. But what can one talk of in this end of the country, if not sensational cases, when every new case goes beyond the old ones in sensational elements? There is a feeling in the air as if it were not the end of the century, but the end of the world. I wandered about, solitary and disconsolate, thinking only of the unpleasantest things, and without so much as a cup of tea. Whatever the housekeeper was doing, she was too busy to think of poor me. It was past 6 o'clock when Lady Penrith came to me in the drawing-room, where I was trying to hammer out one of the mazurkas of Chopin's, which had been hammered into me at Madame Michon's, and which I now only remember in shreds and patches. The arts have not been propitious in my case. My musical education was a lamentable failure, and I was never able to produce the stiff chalk drawing which every pupil at Madame Michon's was supposed to execute with the aid of breadcrumbs and a patient master. Yet I think, for mere brains, I might pit myself against most of those underbred girls who used to sneer at my shabby frocks. Lady Penrith looked ill and miserable when she rejoined me after her 2 hours' conversation with her man of business. If their talk had been solely of money matters, one might suppose her on the brink of ruin. But I don't believe financial cares had anything to do with her low spirits. She scarcely spoke to me in the drive home, and she did not appear at dinner that evening. We were informed before dinner that her ladyship was suffering from a neuralgic headache and keeping quiet in her own rooms. The maiden aunt, Lady Selina Mountford, a portentous person in a point lace hood, like Juliet's nurse, had arrived while we were out, and I spent a dismal evening in the shadow of her respectability, and not daring to propose an adjournment to the billiard room, although that impertinent young guardsman asked me to join him in a game of pool. "You can play to me, Miss Urquhart, while I work," Lady Selina said curtly with a glance at the open piano. "Thank you, I don't play," replied I as curtly as she. "Indeed, I thought every young lady nowadays was a good pianist." "There are quite enough of them to make the piano a nuisance, but I happen to be an exception," I retorted, feeling every nerve set on edge by this horrid old woman in a shabby red velvet gown, ensconced in the most comfortable chair, my own pet chair, by the great medieval fireplace where rampant brass lions guard a wrought-iron basket of blazing ship's timber, which casts an uncanny green and blue light on people's faces. Surrounded as we are with coal pits, I need hardly mention that it is the correct thing in gentlemen's houses to burn nothing but logs. Lady Selina settled down to a piece of the ugliest fancy work I ever remember seeing. A coarse olive green blanket, into which she laboriously dug a huge carpet needle laden with orange worsted. It was just such a piece of work as one of the African chief's 100 wives might have chosen for the amusement of her leisure hours. Altogether hideous and savage. Perhaps that idea sent my random thoughts in a particular direction. "This detestable old woman is a Mountford," I said to myself. "She must know something about Braddon Mountford, who wrote the African book." At any rate, there would be some fun in questioning her. "I think you had an African traveller among your relations some years ago, Lady Selina," said I, squatting on a stool at her feet, as if I loved her. "Most young men travel in Africa nowadays," she answered. "It is part of a liberal education." A troubled look had come into her face, and I could see that she was shuffling with me. "Ah, but you must know all about this one, a Mr. Braddon Mountford, who wrote a book of travels. Do tell me something about him." "There is nothing to tell, except that he was a distant relation of mine, and that he died many years ago." "Did he die in Africa?" "No." "Oh." Her manner was so forbidding that I dared not ask another question. She dug her skewer into the green serge. Oh, such a bilious color, as if she would like to dig it into me. She looked like a witch, with the blue and green flames reflected upon her red gown, a horrible, lurid figure a horrible blue-green face. There is evidently some tragic story to be told about Braddon Mountford, some misfortune or even disgrace which involves Lady Penrith. I dare say you know all about it and will grin when you read this diary. But when we next meet, I shall insist upon your telling me all you know. I might question the maid who dresses me, and who is most likely to be posted in all scandals affecting the family, but I make it a rule of my life never to be confidential with the servants. It doesn't pay. The poorer one is, the more uppish one ought to be. This morning, Lady Penrith reappeared, none the worse for yesterday's headache. After breakfast, she informed Lady Selina that the barouche would be at her disposal for the morning or the afternoon, as she might prefer, and I would go with her. Cora is fond of driving, she said. But I hope you'll come too, Aunt, said I. Not today, Cora. My aunt will excuse me. I'm going to see some people beyond Ardliston. But we could drive all that way, I suggested. It would not be worthwhile. I should keep you waiting too long. You can take Lady Selina round by Hanborough Point. Lady Selina protested that she adored the scenery around Callander Castle, so wild, so deliciously bleak and barren, so unlike Berkshire, where she had just been staying with Mrs. Tilbury St. George, another niece. As the days were growing short, she preferred driving in the morning, she told me off to sit and talk twaddle with this odious spinster, who entertained me with an endless web of prosiness about her quarrel with Mrs. Tilbury St. George's maid, who had waited on her, Lady Selina, during her own maid's holiday, and had been guilty of various offences against the ancient spinster's dignity, and had never brought her morning tea before 8 o'clock. My niece is a fine horsewoman, and hunts 4 days a week, concluded Lady Selina, so one can't be surprised that there is laxity in her household. She notices the slightest shortcomings in the stables, but permits chaos in her house. At luncheon, Lady Penrith looked preoccupied and excited. She left the table with an apology before her aunt had finished nibbling a bannock with her cheese, and 5 minutes afterwards I heard her light pony cart drive away. More inquiries, I suppose, and farther afield. I was not to be beaten as easily as her ladyship thought. I determined on a skirmishing round in the direction of Lady Penrith. Beyond Ardliston, there are 2 or 3 poor little villages within a mile or so of that wretched place. I might gain upon the carriage by a short cut across the moor, and contrive to meet her ladyship in a guileless, unpremeditated way. Those long tramps with the shooters, if they have been no other gain to me, I have at least enjoyed being a good walker. I am in training for 20 miles a day. 6 or 7 miles across the moor are nothing to me. And then what a blessing to escape from Lady Selina, who had established herself again in my favorite chair, by the drawing-room fire. Olive green tapestry, and all en règle. Not a word, said I, to this Medusa, lest she should offer to accompany me, for those active, busybody-ish old women can sometimes walk as well as the youngest. I slipped out of the drawing room, found a hat and jacket in the hall, and started off at a good 4 miles an hour across the hills to Ardliston, where I arrived just in time to see her ladyship's pony carriage disappear over the crest of a further hill in the direction of Allen Bay. On one side of the bay, there is a miserable concatenation of fishermen's huts and a churchyard with 2 old wind-blown firs, gaunt and distorted, their great bent arms curving inward as if beckoning the dead from the depths of the sea. Come here and rest in the calm, quiet earth, they seem to say. Don't laugh at this dropping into poetry on my part. I am only quoting the Reverend John, who showed me a watercolor drawing he had made of the churchyard and fir trees, and confided his sentimental notion about those wind-warped branches. He has all the accomplishments, paints charmingly, fiddles a little, knows Beethoven and Mozart as well as I know Balzac and Dumas, and hangs enraptured over Lady Penrith's piano whenever she condescends to play to us poor creatures in the drawing room, which is not often. She prefers communicating with the spirit of melancholy in the seclusion of her morning room. That village over the hill, St. Jude's, is the wretched hole's name, is a good 7 miles from Ardliston. It was useless for me to attempt to follow Lady Penrith's carriage, so I crossed the moor again and walked slowly back, not altogether baffled, for I had at least discovered the direction of her ladyship's drives. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of Thou Art the Man. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Thou Art the Man by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 20. The Carpews have a border. That village with the old Norman church and the bleak, wind-blown churchyard, where the graves were sometimes washed by the salt, white spray from a stormy sea, consisted only of about 6 stone cottages, and the congregation which sparsely occupied the old oaken pews on a Sunday morning and afternoon was mostly made up of smock-frock farmers from the neighborhood, or an occasional pitman's family, which had come over the hill to afternoon service for the sake of the walk. Poor as the parish was, and few the dwellings it contained, there were a vicarage and a vicar. The vicarage, a low, rambling house with stone walls and slated roof, over which lichens and stonecrop had spread a friendly covering. The vicar, an elderly, careworn man whose shoulders seemed to have bent under the burden of a large family. This gentleman, with his wife and children, were the only people with any pretence to gentility within a longish walk from the Norman church, and although Mrs. Carpew, the vicar's wife, had grown worn and wan with domestic cares, and rarely enjoyed 10 minutes' leisure between breakfast and bedtime, she had not yet left off lamenting the want of society in the neighborhood. What leisure or entertainment she could have given to society, or what gowns she could have worn in society, had society been there, was a problem which she had never tried to solve. She went on lamenting the barrenness of the neighborhood with a certain ladylike forlornness which secured her the sympathy of friendly farmers' wives, with whom she occasionally condescended to partake of a substantial north country tea. If this poor lady could afford herself one reputable gown and one smart bonnet in which to appear at such homely tea-drinkings, she thought herself happy. For there were 3 growing girls to be clad and shod, and there was an eldest son at Durham, and a second son at Marlborough, and 2 small boys running wild at home, whom the vicar was supposed to teach, so that in the long vacation, very long seemed that vacation to the house-mother, there were 7 hungry mouths round the vicarage table, to say nothing of the father and mother, who almost lost all appetite and horror at the amount of food these 7 hungry maws consumed. "A little more beef, please, Ma." "A little more pudding, please, Ma." What a chorus it was! Mrs. Carpew had much need to comfort herself with the vulgar aphorism that it is better to pay butcher and baker than doctor and chemist, but that consolatory reflection did not tend to make the bills lower. If it wasn't for their boarder, the Carpews would never be able to make both ends meet, said the farmers' wives, who knew how poor a living this parish of St. Jude's provided for its pastor. There was a boarder at the vicarage, a mysterious gentleman boarder, whose face but few of the neighbours had ever beheld, but whose existence in the house was not made an absolute secret, although it was talked about as little as possible. "It is beneath your father's position as vicar for us to have a boarder, so the less you say about him the better, dears," Mrs. Carpew told her brood. "He is a poor, afflicted creature, and it is a charity to take care of him." The young Carpews were so far of the world worldly as to be able to act upon this maternal counsel. The words boarder and afflicted were equally hateful to them, and never passed their lips. Affliction, in that sense, meant to their young minds something revolting and horrible to look upon, and they would have walked miles to avoid meeting the boarder who lived under the same roof with them. All that these younger members of the family knew of the unseen occupant was that he lived in a portion of the house that had been added by a former vicar, a man of sporting tastes and of larger means than the present incumbent, a squire's son from the Lake District, whose father owned a good deal of property near Keswick, and who could afford to indulge himself with a kennel of shooting dogs, a well-filled gun-room, and as many jovial bachelor friends as he cared to entertain in the shooting season. Altogether a very different type of man from Ebenezer Carpew, who had struggled out of the dismal swamp of nonconformity into the loftier atmosphere of the Church of England via Durham, and who had never recovered from the effects of the struggle. The wing added to the vicarage early in the century by the bachelor parson consisted of 4 good-sized rooms affording ample accommodation for an afflicted gentleman, even if he were, as the neighbours insisted, a sprig of nobility. 4 rooms, locked off from the rest of the house, were reserved for the unknown, and it was the popular idea that the unknown was not right in his mind, and had been confided to Mr. Carpew's care by his relatives, not right, but not so wrong as to render his residence in Mr. Carpew's house illegal. St. Jude's Vicarage was so remote from civilization, such a lonely and isolated nook along that bleak Cumbrian coast, that questions which might have been asked in any other neighbourhood were not asked here. The village of St. Jude was less than a mile from Allen Bay, and while prosecuting her inquiries among the little group of fishermen's cottages clustered on one side of the bay, Lady Penrith heard of the mysterious inmate of St. Jude's Vicarage, but beyond the mere fact of his existence, her informant could tell her nothing. "Nobody ever sees him," said a fisherman's wife, who was aunt to the servant girl at the vicarage. Mr. and Mrs. Carpew wait on him themselves, the girl told me. Take him his food and clean up his room and look after him. They're too poor to keep a servant on purpose, and the girl, it was my own niece, Mary Martin. She was over 2 years at the vicarage and never see him all that time. Said Mrs. Carpew told her that she was to hold her tongue and say nothing about him to nobody, and she didn't, except to me and 2 or 3 others as she'd known from a baby. What kind of man is Mr. Carpew? Lady Penrith asked, thoughtfully. Well, your ladyship, he's what I would call a poor creature. There's no grit in him. He's regular broke down, with trouble and care, all those hungry boys and girls to feed, always in debt to the butcher or baker. They say the living ain't worth more than £170 a year, all told, and there's 9 in their family, the youngsters all growing up hearty, and a servant girl makes 10. Poor Mrs. Carpew works her fingers to the bone, sewing and helping with the housework. If ever there was a white slave, she's one, poor lady, but I think she's got more spirit than the vicar, and bears up better. Does nobody help them? The farmers' wives, they helps a bit, with a couple of chickens now and then, or a pound or 2 of butter and a score of eggs, but it don't go far. There's no gentry near enough to take any interest in. They're not like regular poor folks, you see, my lady. They can't ask for help, or else I dare say they would have asked up the castle, for it was the old lord who gave Mr. Carpew the living, such as it is. His lordship's father. That must have been a long time ago. Yes, my lady, it must be nigh upon 25 years. Mr. Carpew was tutor at the castle before Lord Ardliston and his brother went to college. Ah, he used to have fine times then, poor gentleman. His back was straight enough in these days, and he was quite smart in his dress, and held himself ever so high. Life was almost a pleasure for him then. He used to racket about at all the race meetings in the neighborhood with the young lord and his brother. He's not as old a man as you'd think, looking at him now, and I don't believe he's more than 6 or 7 years older than Lord Penrith. And they were good friends, no doubt, he and his pupils. Ah, yes, they was very good friends, him and Mr. Urquhart in particular. His lordship was always high, my lady, even when he was Lord Ardliston. But Mr. Urquhart, he allus made more free with folks, and he and Mr. Carpew was a good deal about together. They say the vicar was a great scholar in those days. He'd been helped on at college because of his talents, and people said the Earl was lucky to find a man in the neighborhood ready to his hand. Mr. Carpew's father was a dissenting minister at Workington, a small tradesman that had taken to preaching in a little chapel up a back lane. So you may suppose it wasn't no easy matter for him to send his son to Durham College. How long has the person your niece spoke about been at the vicarage? Asked Lady Penrith, after a thoughtful silence. Ah, that's more than I can say, my lady. I don't suppose anyone knows when he came here, or that anyone see him come, but he's been there a long while. 20 years? I can't say, my lady. It's 4 years or more since Mary told me about him, and she was at the vicarage going on for 3 years, and he was there all the time, though she never laid eyes on him, and that's all I know. Do you think there is anyone here or at St. Jude's who knows more about him? No, I don't, my lady, for we've talked it over among ourselves here and up at St. Jude's, and if there'd been anything more to hear, I should have heard it. They've kept it all very close, the Carpews have, but We all know that if the vicar didn't get a little money behind his wage as parson, him and his'n must have been famished. When Coralie saw the pony carriage disappear over the crest of the hill, Lady Penrith was on her way to St. Jude's to make a formal call at the vicarage. That seemed the simplest manner of approaching the Carpew mystery in the first place, and she put a strain upon herself to suppress all signs of agitation, and to appear with the manner of a person interested only in the case of possible distress. The mysterious message delivered to her on the moor was a sufficient excuse for pushing her inquiries to the furthest limits, and as the wife of the patron of the living she was at least entitled to respect from the vicar and his family. Indeed, her conscience smote her at the thought that she had been living within a dozen miles of genteel poverty such as this, and had done nothing to brighten these poor people's lives. Her first attempt was baffled by Mrs. Carpew's abject terror of being discovered in her untidy parlour and her worse than shabby gown. The Iceland pony's neat little cart and smart groom had been visible to the vicar's wife from the windows of her bedroom, where she had been engaged the whole afternoon in a favourite species of occupation which she called a good turn-out, which involved the emptying of drawers and closets, old trunks and old bandboxes, and piling up the shabby raiment on the bed, a proceeding lengthened by the minutest investigation of said raiment, and much discussion with her eldest daughter, now old enough to be admitted to the strictly feminine rights of the turn-out, as to the possible rehabilitation of certain garments which had been put by as hopeless, or the conversion of last year's finery to this year's fashion, the fashion as known at St. Jude's, which was 2 years behind London and 15 months behind Edinburgh. From an open window, mother and daughter saw the Penrith pony carriage approaching. "It's Lady Penrith!" cried Miss Carpew. "I saw her driving those ponies the last time I was at Ardliston. To think of her coming to call on us after all these years, and we not fit to be seen. Do be quick, Ma, and wash your face and smooth your hair. You look dreadful, and so do I," glancing at her own heated countenance in the cloudy glass on the littered dressing-table. "Gertrude, we can't see her!" exclaimed Mrs. Carpew. "It's out of the question. The boys are in the drawing-room. I looked in just before I came upstairs. Luke and Jack were playing double-dummy, and Joe was washing Snapper in a tub by the fire. He will wash that dog in the drawing-room. Run down to Sarah and say, 'Not at home.'" "It seems a pity," faltered Gertrude, lingering on the threshold. "If we say 'not at home' today, she may never come again, and she may have come to ask us to a party." "Not she! What, after her being at the castle off and on nearly 10 years? She's only come to bother about some of the poor people, I dare say. Perhaps to complain of something, to find fault with your father for not going to see them when they're ill. Miles and miles on a winter night. Run, Gertie, this instant!" cried the vicar's wife, almost hysterically, as the grinding of the wheels drew near upon the hard chalk road. "As if he could go out on cold nights with his asthma," concluded Mrs. Carpew, grumbling, to the empty air. Gertrude rushed downstairs 3 steps at a time, after her manner, and reached the kitchen passage just as the groom rang the bell. "Not at home! Nobody at home!" she gasped to the maid-of-all-work. "Wipe your face as you go along the passage, do, for goodness' sake. It's all over blacks." Gertie dropped into a chair by the fire as the girl hurried out, scrubbing her dirty face with an an apron as dirty, and burst into tears. "How horrid it all is," she moaned. "To be obliged to hide from well-dressed people, as if one was a murderer. I wish I was in one of the colonies, where there are no fine ladies, no pony carriages, nothing to belittle one and make one feel wretched. I wish I was dead, or married to Steve Maltby." Stephen Maltby was the son of a small tenant farmer, whose comfortable homestead Mrs. Carpew visited condescendingly, and whose honourable advances to Miss Carpew had been flouted by her parents. "If you want to sink into the class out of which I raised myself by the most strenuous toil, you had better marry Stephen Maltby," said the vicar severely. Gertrude felt in her heart of hearts that she had better marry Stephen without any retrospective considerations, but she submitted as a dutiful daughter. Stephen was tall and good-looking, but his hair was decidedly sandy, and she was not so much in love with him as to defy father and mother for his sake. So she told herself that, wretched as life was at the vicarage, she did not want to lose caste and to sink to the level of a tenant farmer's wife. She heard the hall door shut, and the slow, slipshod feet of Sarah returning along the passage. The vicarage spread itself over a good deal of ground, and the drawing-room where the vicar's sons were playing whist was at some distance from these rooms, which the sporting vicar of 50 years before had built on the east side of the house, abutting on a walled garden of about an acre. This garden, with its fir trees and shrubberied walk on one side, and its old apple trees, rose bushes, and asparagus beds on the other, had been the pleasure and the pride of the previous vicar and his wife. But Mrs. Carpew was too harassed and hard driven by the stress of daily life to take any pride in anything, and Mr. Carpew seemed to have lost all interest in life except a feeble concern as to what horse was likely to win any great race, a subject he would discuss with his sons or his neighbours with a faint revival of human feeling. For the rest, he was like a man whose spirit had gone out of him years before, who only moved about automatically, a mindless, nerveless body. "What did she say?" asked Gertie, meeting Sarah at the kitchen door. "She seemed regular put out when I told her there wasn't nobody at home. She asked first for the vicar, and then for the missus, and then if there were any member of the family as she could see, and I says no, you was every one of you out. And then she asked when Master and Missus was likely to be at home, and I says tomorrow afternoon, for I thinks if Missus knows beforehand, she can red up things a bit." Yes, of course, that was very sensible of you, Sarah. "And then she says she will come tomorrow at about 3 o'clock. So now you know what you got to do, Miss Gertrude. And there mustn't be no washing dogs in the drawing-room. No, nor yet those horrid cards. As if the evening wasn't long enough for whist, when they can have me and Lillian instead of double dummy." "Lady Penrith must have made up her mind to know us," mused the vicar's daughter as she ran up to her garret bedroom to take a last look at her ladyship's pony cart. "Perhaps she has heard how hard it is for us to live here without society, and means to be our friend." She opened her lattice and put her head out into the autumn wind. There was no sign of the pony cart, not even a cloud of dust in the direction where she had first looked, and then, sweeping the landscape, her eyes descried groom and ponies stationed a little way off in the opposite direction, eastward toward the Scottish border, and behold, the pony cart was empty. Gertie ran to another dormer at the east end of the house, which commanded garden and common land beyond, and from this lookout she beheld Lady Penrith standing far off on the steep heather-clad slope which rose outside the garden wall, evidently looking at the house and its surroundings. Gertie watched her for 10 minutes or so, and saw her walking slowly about the hillside and looking from time to time at the vicarage, while Gertie, fearful of being seen at her post of observation, screened herself behind the faded chintz curtain. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of Thou Art the Man. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Thou Art the Man by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 21. Coralie's Private Journal. It is 3 days since I sent my father the latest chapter in my critical and exhaustive study of Lady Penrith, and I really thought I had done my work so carefully and so well as to deserve praise even from him. But not one word of acknowledgment have I yet received, and if I had not taken the trouble to register my little packet, I might think that my manuscript had gone astray. I have guarded against even this contingency, for in the copy I made for paternal perusal, I used ciphers instead of proper names, enclosing a key to those ciphers in a separate letter. My original journal I keep for my own amusement in days to come, when my life at Callander Castle will be but a memory to prose about, perhaps to girls who will be as tired of me as I am of Lady Selina and her rambling stories of her innumerable nieces and their splendors. My sisters all married well, and I might have married as well as any of them, she explained to me yesterday. The newspaper people used to write about us as the beautiful Mountforts, and at my age I needn't mind saying that, though I was the eldest, I was by no means the plainest of the sisters. Indeed, she needn't mind, for there isn't a trace of that youthful beauty left in her wrinkled old countenance, so she might as well prate of the conquests of the Lady Selina of those days without being accused of egotism. I was home an hour earlier than Lady Penrith the day before yesterday, and I had the felicity of pouring out Lady Selina's tea, a burden which was somewhat relieved by the Reverend John's appearance in the drawing-room. He had left the shooters on the moors. "You are tired of killing innocent birds, I suppose," said I. "No more tired than you are of eating them, Miss Urquhart," he answered. This was rather crushing, as he had seen me demolish the best part of a cold grouse at breakfast that morning. "Oh, I am strictly utilitarian there," answered I. "When once they are killed, they may as well be eaten." He looked around the room with a disappointed air, I thought. "What has become of Lady Penrith? Not another headache, I hope," he said. "There was not nearly so much of talk of headache when I was a young woman," said Lady Selina. I explained that my aunt had gone for a long, solitary drive, and then, with my own hands, I carried that starched parson his cup of tea after I put a sweet little vernis matin table by the side of his chair. I pampered him with cream and muffin until the primly pious creature looked up with a chilly smile and said, "If I were a Mussulman, This will be my idea of paradise, Miss Urquhart. A low, easy chair, and a nice young lady to give me my tea. Yes, and when you missed Lady Penrith just now, you looked round the room as though it were a blank, said I. Would you believe it, my dear Letts? The creature blushed to the roots of his nice wavy hair, like an iceberg crimsoned by the setting sun. Lady Penrith's absence must leave a blank wherever people are accustomed to see her, he answered as the blush faded, leaving him in his usual iced cucumber condition. Trying to please a man of his temperament is like punishment labor, the hardest form of human toil, with the conviction that it is all wasted effort. Yes, I think I would sooner turn the crank than to try to fascinate the Reverend and Honourable John. Yet plain women have achieved even greater successes. I know of plain peeresses who had no money bags to counterbalance blunt features and dull complexions, plain millionairesses who have married millionaires on the strength of being plump and comfortable looking. Let me remember this and go on trying. After all, I have nothing else to do in this fortress on the marches except to watch Lady Penrith, and it is in a woman's nature, especially a plain woman's, to try hard for any great catch in the matrimonial line that circumstances may throw in her way. Circumstances have thrown Mr. Coverdale in my way, and I should be a fool not to do my uttermost to improve the occasion. No more rowdy talk in the billiard-room. I feel angry with my father for having told me so much of the club smoke-room slang. He never told me anything really bad, but just those touch-and-go stories that give zest to conversation among men and women of the world, yet which are of a kind to disgust this high church Puritan. I shall devote tomorrow morning to fishing out biographies of the saints in the encyclopedia, and in the evening I'll read Newman's Apologia or Montalbaer's Monks of the West. The mystery thickens. To you only, dear Letts, could I confide my adventures of this afternoon. It has been a day of surprises. The first occurred at the breakfast table, when Lady Penrith, who is generally reticence itself about her own doings, thoughts, and fancies, and who rarely initiates any conversations with my uncle, began to talk to him about her drive of yesterday. I took the Icelanders further than usual, she said, but they did their work capitally. They are dear little things, and I am very much obliged to you, Penrith. The Iceland ponies are a recent present from my lord to my lady, a kind of set-off against the 1,000 or so of her money which he paid for the hire of a grouse moor in Argyllshire. I'm glad you like them, answered that human iceberg. Curious to find two such men as my Uncle Penrith and Mr. Coverdale under one roof, yet they wear their ice with a difference. I suspect the parson of hidden fires, but I believe his lordship frozen to the core. I went as far as St. Jude's. I wanted very much to see the vicar's wife. I've heard a saddening account of their poverty. However, there was no one at home, so I had my drive for nothing. Her manner of watching her husband's face as she said this convinced me that there was some serious motive for her speech, and that she was trying the effect of certain allusions upon his lordship. It was a pity you gave yourself the trouble, he answered carelessly. The vicar of St. Jude's is no poorer than 100 other parish priests scattered about the country in villages as solitary and wretched. The living is yours, I am told. Well, the living is mine, but I can't make it any better than it is. Carpew was very glad to get it when my father gave it to him. He hoped it was only the beginning, I suppose. He could hardly think it would be the end. I believe it's his own fault that he's still at St. Jude's. He's a lazy vagabond who would rather vegetate than work. He shirked all trouble, I remember, when he was my tutor, though he came to us with a great reputation for mathematics. He was always glad to do as little work as possible, and Hubert and I would have preferred doing none, so we were good friends. He and Hubert were tremendous chums, indeed, for Hubert always liked low company. Low company? A famous mathematician? Exclaimed my aunt. Mathematics won't turn a cad into a gentleman, answered my uncle, lifting his eyebrows. His people were small shopkeepers, primitive Methodists, or something of that kind. The poor wretch has struggled out of the mire, and now he supposes he has slipped back into it. I have not seen him, to my knowledge, for the last 10 years. Do you know anything about his wife? Asked my aunt, still watchful of her husband's face. I remember hearing that she was the daughter of an adjutant of a line regiment, and by way of being immensely genteel. Poor creature. Her gentility must have rusted and mildewed in 20 years at St. Jude's. Have the Carpews been 20 years at St. Jude's? More than 20. My father gave him the living before Cora was born. I remember my brother begging the berth for him, and it was before Hubert's marriage. Now this was one of the longest conversations I ever heard between this lady and gentleman. They are always civil to each other before company, courteous even. But it is the rarest thing for them to talk to each other as though they had an interest in common. After luncheon, Lady Penrith again informed me that she was going for a long drive alone, and suggested the barouche for her aunt and me. I was spared that infliction, as Lady Selina had acquired a fine cold in the head, one of those colds which inflict keener suffering upon the spectator than upon the patient, and which I believe to be distinctly infectious, whatever doctors may say to the contrary. As she insisted on nursing this loathsome complaint by the drawing-room fire, I deserted that room for the afternoon and started for a long walk, first with the idea of getting a glimpse of her ladyship's Icelanders going or returning, and secondly because the fresh air and exercise will help me maintain at least a clear complexion, if not a beautiful one. Now, my good, let's. Comes surprise number 2. I walked across the moor to Ardliston, and in the long, straggling street of that bleak, wind-blown village, whom should I meet but my very own father? Yes, my father, who has always expressed his hatred of this part of the world, and has congratulated himself that, while his brother was born at the castle, Berkeley Square had been thought good enough for him, the younger son, so that he was not called upon to feel any affection for Cumberland as his native soil. There, in front of the Higginsons' Arms, whom should I see but that very father of mine? He did not seem particularly pleased to see me. Indeed, I may say that his manner was strictly paternal. "Come inside, Coralie. I want a few minutes' talk with you," said he after his first curt greeting, and then he led the way into the inn, hotel forsooth on the signboard, and into a wretched parlor where the decorations comprised a magenta table cover that hurt my eyes after the cool, harmonious tints of autumnal sea and sky, a pair of cut glass lustres on the mantelpiece, and a fearful and wonderful composition in gaudily colored shells under a glass shade on the sideboard. "There isn't a chair in the room fit to sit in," said my father with a vindictive shove to an American cloth-covered monstrosity, into which he flung himself, leaving me to perch where I liked. "Are you here for long?" I asked. "No, possibly not more than 24 hours. "Oh, you received my manuscript, I suppose?" "Oh, yes, that came to hand. You have the pen of a ready writer, Cora. You ought to do something in literature by and by." "And my manuscript brought you here, I suppose?" said I, ignoring the paternal praise. He did not condescend to answer. "Lady Penrith drove through the place half an hour ago. Do you know where she is going?" he asked presently. "I have a shrewd suspicion," said I, and then I told him of the conversation at the breakfast table, watching his face, meanwhile, as keenly as Miss Lady Penrith watched her husband. Whether my father is less master of himself than the Earl, or whether he had more reason to be concerned, I know not, but his countenance betrayed intense anxiety. He started out of the odious, sticky chair and walked to the window, where he stood looking into the street for some minutes. "Curious, this sudden interest in the car pews," said he after a long silence, and with a very poor attempt at careless speech. I should have given my father credit for being a better actor, but I fear that pegs and late hours are beginning to tell upon him. He has aged considerably since I left school, and looks older than my Uncle Penrith. "Yes, it is rather curious, ain't it?" I answered. "I believe it springs from her insane anxiety to trace that wretched lunatic who accosted her on the moor. Can you conceive any reason for this interest in a half-witted peasant?" "Yes, the strongest of all reasons," he answered bitterly. "She is a woman, and women love to make molehills into mountains. Now listen to me, Cora. I am here on business of importance. You can understand that, as you know I loathe the place, and am ill friends with my brother. Not a word about your having seen me here to any living creature, gentle or simple. I shall vanish as suddenly as I came. Last night's mail brought me. Tonight's mail may probably take me back to London. Go on with your journal. It is capital practice for your pen. You are cultivating exactly that pert pessimism which readers like nowadays. The task is so good for you as a literary exercise that I won't even thank you for doing it. Indeed, you ought to thank me for putting it upon you to do." "Bravo!" cried I. "That's an easy way of escaping the sense of obligation. Go on with your journal. Keep a strict watch upon her ladyship. Don't be afraid of being diffuse. Note the smallest details and send me your report every day or twice a day if there's something interesting to report." "There can be no further doubt as to my position," said I. "This is secret police work. It is work that may save your father from a great danger, and you from the risk of the disadvantages that his disgrace must entail upon you," answered my father sternly. "I won't trifle you any longer, Coralie. This is a matter of life and death. Life or death to reputation, I mean." He was almost livid, and his lower lip worked in an agitated way when he left off speaking. There must be something very serious behind this anxiety. I saw him wipe the beads of perspiration from his forehead, though the room, with its wretched turf fire, felt damp and chilly. There must be something very serious in my father's past history, something which very nearly touches Lady Penrith. I am devoured with curiosity, yet dare not ask questions of anyone about the past, lest I excite suspicion and injure him. He is my father, after all, and, as he tells me, any discredit to him must reflect on discredit to me. I must be loyal to him, however disloyal I may be to my uncle's wife. And now, Cora, it's goodbye to you, said my father, after looking at the window again for some minutes. You'd better get on with your walk. There's not a mortal in sight, and you can slip out of the house without anyone knowing that you've been here. The parlor was close to the inn door. He had just touched my forehead with his hot, dry lips and put me across the threshold. 1 o'clock. This habit of diary writing grows upon me, and I am shortening my hours of rest. But what is the use of beauty sleep when one has no beauty? End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of Thou Art the Man. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Thou Art the Man by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 22. So we but meet, not part, again. Mrs. Carpew and her daughter toiled all the morning in the expectation of their aristocratic visitor. They could have very little help from Sarah, the maid-of-all-work, who had her hands full with everyday work of the family, scrubbing floors, peeling potatoes, making beds, carrying water, cooking the poor little bit of meat that had to be eked out with so much plain pudding and home-grown vegetables. All Sarah could do in the cleaning of the drawing-room was to come with her worn-out carpet broom and sweep, raising such a mighty dust in the process that it might have seemed almost wiser not to sweep. When Sarah had swept, Mrs. Carpew and her daughter began to tidy, and tidying the vicarage drawing-room was a work that ought to have ranked almost as high as the labors of Hercules. The mother went about the business in a desultory way, murmuring complaints against fate and her own children as she worked. Were there ever such untidy boys? Cards here, dominoes there, pipes everywhere, and such pipes! It made her sick to touch them. What would her mother, whose drawing-room, under the difficulties of barrack life, was always refined and artistic, think if she could see such a room as this? But then my mother only had me, said Mrs. Carpew. Well, Mother, I suppose you'd hardly like to see all of us reduced to one girl, said Gertrude, who was working briskly and steadily, cleaning corners, polishing the shabby old Chippendale chairs that the vicar had bought cheap at a farmhouse auction, going for a mere song because of their old-fashioned shape, before anybody in that remote world knew that such chairs were a thing of beauty, shaking the dust out of the window curtains, bringing the black-lead brush, and giving an extra polish to the old iron grate. Gertrude stopped at nothing that could improve the aspect of that shabby old room. But it really don't seem much good doing anything else. One could whitewash the ceiling and repaper the walls. she said, looking round despondingly after nearly 2 hours' hard work. That odious paper was a triumph of ugliness to begin with, and dirt hasn't improved it. Mother and daughter dined sketchily at 1 o'clock with the depressed father and the hungry lads and lasses who reduced the shoulder of mutton to so bare a bone that it promised badly for a grill for the vicar's breakfast, especially if Sarah is to dine of it, remarked discontentedly. Mrs. Carpew reassured him. Sarah was dining on a dumpling. Any scraps of meat served to make Sarah a dumpling. The younger girls were excited at the idea of Lady Penrith's visit. "Shall we see her?" asked Lillian, who came next to Gertrude, but was not considered out. "Certainly not," replied Gertie. "Look at your frock. Positively disgraceful." "Shall we see her, Ma?" repeated Lillian, scorning the sisterly reply. "Of course not. You and Ethel have treated those nice alpacas shamefully." "They were never nice," grumbled Ethel. "They are the most hideous frocks you could have chosen." "What is all this about Lady Penrith?" asked the vicar, looking up from his plate to join in the family talk, which he usually ignored. "Is she coming here?" "Yes, at 3 o'clock this afternoon." "What for?" "Why, to pay us a visit, of course. I dare say she has heard that Gertrude is growing up and sympathizes with our want of society." "Gertrude has society enough when she is marching about the place with Stephen Maltby," grumbled the vicar. "Society, forsooth! I'd swap the best society in Cumberland for a £5 note." The sons laughed. The daughters sat in dumb disgust. They had inherited all their mother's longings and regrets, and had heard thrilling stories of the gaiety of garrison towns, regimental dances, archery meetings, a brilliant world in which their mother's girlhood had been spent, a dazzling sphere inaccessible for them. Gertrude would have sacrificed 5 years of her life for one garrison ball, if Mephistopheles had offered the opportunity. "I can't understand Lady Penrith coming to this house," said the vicar with a troubled look. "She cannot want nothing here but to pry and to spy." "I suppose you can't conceive of the possibility of her wanting to see Ma and me," retorted his eldest daughter haughtily. "No, I can't," answered the vicar with paternal candour. Dinner concluded under a cloud, but not much heavier a cloud than usually enveloped the family meal, for there was seldom a dinner that went from start to finish without trouble of some kind, trouble about underdone meat or overdone meat, watery vegetables, cold gravy, trouble about insolent rejoinders from the boys, possibly not meant to be insolent. Mrs. Carpew insisted that in meaning they were as doves, which provoked the father's wrath. Trouble, boiled and bubbled every day in the cauldron of life at St. Jude's Vicarage. Today, Gertrude sacrificed her share in the sloppy rice pudding in order to make her toilette in good time for the expected visit. And at 2:45, Mrs. Carpew and daughter were seated in the drawing-room, employed in some genteelly useless needlework, and trying to look as though they sat there every afternoon. The odour of dogs and tobacco had been subjugated by widely opened windows, and the room was really tidy. Sarah had been instructed as to the bringing of the afternoon tea, and urged to serve it with more style than she had ever done for the farmers' wives. "Suppose she doesn't come after all our trouble," speculated Gertie, watching the road from the low bow window. "I couldn't suppose her guilty of anything so unladylike." Oh, well, I don't know. It would be just like our luck if she didn't turn up, after all. Oh, there she comes. I can see those heavenly ponies, dear little things. I wonder if Sarah has come downstairs. Gertrude ran to the kitchen to assure herself. Yes, Sarah was there, dressed as she was rarely dressed at that hour, in her Sunday stuff gown, clean apron, and cap. And the tea tray was ready on the kitchen table, and there were tea cakes baking. She's coming! Look sharp, Sarah, said Gertie, and then flew back to the drawing-room and took up her crewel work once more. Lady Penrith, announced the maid-of-all-work. How handsome, how graceful in form and movement, how simply dressed. Gertie wondered at the plain cloth gown, whose only merit was the perfection with which the severely cut bodice fitted the finely proportioned figure. Only a rough brown cloth. This mistress of many thousands a year was more plainly attired than a farmer's wife in her Sunday gown. But Gertie felt instinctively that the cloth gown and neat little felt hat were just the right things for a country drive on a dull autumn day, and she had the felicity later of seeing and even handling the long sealskin coat which her ladyship had left in the hall. "This is quite too kind of you, dear Lady Penrith," exclaimed Mrs. Carpew, with a reminiscence of garrison manners. "It is such a pleasure to my daughter and me to become acquainted with you personally, after hearing your praises so perpetually." "You are very good, and I am very glad to know you and Miss Carpew," Sibyl replied graciously, and then, with an earnest look and grave voice, she continued, "I must not sail under false colours. I had a very serious purpose in coming here today." "A bazaar," thought the vicar's wife, "and she wants us to work for it. Just like these fine ladies. They never take anyone up without a motive." Mrs. Carpew was quite willing to be taken up if the price to be paid were not too high. "I want to enlist your sympathy for myself and for one who is very dear to me, and who is, I have reason to believe, a dweller under this roof." Mrs. Carpew started, flushed, and then slowly paled. "I don't understand." "You don't understand the link between me and the unfortunate gentleman who lives under your charge," said Sibyl, looking intently into the weak, commonplace countenance. "Pray be frank with me. How long has he been with you?" Mrs. Carpew hesitated, stammered in an inaudible word or two, in evident distress. "I really don't know," she faltered after that embarrassed pause. "I can't tell you anything about him. He's in my husband's care. I never interfere. The vicar took him in, from benevolent motives, I believe, to oblige an old friend. Of course we are paid something for his maintenance. We are too poor to dispense with payment, but not nearly so much as would have to be paid anywhere else." "To oblige an old friend," repeated Sibyl. "Yes, that is just as I thought. But think now, Mrs. Carpew, you must remember how long he has been here." "Indeed, Lady Penrith, I do not. 1 year is so like another in this dull place. But surely you can fix the date of an important event like that, a stranger coming under your roof. And then You have a living calendar in your children. Their ages would tell you. I remember, Ma, interjected Gertrude, who had listened with keenest curiosity, who rushed into the conversation, unconscious of her mother's frowns. It was the year that Bobby was born. You hadn't left your room. He was a tiny, tiny baby, and one day old Nurse Bond told me there had been a fine to-do, and 2 gentlemen had arrived early in the morning. They must have come by sea, she thought, for one of them was wet through, and his coat dripped seawater. He wasn't right in his mind, and he was to stay. It was a stormy morning, suggested Sibyl. Yes, it was a stormy morning. Nurse Bond had to light a fire and get dry clothes for the gentleman who stayed. She told me all about it when she came to the nursery at breakfast time, added Gertrude eagerly, and then, for the first time, became aware of her mother's warning scowl. What had she done? Mischief, perhaps. She had been expressly forbidden to talk of the mysterious boarder. Her mother's white face and distracted look smote her with sudden terror. Mrs. Carpew, I appeal to you as woman to woman, said Sibyl with clasped hands and a voice that thrilled both listeners with such depth of earnestness in its tone. Let me see this person. He may not be the person I think, but if he is, I would sacrifice half my fortune to look upon his face again, and to give him help and comfort in his affliction. You shall be no losers, you and your husband, for doing me that kindness. You shall indeed be greatly the gainers. You know that I am rich, and you may suppose I would not count the cost where my affection was concerned. I firmly believe that the person in your care is a kinsman of mine, one whom I loved years ago, before Lord Penrith asked me to be his wife. I am quite frank with you. I keep nothing back from you or from your daughter, for I can see that she sympathizes with me. Indeed I do, interjected Gertrude. And I don't think you can refuse me your sympathy. Let me see him, if only for 5 minutes, and then, among us all, the vicar, and you, and I, we may arrange some plan for making his life happier. Only let me see him. Let me be sure he is the man I am looking for. What could possibly make you suppose that he is your relation, Lady Penrith? Mrs. Carpew asked, her countenance expressing a conflict of ideas in a brain that afforded very little room for struggle. A letter in his own hand. A letter? How could he have sent a letter? He has not written to anybody for years. He has no messenger. He has written to me. He has found a messenger, answered Sibyl. Out of the depths, out of the depths, she repeated to herself. Woman, for God's sake, show that you have a woman's heart, she cried passionately, losing all patience with the flabby creature before her. Yes, Ma, do. If you have any more feeling in you than a bran pincushion, put in Gertie indignantly. It is such a small thing that I am asking, only to see him for a few minutes. The tears were streaming down Sibyl's pale cheeks. Gertrude, with difficulty, refrained from hitting her mother. It is not a small thing. It is a very big thing. No one is allowed to see him, not even my own children. I appeal to Gertrude. Don't appeal to me. I hate you, cried her rebellious daughter. If I wished ever so, and indeed Dear Lady Penrith, I do sympathize with you. I couldn't let you see him. That part of the house, he has quite the best rooms in the vicarage, is locked off, and the vicar keeps the key. It would be impossible, if I ever wished ever so, and I do wish. For gracious sakes, don't go on rambling like that, cried Gertie. You can ask Pa, I suppose. If he does keep the door locked, he can give you the key. He's not a Bluebeard. Yes, I can ask him, faltered Mrs. Carpew, as if catching at an escape from present perplexity. I will ask him, Lady Penrith. You may be sure I will do all in my power to accomplish what you wish. But indeed, I believe you are labouring under a delusion. In the first place, our poor friend could not possibly have communicated with you. I tell you he has communicated with me. Mrs. Carpew, for pity's sake, don't beat about the bush. You say you will ask your husband. Go and ask him, or bring him here and let me plead my own cause. I feel assured he will hear reason. He is out, answered Mrs. Carpew. Are you sure of that? Quite sure. I saw him go out half an hour ago. The latter part of the speech was a falsehood. Mrs. Carpew had seen her husband creeping past the bow window with furtive glances at the occupants only 5 minutes before, and she knew that the vicar had been, in her own domestic language, on the listen. The vicar might be on the listen still, perhaps outside the drawing-room door. In any case, it would not do for his wife to compromise him. There must be time for consideration. She hoped that she would see his way to serving Lady Penrith, rather than that other person who rewarded them so scantily for watchful care and service. She hoped, but she felt that extreme caution was necessary upon her part. How long will he be out? Asked Sibyl impatiently. I can wait. He is so very uncertain, answered Mrs. Carpew with a warning look at her daughter. He may be away for hours. This is such an immense parish, so poor and so few people, but stretching over such a lot of ground. He may have gone to one of the furthest farmhouses, and he is a slow walker. At this point, the tea-tray bumped against the door, which was opened rather awkwardly by the bearer of the tray. Sarah sailed in and began to spread out a very smart tea-cloth, an unsold item of a sale of work for parochial purposes, which had lapsed as a perquisite to the vicar's wife. I will wait, said Lady Penrith. Perhaps you would kindly put up my ponies for an hour or so? I am so sorry, apologized Mrs. Carpew. We only have a 2-stall stable, and as we keep no conveyance, the boys have filled both stalls with their rabbit hutches. And the stable smells too dreadful, ejaculated Gertie. Never mind. I see the groom has put their rugs on, said Lady Penrith, who had been looking out the window, and they are very hardy. I should like to wait for the vicar's return, Mrs. Carpew, if I am not in your way. In my way, dear Lady Penrith? How can you suggest such a thing? Exclaimed the vicar's wife, her garrison manner struggling with mental agonies. Gertrude, who had heard that it was the right thing for the daughter of the house to pour out the tea, had seated herself at the tray, a position she was wont to seize on state occasions, in defiance of her mother. I'll slip out and inquire if the vicar has left word where he has gone, said Mrs. Carpew, making for the door. Perhaps he may not have gone to any of his distant parishioners after all. She had disappeared from the drawing-room before anyone could reply. She hurried along the passage, looked into the vicar's den. It was empty. She crossed a lobby, went up 3 steps, and knocked at the door which divided the new wing from the original building. It was an additional door which had been put there within the last 10 years, a heavy door, covered with green baize, shutting with a steel spring. She knocked twice before the door was opened by the vicar himself. Well, has she gone? No, she is waiting for you. Oh, there's been such a scene. I feel so sorry for her. And then, standing just within the green baize door, Mrs. Carpew related her conversation with Lady Penrith. "Cream? And sugar?" inquired Gertrude, smiling across the table at her guest as she poured out the tea. Sibyl was too agitated to answer the trivial question. "Now we are alone, let me thank you for your sympathy," she said. "I know you are a warm, kind-hearted girl, and if you will help me, as I feel sure you can, you will find that I am not ungrateful. You shall have something better than rabbits in your stable." Oh, please don't think me mercenary. Don't think I am influenced by the idea of your money or your rank. Indeed, I am not so paltry-minded as that, Lady Penrith. I should be just as sorry for you if you were just as poor as Ma and Pa. But I'm afraid there's nothing I can do to help you, nor Ma either. Ma is the most helpless person I know. She's just under Pa's thumb. If he were to tell her to shut us all up in the attic and feed us on bread and water, she would do it. She'd be very sorry for us, and she'd go about the house crying all day, but she'd give way to Pa. She hasn't any backbone. That's what Stephen says of her. No backbone. "Stephen is your sweetheart, perhaps?" speculated Sibyl. "He wants to be, but he's not allowed. His people are only small tenant farmers like the Martins in Miss Austen's Emma, and Pa and Ma say I should lose caste. Of course I don't want to lose caste, but the Maltbys are ever so much better off than we are, and live in a sweet old house and keep a gardener and a boy to look after the stable, and a Whitechapel cart, and have everything about them as neat as a new pin. And here everything is wretched, and Pa is trying enough to break the spirit of the whole family." Sad and agitated as she was, Lady Penrith could not refrain from a faint smile at the idea of Mrs. Carpew's daughter losing caste by marrying a farmer. "I don't want to suggest disobedience, Miss Carpew, but if this Mr. Maltby is a good man, I think your father should reconsider his decision." "He is good as gold. But please don't think I care much about him. Well, you will give me your confidence another day, perhaps, when I am happier. And now tell me, have you never seen the gentleman who lives in those shut-off rooms?" "Never." "That's very strange. Surely he goes out into the air sometimes, if not every day." "I believe he sometimes walks in the garden at the east end of the house, a walled garden with a row of fir trees inside the wall. We can't see into it from any of our windows. No, as strange as it may seem, I have never seen him. He might be the man in the iron mask for anything I know about him." Mrs. Carpew reappeared at this moment and informed Lady Penrith with polite regrets that the vicar had gone out an hour ago, and that he had left word that he might not be home until late in the evening. He'd gone to one of the furthest cottages in his parish. "Then you think there would be no use in my waiting for him?" said Sibyl. "No use, delightful as it is to Gertrude and me to see you here. But I hope you'll at least stop for a second cup of tea." "Thank you. No, I have a long drive home. I'm very glad to have made your acquaintance and your daughter's, but I must see the vicar without an hour's avoidable delay. Will you ask him to be kind enough to stop at home tomorrow morning? I will drive here directly after breakfast. I am sure he'll be charmed to see you, and willing to grant my request, I hope. I shall think it very strange if he refuses, said Lady Penrith, with a touch of sternness. I think you rather overdid it, Ma, said Gertie as the visitor had been escorted to her carriage and had driven away. What do you mean, miss, by overdoing? About Pa in the furthest cottage. It's very odd if Lady Penrith didn't see him walk past the window while she was talking. End of chapter 22. Chapter 23 of Thou Art the Man. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Thou Art the Man by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 23. Fancies that might be, facts that are. Lady Penrith was again missing at afternoon tea, and again John Coverdale looked round the drawing-room with a countenance expressive of blank disappointment. He had not been with the shooters, who had just returned, and who were having a substantial egg and toast tea in the breakfast-room. He came to the drawing-room from a long afternoon's reading in the almost unused library, a spacious apartment which had once been an armory, and in which 3 great carved oak bookcases filled with 18th century literature, books which no one ever looked at, represented culture at Killander Castle. He came for rest and relaxation in society, which was always delightful to him, and missing that one gracious figure in his survey of the drawing-room, his disappointment was no less obvious than it had been yesterday. Coralie looked at him sharply with her bright grey eyes. She was beginning to entertain very unpleasant suspicions about Mr. Coverdale. No, she hasn't come home from her solitary drive, she said, answering his look. My aunt is getting quite dissipated, ain't she? Those ponies are spoiling her orderly habits. She ought not to be out after 5 o'clock on such an afternoon as this, remarked Lady Selina. I don't understand this passion for long drives. I have no doubt Lady Penrith has gone on some kindly errand, protested Mr. Coverdale, seating himself near the great Tudor window from which he could watch the drive. The landscape was darkening without, and the room was darkening within. In a few minutes the servants would be coming with lamps, and curtains would be drawn to shut out land and sky. Coralie poured out the tea, and waited upon Lady Selina and Mr. Coverdale. The lady gave her plenty of work, took 2 cups and a half of tea, and played havoc with a dish of hot currant cake. But the gentleman let his tea grow cold while he sat, silently musing by the window. Ain't you cold over there, Mr. Coverdale, so far from the fire? Asked Cora. Thank you, no, he answered with a start. And you haven't touched your tea. Let me give you a fresh cup. You are very kind. It really doesn't matter. The lamps were brought in. The curtains shut out sky and moor. It was night now, or seemed night. Mr. Coverdale rose with a sigh. I'll take a turn on the terrace, he said. You keep this room rather too warm for me, ladies, with your splendid wood fires. Yes, it's rather too like the tropical house at Kew, agreed Coralie. I'll go with you. He smiled resignedly and made way for her to pass out of the door before him. However much a man may wish to be alone with his own thoughts, he can't say so when a lady, charming or otherwise, volunteers for society. They went to the gravel walk in front of the castle, a walk which commanded the carriage sweep. They walked up and down briskly under the grey autumn sky, but Mr. Coverdale was no more conversational here than he had been in the drawing-room. In vain did Coralie start subjects which usually interested him. He answered absently, or he did not answer at all. "What a dreamer you are!" she exclaimed at last. "A man must dream, however futile some of his dreams may be," he answered quietly. "Ah, there is her ladyship's carriage. What a quick ear you have! Don't you hear it?" "Yes, I can hear it now, but I didn't when you spoke. I had not been listening so intently as you," added Cora significantly. He did not notice the insinuation, but walked quickly towards the carriage sweep, and was standing at the foot of the stone steps, ready to help Lady Penrith out of her carriage when it stopped. "I am very late," she said apologetically, "but I have been a long way." "And you must be expiring for want of your tea," exclaimed Cora. "Do come into the warm drawing-room and let me minister to you." "No, thank you, Cora. I have had tea, and am very warm in this fur coat. Mr. Coverdale, would you mind taking a turn on the terrace with me before we go indoors? I want a little serious talk with you." Coralie stared aghast. With her growing suspicions about John Coverdale, this seemed extraordinary conduct on her aunt's part. "And I should be in the way if I stayed," she said pertly. "For this one occasion, yes, Cora." "Then I retire, as gracefully as I can. But I hope you'll change your mind, Aunt, and let me order some fresh tea to be ready when you come indoors." "Please, no. Don't trouble about me. I shall go straight to my room." Lady Penrith and Mr. Coverdale walked nearly to the end of the terrace before the silence was broken, and then Sibyl opened her heart to this Anglican priest fearlessly, and told him the story of those eventful months before Lord Penrith appeared upon the scene as her suitor. "I know you are the soul of honor," she said, "and you are a priest. I can confide in you. I can ask you to help me, as I dare not ask my husband, although all that I am telling you tonight is known to him, all except the events of last month, of which he knows nothing. You will help me, won't you, Mr. Coverdale?" "With all my heart and mind," he answered, with an earnestness which she could not mistake. She told him every detail of that night in the village jail, how she had allowed Urquhart to act upon her fears, and how she had urged Braddon Mountford to escape. "Was I wrong?" she asked. "Was I his enemy rather than his friend?" "In my view of the case, he should have stayed to face his accusers. He should not have allowed himself to be persuaded." "Oh, it was my fault. I was made to believe that I was saving him from death, or, at least, from lifelong misery and shame, and I sent him to his death, or to wretchedness worse than death." And then she told him of that pencil scrawl, and her interpretation of it, and of the scene with the vicar's wife and daughter that afternoon. That this unknown inmate of the vicarage was Braddon Mountford seemed to Mr. Coverdale the wildest and most romantic of fancies. On the other hand, that penciled appeal in a handwriting which Lady Penrith recognized as Mountford's had to be accounted for, and then place and time agreed. The stormy sea, the coming of the unknown lodger in the early morning, the hidden life, with its studied seclusion, these facts pointed to some guilty secret, and any man to whom these facts became known was bound in honor to investigate them. Had John Coverdale lighted upon such a mystery in his own parish, he would not have rested till he had unearthed the evildoers. His mission was to carry light into dark places. "You may be mistaken as to the identity of this person," he said after a thoughtful pause, "but there can be no doubt it is a case for investigation. I have heard something of Mr. Carpew's character and antecedents, which make me inclined to think he might lend himself to a villainous scheme if it were made worth his while. I am going to St. Jude's tomorrow directly after breakfast. Will you go with me, Mr. Coverdale?" "Certainly. It is the very thing I was going to propose. Let me be with you, and it shall go hard if we don't succeed in seeing this poor gentleman." Yes, with your help I must succeed. How good you are." "Good, when it is such happiness to serve you." She did not notice the earnestness of his tone in that one instant of self-betrayal, did not notice how the cold, grave manner changed suddenly to warmest feeling, only to lapse again into that thoughtful calm which was his distinguishing characteristic. "With Theo at my side, I shall be strong," she said. "I felt so weak and helpless today, so easily baffled by that shifty woman. I did not know what I ought to do, whether I ought to insist upon waiting for her husband's return. It seemed so feeble in me to leave that house, convinced as I was that Braddon was there, so near me, and in such bitter need of me. But you can help him. You can release him from bondage. They won't be able to trick you." "There is one thing to be remembered, Lady Penrith. A terrible accusation hangs over this man's head. If he is the man you think, and for him to reappear in the neighborhood will be to reopen that old story." "Let it be reopened. I would risk that. Let him face the accusation, as he would have done in the beginning but for me. I know that he was innocent, that it was another hand that killed my adopted sister." "Whom do you suspect?" "I cannot tell you yet. I may trust you even with that suspicion by and by. No, I would not fear for Braddon to face his accusers. New evidence would come to light, perhaps. If the history of that night were gone into coldly, quietly, the facts sifted and weighed as they could not be a few hours after the tragedy, when everyone was bewildered with the horror of that poor girl's death, I know that he was innocent. And if he is living hidden in St. Jude's vicarage, you would risk the consequences of removing him, the almost inevitable reopening of the inquiry?" "Yes, I would risk that." "So be it, Lady Penrith. Then you and I will tackle the vicar tomorrow morning, or if he be out of the way when we call, we will make things so unpleasant for him that he won't be able to evade us very long." "You think he may not see us tomorrow?" "I think, if he is the scoundrel you believe him to be, he may find some excuse for not receiving us." Sibyl breathed a despairing sigh. "Oh, how difficult it is to right a wrong," she exclaimed. Lady Penrith and Mr. Coverdale drove away from the castle before 10 o'clock next morning in the ladies' barouche, with a pair of horses that made light work of the distance and hilly roads. The shooters had set out before the barouche drove up to the front of the castle, and there were only Lady Selina and Miss Urquhart at home to wonder at this strange proceeding. Cora Lee ran out to the steps to watch the departure. "Oh, what a delicious morning!" she cried. "How fresh and crisp the air feels!" And then, as with a sudden impulse, "Do let me go with you, Aunt." "Not today, Cora. I am taking Mr. Coverdale to see some poor people. You would only be bored." No, I wouldn't. I am positively longing for a drive." "Then gratify your longing. You have not driven your own particular pony for ever so long." "I hate driving myself. I like to enjoy the air and the landscape." "Then get a groom to drive you," said Sibyl curtly, and the barouche drove off, leaving Cora standing at the top of the steps, discomfited. "Now, what in the name of all that's ridiculous does this mean?" she asked herself. Can it be that the sage, the calm, the ineffable Lady Penrith is carrying on a flirtation with this pious parson under all our noses? I know that he is in love with her. The creature has not even the art to conceal his emotions. She ran upstairs to her own cozy den and wrote her account of Lady Penrith's strange conduct of this morning for transmission to Jermyn Street. All compunction that she had felt in the beginning, when the office of spy was first proposed to her, had died out of her crooked little mind, and now that Lady Penrith's influence was spoiling her chances of a great match, gratitude to the benefactress who had redeemed her from bondage was a thing of the past. "What frauds these icily beautiful women are," she said to herself as she folded the closely written sheet which occupied her for nearly an hour, and then, opening her secret volume, she relieved her mind by scribbling ideas and feelings which she would have imparted to no living confidant. Life at the castle was growing lonelier and duller. The smart soldier who frankly admired her sharp sayings and gave her a nightly lesson in billiards was to leave that afternoon, and a Keswick squire had left the day before. The house party after today's luncheon would be reduced to Lady Selina and Mr. Coverdale, whose holiday from parish cares was being stretched longer than he had intended. His parish was at the east end of London, where he lived a life which would have been self-sacrifice for the son of the poorest commoner, and where he was generally known to all the overworked mothers and all the dirty little children as Father Coverdale. End of chapter 23. Chapter 24 of Thou Art the Man. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Thou Art the Man by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 24. The Vicar of St. Jude's. Yes, the vicar was at home. Sarah ushered Lady Penrith and Mr. Coverdale into the drawing-room and went to fetch her master, who kept them waiting some minutes before he came. A pallid, miserable creature, when he did appear, a man with careworn face and bent shoulders, and whose furtive glances, which the parish priest had seen in many faces, whose meaning he knew all too well. He knew when he saw those shifty, down-looking eyes that he had had to deal with a difficult subject. He had never been able to do much good with any man who had that kind of look. He went straight to the object of their visit after briefly introducing himself. "Lady Penrith is very anxious to see the invalid gentleman in your care," he said. "I hope you will make no difficulty about the matter. I regret that it is out of my power to gratify her ladyship's wish. The gentleman left me in the custody of a friend early this morning." "Left you? Left this house after 10 years of imprisonment?" cried Sibyl. "I don't believe it." "That remark is hardly civil on your ladyship's part. You have no right to use the word imprisonment in relation to a sufferer who was entrusted for his own comfort and safety to my care, nor have you any right to doubt my assertion." The words were firm, but the voice was tremulous, and the manner was as bad as it could be. "How and why was this inmate of the vicarage removed, Mr. Carpew?" asked Coverdale. "I really cannot gratify your curiosity so far as to say why he was removed. That is the business of the friend who removed him. All I can tell you is how he left this house, in a fly, ordered from Ardliston. My responsibility ceased from the moment he crossed my threshold." "Your responsibility before God will never cease," exclaimed Sibyl passionately. "You have played a sordid and wicked part. You have lent yourself to the scheme of a villain. The friend you talk of, the friend, oh, what a friend he is Hubert Urquhart, who wove a web of treachery round Braddon Mountford's life." "Lady Penrith, pray be calm," pleaded Coverdale. I cannot be calm when I see to what a cruel plot this man has lent himself. But I don't believe his victim has been removed. He is still under this roof, and we are not to be put off with lies." "Lady Penrith, you seem to take pleasure in insulting me. Perhaps you would like to see the empty rooms. They are very untidy, but their emptiness may remove your doubts." "Yes, let me see the rooms, his prison of all these years." The vicar took no further notice of the obnoxious word, but quietly led the way from the drawing-room to the long, dark passage, which went between the dining-room and the kitchen to the east end of the vicarage, and there ended in an ascent of 3 steps and a baize-covered door. The vicar opened this door and ushered his visitors into an empty room, a sitting-room sparsely furnished, like the rest of the house, but by no means a bad room, light enough and airy enough, with a French window opening into the walled garden, of which Gertrude Carpew had spoken. A door opened into an adjoining bedroom, where the iron bedstead and shabby furniture were about on a level with the accommodation of a third-rate lodging at a popular watering-place. A charwoman was busy cleaning up litter and sweeping out corners. There were a few books on a chiffonier, and a pile of old newspapers on a side table. Sibyl took up the books one after another and examined them. They all belonged to the vicar, and most of them had his name written in them: Shakespeare, Macaulay, Byron, Thackeray, Pope, Milton. The Milton, the Pope, and the Macaulay were college prizes, but the calf bindings were shabby with much usage. "There are 2 more rooms above if you would like to see them," said the vicar. "Yes, I should like to see them," answered Sibyl curtly. "They are quite empty. They have never been furnished, but if it gratifies you—" A shrug of the bent shoulders finished the sentence, and Mr. Carpew led the way by a narrow, essentially modern staircase to the floor above, which was as blank and bare as he had asserted. "He is gone, you see," he said. "How do we know that you have not hidden him in some other part of your house?" "You are at liberty to examine my house from cellar to garret." "No, no," interposed Coverdale. "We have no wish to doubt your word, Vicar. I have not, nor am I sure has Lady Penrith, although she spoke hastily just now in her disappointment. You must admit that it is a strange and perplexing fact, after inhabiting this house for 10 years. "Who says he was here that long?" exclaimed Mr. Carpew. "I say so," answered Sibyl resolutely. "I say that he was brought to this house during the storm that wrecked the Mary Jane fishing smack, the morning after my foster sister's murder. He was brought here by your old pupil, Herbert Urquhart, and he has been spirited away by the same man to prevent my seeing him. He has been robbed of liberty, perhaps of reason, by that man for his own ends. My dear Lady Penrith, consider how wild and improbable these charges are. Answer me one question. Did Mr. Urquhart bring you your lodger, or did he not?" "I cannot answer any such question. Your ladyship must understand that there are many cases in which the friends of an afflicted person desires the utmost secrecy." "Mr. Carpew, are you a clergyman of the Church of England, or the keeper of a lunatic asylum?" demanded John Coverdale with a severity which shook the vicar's shattered nerves. "If the gentleman whom you kept shut up in these rooms was out of his mind, you were guilty of a breach of the law in keeping him here, and the fact ought to be brought before your bishop." "You are in a great hurry to misjudge one of your own cloth, Mr. Coverdale. A man may be helpless and afflicted without being a lunatic. The person who occupied these rooms was not a lunatic, but he was in more need of care and privacy than many lunatics." "He was an epileptic patient," said Sibyl, white to the lips with anger. "A patient for whom open air and movement, change of climate and scene were essential. A man who should have been roaming the sea in a yacht, or wandering amidst wild, beautiful scenes, free and unharassed. To keep him in this squalid hole," looking at the square, shabby parlour with one eye, accustomed to the lofty spaciousness of Callander Castle and Ellerslie House, "to keep him in such rooms as these, in that dreary, sunless garden, was to murder body and soul. And you, sir, are guilty of murder. You, who call yourself a clergyman of the Church of England. But your bishop shall know of your infamous conduct. You shall be punished." "Dear Lady Penrith, for God's sake be calm," remonstrated Coverdale, strongly moved by her passionate outburst. She flung herself sobbing upon his shoulder, instinctively clinging to him to save herself from falling to the ground. He could feel the stormy beating of her heart as his arm supported her, an arm held as King Arthur might have held his in a similar crisis. Never before had this woman, his ideal among all women, been so near his heart. So near, and yet worlds away. Alas, how fondly she must have loved that unhappy man. How much that old story meant in her life. "Pray be calm," he repeated. "We have no right to jump at conclusions. After all, you may be mistaken as to the person who occupied these rooms. I have no doubt." With a propitiatory glance at the vicar, "Mr. Carpew will be good enough to tell us the name of his charge, and where he has gone, and with whom. And then you will be satisfied, and at ease again." "I decline to tell you anything or to answer any question put to me by you, Mr. Coverdale. I have been attacked in the most outrageous manner in my own house. This is a free country, and I have done nothing in violation of the law. This wretched living was given to me by the late Earl, so I suppose I must endure any amount of contumely from Lady Penrith, but I will not submit to insult from you." "I understand, then, that you positively decline to satisfy Lady Penrith's doubts by giving her the fullest information in your power about the person so lately under your care?" asked Coverdale. "I most distinctly refuse to be interrogated about my private and domestic life, even by Lady Penrith," replied the vicar doggedly. "In that case, we must take stronger measures. Come, Lady Penrith, we are only wasting time here. I wish you good day, vicar." The vicar's sullen reply was only half audible. He led the way back to the hall, and Lady Penrith returned to her carriage, attended by John Coverdale. "There can be no doubt," she said as they drove off. "If I had doubted before, I am certain of the fact now. They have smuggled him away between them to some still more wretched hiding place. Hubert Urquhart and that man—" "Stop!" cried Mr. Coverdale to the coachman. "There is someone running after the carriage, a young lady. She came out of that field." The horses were pulled up about 100 yards behind the field gate, and Gertrude Carpew ran to the carriage door. "I have been watching for you ever so long, Lady Penrith," she said. "I suppose it's awfully wicked for a girl to hate her father, but I can't help hating mine for the cruel trick he has played upon you after what happened yesterday afternoon. He swore it was all arranged before you came to the vicarage, that it was settled for the poor gentleman to leave us. But if it was, Ma knew nothing about it." "My dear Miss Carpew, pray tell me exactly, as clearly as you can, all that happened since I saw you," Lady Penrith said eagerly, and then, turning to Coverdale, she added, "This young lady is the vicar's daughter, and she sympathizes with me in the kindest way." "Oh, who could help sympathizing with you? Poor Ma was crying all the evening. She and Pa had a long talk, and I know they had high words, for Pa was horribly cross to all of us at supper, and directly after supper he walked out of the house." "Does he often go out so late as that?" asked Mr. Coverdale. "Not once in a blue moon. It was past 10 and dark as pitch, and it was midnight before he came home. I heard him let himself in with his latchkey, for I was too miserable to go to sleep easily, and I was awake very early in the morning, and I heard a good deal of bustle and moving about downstairs. I lay listening, half awake and half asleep, and then, not long after the clock on the stairs struck 7, I heard a carriage drive to the door, and I got up and looked out the window, and I could just see Father and another man huddling someone wrapped in a cloak into a fly." "Could you see what the other man was like?" "Tall and slight, and that was all I could make out. They were very quick. Father and the stranger both got into the fly, and it drove off directly they were in. When I came down to breakfast, Mother was looking awfully miserable. But she wouldn't tell me anything. She's too completely under Father's thumb to trust any of us. We'd finished breakfast before Father came home in the fly, alone. Did he not say anything as to where he had been? Not a word. He was crustier than usual and sent us all out of the room before he began breakfast. As a rule, he takes very little breakfast and then wonders at us for being able to eat so early in the day. I am so sorry you should be disappointed, Lady Penrith, but perhaps after all, the gentleman who left us this morning isn't the person you think. I am more than ever convinced that he is that person, answered Sibyl. You are a kind, true-hearted girl, Miss Carpew, and I rely on you to help me with any further information you may be able to obtain, any circumstance that may give a clue to the place where my poor friend has been taken. I promise that your kindness to me shall do no injury to your father. Whatever may happen, he shall be protected for your sake, so far as I can protect him. The chief mover in this cruel business is another person. I shall not rest till he is punished. Ah, but I'm afraid if Father has done wrong in the matter, that it must all come out sooner or later, and we shall all be disgraced, said Gertrude despondently. But whatever is going to happen to us, I'll do all I can to find out where they have taken that poor gentleman. I thank you with all my heart. Be assured you shall be compensated for any trouble your kindness may cause. Sibyl and the parson's daughter clasped hands as they said goodbye. The conversation between the two women had been carried on in confidential tones, inaudible to coachman and footman. Ardliston Road Station, ordered Mr. Coverdale, and the barouche continued on his way, while Gertrude started on a circuitous journey through a field and across a common, so as to arrive at the vicarage from an opposite direction to that in which Lady Penrith's carriage had gone. I may as well make some inquiries at the station before we can go back to the castle, if you've no objection, said Mr. Coverdale, explaining the order he had just given to the coachman. It may make us a little later in returning. What does that matter? Let us stay out all day, if there is anything to be done, answered Sibyl, and then lapsed into silence, exhausted by the scene at the vicarage, and absorbed in gloomy thought. She did not speak till they were at the station, which was nearer St. Jude's than it was to Ardliston. Here Mr. Coverdale left the carriage for nearly a quarter of an hour. I have seen the station master and the two porters, he told Sibyl when he came back. There seems no doubt that the two men went to Keswick. The one who appeared to be an invalid was so wrapped up in an Inverness cloak and large white muffler that it was not easy to distinguish his features. The men only saw that he looked white and haggard. The other man wore a shooting cap pulled down upon his forehead, a cap with a peak, and he, too, had the lower part of his face muffled in a scarf. But this circumstance attracted no attention, as the morning was raw and cold. I asked the station master to describe the man in charge of the invalid, his figure and carriage, if not his face, and he said he was about the height and figure of Lord Penrith, and reminded him of his lordship. "Hubert Urquhart," exclaimed Sibyl. "That is conclusive. Now, Mr. Coverdale, what are we to do? Go on to Keswick, I say, by the first train that will take us? My dear Lady Penrith, that would be a wild proceeding. Keswick is a large place, and for you to be seen there, going from pillar to post, and then to absent yourself from home without explanation to Lord Penrith. I can send a message by the coachman. I can explain afterwards. No, it would be a waste of time and trouble for you to attempt to trace these men. I will follow up the clue, and see what can be done. And if I make any discovery before evening, I can telegraph you, and you can come to Keswick with your maid and put up at a hotel for a day or two." "Yes, that would do. I should be near. But even that would be a rather wild thing to do. If you could make up your mind to trust this business entirely to me—" "I do trust you. I know how much better you are able to help me in this manner than I am able to help myself. But when you find him, if he should be very ill and broken, I should like to be near at hand. I might be of some use then." "In that case, I promise to summon you without an hour's delay." "And will you go to Keswick and give yourself up to the search?" "With all my might. Have I not promised to devote myself to your service? I shall think of nothing else till this is done. If Penrith should inquire about me, you need only to say that I had business in Keswick, and that my return to the castle is uncertain. If you'll allow me, I'll ask your footman to see about sending me a portmanteau. I may be absent for some days." "How good you are!" "Please don't say that. Only trust me and keep up your courage. Bear in mind that my East End experiences have made me acquainted with strange people and strange things. I am not so unequal to this task as you might suppose." "I know how clever, how resolute you are." "My train will not leave for half an hour, so I'd better tell your coachman to drive you home." "Mayn't I wait till you leave?" "Please don't. You have had a trying morning, and you will be better at home." He gave his instructions briefly to the footman, and then the carriage drove away, he watching till the pale, anxious face looking back at him vanished altogether from his sight. How she must have loved him, John Coverdale repeated to himself with a sigh. End of chapter 24. Chapter 25 of Thou Art the Man. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Thou Art the Man by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 25. Cora Lee's private diary continued. Her ladyship's conduct becomes hourly more extraordinary. After leaving the castle early this morning with the parson, coolly declining my company, which I offered in my gushing little way on the spur of the moment, determined at any rate to embarrass her by forcing a refusal, she returns at 3 o'clock this afternoon without that saintly man. When I ask her in a casual way what she has done with him, she replies that he has gone to Keswick, and that he has his business there which may detain him for some days. "Business in Keswick?" I say, not concealing my surprise. "I thought the only business in Keswick was making lead pencils and showing Southey's house. That is all I've ever heard of in connection with Keswick." "You can't be expected to know everything in the world, Cora," answered she, "least of all to know Mr. Coverdale's business." "Oh, if it is a kind of secret service, of course I needn't be ashamed of my ignorance," retorted I. "Lady Penrith is my benefactress. My easy life here, my purse filled with pocket money, all the frocks in my wardrobe testify to that fact. But I am afraid I am beginning to hate her, and I am afraid she is beginning to hate me. Our relations are, at best, an armed neutrality. Who knows when war may be declared? After all, I need not exaggerate her beneficence or my obligation. The benefits she has bestowed upon me, the frocks, the lodging, the pocket money, are bagatelles for a woman of her means. If she really wanted to befriend me, how easy for her to settle the £6,000 which my father tells me has always been the portion of Lord Penrith's daughters, upon me, sole daughter of the house of Urquhart. £6,000. With her fortune, she would have but to sign a cheque for the amount, and might forget the next hour that her coffers were diminished by that paltry sum. But instead of playing a really generous part, and making me independent for life, she lets her dressmaker clothe me, just as my uncle's tailor clothes his liveried servants, and she tolerates my presence in her house. Whatever chance I might have had with Mr. Coverdale, she has contrived to spoil. She must see that he admires her far too much for his peace, and if she really were that model of all the domestic graces for which she poses, she would have chilled him by quiet avoidance, instead of leading him on by making him the confidant of her sorrows, whatever those mysterious sorrows might be. In my delight at escaping from the dusty horrors of a second-rate lodging-house, I have been over-enthusiastic about my uncle's beautiful countess. These quiet women are never to be trusted. Another surprise, and a very painful one, awaited me this evening. It was just on the edge of dark. Lady Penrith had not honoured the drawing-room with her presence after coming in from her long drive, minus Coverdale. Lady Selina, after having usurped my favourite chair all the afternoon, clamoured for an early tea, and for 1 solid hour I was administering to her gormandizing propensities. Released from this genteel slavery, I made my escape from the drawing-room, lest I should be called upon to hold a huge skein of that teeth-on-edge setting worsted, which she calls pre-Raphaelite wool. I thought that in the almost deserted state of the house I should at least have the billiard-room to myself, and I might enjoy knocking about the balls, and deliverance from Lady Selina's society. Oh, how sick I am of her married nieces, their houses, their diamonds, their babies, their servants, with the latter of whom she is always quarrelling. She tells me the same prosy stories over and over again, and the possibility that she might be boring me to death never for one moment flashes across the great dismal swamp which she calls her mind. The lamps in the hall had not been lighted, and its stony spaciousness looked cold and grey in the gathering dusk. All the principal rooms open into this sepulchral hall, and I am often reminded of that hall in Macbeth's castle, where the murderer prowled up and down, seeing imaginary daggers, while he waited for the bell that was to tell him his prehistoric toddy was ready. I had opened the billiard-room door, and was just going to shut it again, when I heard my father's voice. My father's voice in a house which he had not entered since the Earl's marriage. What could it mean? Certainly not reconciliation. Those rasping tones came from a heart full of bitterness. Nor was there much of brotherly love in my uncle's reply. "You had better hold your tongue," he said. "You have been drinking, or you would not have dared to enter this house." Lord Penrith was standing in the open doorway of his own sitting-room, a smallish room next to the library, while my father stood in the hall. "Dare!" he echoed with an angry laugh. "Dare enter the house that was my father's a few years ago." If it had been your own a few years ago, it would make no difference to me. It is my house now, and I mean to keep you outside it. You treat me like a dog." "Oh, no, I don't," answered that cold-blooded monster, my uncle. "I am fond of my dogs. I treat you like what you are, Hubert Urquhart. If there's any animal as vile, I have never met with the species." It's great to hear you talk like this, after I played your game, made the running for you, helped you to a rich wife. You tried to win her for yourself by the very basest means the mind could invent. Oh, come now. This is only tall talk. You know how you imposed upon her ignorance of life, tried to persuade her that her good name was forfeited, that she had fallen so low in the world's esteem that her best chance of redemption was to become your wife. And with the devil's own luck you struck in, caught her in a fit of hysterics, and won the stakes. There was never such a fluke. Come, Penrith, you can't frighten me away with the big words. All that highfalutin of yours has about the same effect on me as water on the proverbial duck. Hard words don't kill. Hard words won't send me off these premises without hard cash. I have asked you, my brother, and a rich man, to help me out of a difficulty. I asked you just now for a monkey. It was not much for you to give it if you had a spark of generosity. I have not one scintillation where you are concerned. I have only one feeling, abhorrence. The kind of abhorrence which includes contempt. Nonsense. We both angled for a big fish, but you were able to bait your hook with a coronet. I wasn't, and I had to diplomatize. Come, Penrith, if you won't stand a monkey, give me your cheque for £250 and I'll wish you a civil good night. Remember, I am heir presumptive to your title and all that goes with it. There's only your life between me and all the good things of this world. Hard lines for a man of my temper to remember that. You ought to consider the circumstances, and if I can bring myself to ask you for money after what happened at Ellerslie 10 years ago, you shouldn't be such a churl as to refuse. I wonder you care to show yourself in this part of the world after what happened at Ellerslie, said my uncle. The last words were spoken slowly, as if they had a hidden meaning. My father was silent, and then Penrith went on in his heartless voice. As for your privileges as heir presumptive, I have no doubt that you have had the market price for them. The market price was a very bad one. Unhappily, the Jews consider your life as good as mine, or better. The difference in our ages is not worth considering, and you are supposed to take more care of your superior carcass than I take care of this poor bundle of vices. Once for all, Penrith, will you help me or will you not? Once for all, I will not. And if you don't make yourself scarce immediately, you will oblige me to ring for the servants, and get you turned out neck and crop, which will cause a scandal and make things uncomfortable for your daughter. For my daughter. Yes, I suppose you would rather like to revenge yourself on her. Well, good night, my brotherly brother. I won't make a rumpus in this abode of peace and pleasantness, this temple of conjugal love. I'll find my own way out. My father crossed the hall, opened the big oak door, and closed it quietly behind him. Penrith waited on the threshold of his room till the hall door shut, and then shut himself in his den. I don't know if he felt relieved in mind when my father was at the castle. I know I did. There was no light in the billiard room, and I had been standing just inside the door, which I held a little way open, and thus was able to hear every word that was said on the other side of the hall. Ugh, what a life! To grovel like a hound, and to be driven out of his brother's house like a hound. Surely Providence can't expect much good out of any woman who starts in the race of life handicapped with such a father as mine. After what happened at Ellerslie 10 years ago, I must get to know all about Sibyl Higginson's engagement to my uncle. There are evidently tragic circumstances, something that comes nearer Lord Penrith and his wife than the murder of her ladyship's foster sister. I must make Lady Selina give me the history of her niece's marriage. She is so fond of talking that I have only to get her in the right vein, and she will tell me everything she knows. The dinner this evening was the most melancholy meal I have sat through since I came to the castle. There were only my uncle and his wife, Lady Selina, and myself. His lordship was silent and gloomy, evidently brooding over that fraternal conversation I had overheard. Her ladyship seemed lost in thought. Lady Selina prosed and twaddled for the whole party. "I am very tired, aunt, so I shall go straight to my room and leave you and Cora to amuse each other," said Lady Penrith as we 3 women left the dining room. "I can't think what you are all about today," Lady Selina answered pettishly. "If your cottage visiting keeps you engaged as you have been lately, I'm sure it must be too fatiguing for you. You should make Cora help you." This last remark was accentuated by a malevolent look in my direction, as if I had deliberately refused to help. "Her ladyship knows that I am always at her service," said I. Lady Penrith noticed neither her aunt's speech nor mine. She just nodded good night to us both and went upstairs, leaving me to the unspeakable dreariness of a night with Lady Selina, and no possibility of escape to the billiard room, where my uncle would be sitting alone, not a pleasant person to intrude upon in his meditative moments. There was one compensation. I had a whole evening before me in which to make Lady Selina talk about what I wanted to hear. Needless to record the insidious means by which I approached the subject. I doubt if she liked me any better than on that first night of her visit, but custom had made her familiar and confidential, and as it was natural for her to talk, she soon began to expatiate upon the folly of her niece's marriage. "Sibyl might have married ever so much better," she said. "A beautiful girl who was sole heiress to, I am afraid to say, how many thousands a year, would have had magnificent offers as soon as she appeared in the great world. Her connections on our side of the house would have admitted her at once to the most exclusive circles, if there are any exclusive circles left," interjected Lady Selina with a sigh. "She might have married a duke, but through my brother-in-law's folly, whose mind was utterly unhinged, I believe, by the fate of that mysterious waif, she was hustled into a marriage with a man for whom she never cared a straw, and who was a very poor match for her." My uncle's family is one of the oldest in the north of England, said I. My dear young woman, old families are cheap nowadays. 60,000 a year is too much to pay for an old family and a neglected estate, encumbered as this was when my niece married. She could have married the bluest blood in England on much easier terms if I had been allowed to chaperone her, as was intended before that awful business at Ellerslie. Pray tell me about the murder, Lady Selina. Have you never been told? She exclaimed, quite oblivious of her curt replies on the first evening we spent together. It is a most painful story, peculiarly painful to me, since a connection of our family was involved in it, and was actually accused of the murder and locked up in a wretched hovel that used to accommodate smugglers and such people. They have pulled the place down, I am happy to say, and have built a respectable police station. And then she told me how Marie Arnold, a handsome young woman of foreign birth, had been brought up at Ellerslie, almost as a daughter of the house, and how she and Sibyl Higginson had lived together like sisters, and how people had naturally supposed. At this point, the spinster deemed it necessary to sink her voice to a ghastly whisper, like Lady Macbeth in the sleepwalking scene, although she and I were alone in the spacious drawing-room. At any rate, my dear, Sir Joseph was greatly attached to this girl, who, I am glad to say, for the credit of humanity, was 5 or 6 years older than Sibyl, and therefore born some time before my sister's marriage. He never recovered from the shock of her death. But do you really believe that Mr. Mountford, your relation, was guilty of this crime? I asked. My dear Miss Urquhart, I don't know what to believe. Braddon Mountford was subject to epileptic attacks. He was at the university, not in any violent degree, but enough to make him shun society. He had wandered about in Africa, where that kind of thing wouldn't matter, for some years before he appeared at Ellerslie. Everyone spoke well of him, and your niece liked him. Yes, Sibyl liked him. I never saw them together, but I believe she entertained a romantic regard for him. She has always shunned any allusion to him, so I have never fathomed the hidden depths of her mind on this subject. There is a great deal of reserve about Lady Penrith. As to the young man's guilt or innocence, that, I fear, must forever remain a mystery. So much has been written of late years about the horrors of epilepsy and how it can change an amiable being into a wild beast, that one might believe anything of an epileptic sufferer. This poor creature was found kneeling by the murdered girl. His hands dyed with her blood. He did not even deny his guilt, Miss Morrison told me. Miss Morrison is the housekeeper at Ellerslie, with whom doubtless the spinster aunt has held lengthy confabulations. There is no one like an old and trusted servant for telling family secrets. Since he was taken red-handed, I suppose there can be no doubt of his guilt, said I. But if he were not the murderer, who else would be likely to have committed the crime? Was anyone else ever suspected? No. Poor Braddon's guilt seemed only too obvious, and the murder was too motiveless to be the act of a sane person. The young woman had no enemies. There was no one at Ellerslie besides Braddon and your father. Then my father was there at the time of the murder? Yes, your father used to come and go like a member of the family before Sibyl's marriage. I don't know what the quarrel was about, but there was a quarrel at the period of her engagement to Penrith. Mrs. Morrison, hinted at an ugly scuffle between the brothers, blows, broken glass, but the particulars were never clearly known. Your father was certainly hurt, and the doctor had to be called in, but the servants were told he had had a fall. Whatever the actual circumstances may have been, there was bad blood, for Mr. Urquhart never entered Ellerslie Hall again after that fall. And when he falls like Lucifer, never to hope again, muttered I. My father told me that he and his brother had quarrelled, but he never explained the rights and wrongs of the story. And then she told me how Braddon Mountford had broken out of the lock-up at Ardliston, and was supposed to have perished in a storm at sea. Only supposed to have perished, said I. Then there is no evidence of his death? He may be alive at this hour? That's not likely. His family must have heard of him if he were living. Why should anyone hear of him? Asked I. It would be the business of his life to avoid being heard of. A man accused of murder? A man conscious of his own guilt? In all probability he would go back to Africa. I have heard that men who have once been there always want to go back, must go back. The dark continent draws them like a lodestone. Rely on it, Lady Selina. This poor Mr. Mountford is in Africa. I have no doubt you know a great deal more about him than I do, said Lady Selina with an offended air. Young women nowadays are nothing if not positive. In my own mind, I had no doubt that the man was, or had been, in Africa. Those books of African travel in Lady Penrith's room testified to so profound an interest in that uncivilized world. He had made his escape from England, and had sailed to a land where there are no detectives or magistrates' warrants or extradition treaties. But if my aunt knows Mr. Mountford to be in Africa, how to account for her intense anxiety about this wandering lunatic, for whom she inquired at all the cottages, and the fuss and driving to and fro, and the suppressed emotion of the last 10 days? All these indications point to Braddon Mountford's presence in the immediate neighbourhood, or, at any rate, to her conviction that he is near. End of chapter 25. Chapter 26 of Thou Art the Man. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Thou Art the Man by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 26. Home Questions. Coralie sat late over her private diary. The clocks had struck 1 before she closed the book and put it away in the box where she kept her money and her few trinkets under lock and key. She slept little that night, and the sleep she had was disturbed by troubled dreams. That interview between her father and her uncle had left a sense of bitter degradation in her mind. She had never really loved her father. There had been nothing between them but the bond of relationship, a bond which he had shown himself very glad to loosen. Yet he was her father, a part of her existence, the only being upon whom she had any strong claim, and it tortured her to think of the degradation that reflected upon herself. To be the daughter of such a father, There was the sting. To hear him ask for money, and to hear him so heartlessly refused by his one and only brother. Little as she liked Penrith, there had been that in his tone which told her that he had some justification for his brutality, and she was to go on living under the roof of this man, she, Hubert Urquhart's daughter, or to go back to the dreary existence from which Lady Penrith had rescued her. Ugh, if only Coverdale had cared for me. She sighed again and again in her restless turnings and tossings, while the inexorable clock ticked and the night lamp flickered. And then she thought, as many a woman thinks when the future lies dark before her, lit by not one gleam of hope, thought of what her life might have been if this man had chosen her for his wife. It was all very well to write of him scoffingly as a prim pattern of the uninteresting virtues. In her heart of hearts, she revered him for those qualities at which she scoffed. The gulf that lay between them was bridged over by her growing interest in his personality. She had begun by thinking of him only as a good match, heir to title and fortune, a man with a word who could change the whole tenor of her existence. She knew now by the blank his absence made in that house, by her jealous despair at his too evident regard for Lady Penrith, a regard of which he himself may be hardly conscious. She knew now that she loved him, and that if he had been an impecunious curate, she would have been content to share his life and let fortune go. But who would marry Herbert Urquhart's daughter? She asked herself. Even if I were ever so handsome, there would be that against me, and a plain daughter. I must have been mad to ever hope. She was in the breakfast room early, neat and fresh-looking in her smart tailored gown, and with no indication, save a heavy look in her eyelids, of her miserable night. Her uncle had gone out before breakfast. Lady Penrith talked a little more than she had done at dinner on the previous evening, but was evidently anxious and expectant. A telegram was brought to her in the middle of breakfast, and Coralie could see that her aunt's hand trembled as she tore open the envelope. "Let the messenger wait," her ladyship told the servant after she had read the message twice over with profound attention. "No bad news, I hope, my dear," said Lady Selina. "Oh, no. A telegram nowadays does not imply bad news." "Of course not. But in this remote place you can't have many trivial telegrams, invitations, acceptances, excuses, the sort of thing one gets in London." "No, not that kind of thing," Lady Penrith answered absently as she put the message in her pocket. On her aunt asking her if she was going for a drive in the morning or afternoon, Lady Penrith answered no. She had a good many letters to write, and was not going out all day. "You and Cora can have the barouche or the pony cart, whichever you would prefer," she added. "Thank you, neither. I have not quite gotten over my influenza cold, and the only inducement to drive would have been your company." Complimentary to me after my patient endurance of the old creature, thought Coralie, and then she said in her clear young voice. "In that case, I shall go for a long walk directly after breakfast. You won't be angry with me if I should be late for luncheon, will you, Aunt?" "Your aunt has been so irregular herself lately that she can hardly find fault with you for unpunctuality," Lady Selina remarked somewhat snappishly. Any deviation from the clockwork round of daily life was an offense to this lady. "Angry, Cora? Certainly not," said Lady Penrith. "But on what tremendous pilgrimage are you going? It is not 10, and you think you won't be home at 2. "Oh, I'm going for a long tramp towards the sea. I am longing for the wind off the sea." "You can get that in this garden. Too much of it for the poor flowers." "Ah, but not like the wind one gets on the very edge of the sea, along Allen Bay or at St. Jude's, for example." Lady Penrith gave a little start at the mention of St. Jude's, a movement which did not escape Coralie. "I may go as far as Ardliston," she continued. "It is just the grey, breezy morning I adore." "Do as you like, Cora, only don't fatigue yourself," Lady Penrith said carelessly as she left the room. "Now, if I were a pretty girl," mused Cora, "she would hardly let me ramble for 3 or 4 hours alone. There would be suspicions of a lover. I might be going to meet someone. But in my case, there can be no such danger. An ugly woman is what Caesar's wife ought to have been, above suspicion." Miss Urquhart had told the truth for once, in the way, albeit she was a young person who preferred falsehood. She was going to Ardliston in quest of her father. After that conversation of yesterday evening, she felt that she must see him, must question him, at any hazard of hard words. She could no longer exist in this cloud of ignorance. She stopped on the crest of a wind-blown ridge, hugged her neat little cloth jacket tighter round her, and looked back at the grey towers of Callander Castle. What a noble old place it was, originally a rude border fortress, enlarged and improved by successive generations. Sibyl Higginson's money had set the final touches on the picture. Whatever was wanting of convenience or dignity had been supplied within the last 10 years. The gardens and the terraces had been extended. A spacious palm house had been built in the one angle where it would not be a blot upon the rugged grandeur of the exterior. And within doors there had been improvements in every detail. Money had been spent like water. "And she's not even a tenant for life," mused Coralie. "If my uncle were to die tomorrow, she would be houseless, so far as yonder the great pile is concerned, or the house in Berkeley Square. Hard lines to spend one's money upon somebody else's property. But then she can't afford to waste a few thousands, and she has Ellerslie House standing ready to receive her if she were to leave the castle. Ellerslie House. What a difference between the spick and span modern house built by a self-made millionaire and that grey fortress over there, which seems to still echo with the tramp of armed feet and the blare of trumpets." Coralie turned her back upon the grey towers. After that contemplative pause, and tramped steadily on, with her face to the sea. It was a long walk from the castle to Ardliston, but Miss Urquhart was a good walker, well broken in by the weary promenades of Madame Michon's pupils in the Bois, or along the chalky roads in the white suburbs that skirt the Bois, and later by lonely wanderings in West End London, rambles which were her sole respite from the dullness of the lodging-house at the back of Piccadilly. She met only one shepherd boy between the castle and the beginning of the long, straggling street of Ardliston, and Ardliston itself might have been asleep for any signs of life or movement, except at the schools where she heard the sing-song voices of the children chanting the multiplication table, a sound that told her that it was not yet noon, and saved her the trouble of looking at her watch. Her father might have gone back to London by the night mail, or by an early morning train, she thought, in which case she would be much disappointed. She wanted to see him, wanted to question him about the past, though she knew not how she would venture to shape her questions. But she had helped him, had watched for him. She had sacrificed her own instincts of loyalty and honor at his bidding, and she had a right to his confidence. "I will do no more for him unless he trusts me fully," she said to herself. No, he had not left the Higginsons' arms. The landlady, who was busy in the little bar on the one side of the entrance, recognized Coralie. "Come to see ya, Pa, miss?" "He's very late this morning. You'll find him at breakfast." She came out of her snug little nest among the bottles and glasses and ushered Coralie into a sitting room, where she found her father reading a newspaper at the breakfast table. He rose, startled at seeing her. "Oh, what brings you here so early? Anything new?" "No, nothing very important. 10 minutes to 12. Do you call that early?" "Early enough for a man who is such a beastly bad sleeper that he seldom gets a wink of sleep until daylight. Sit down, Cora. Do you like some tea? It was made a few minutes ago." He poured out a cup and handed it to her, with some show of attentiveness, while she sat looking at him dumbly, full of thought. He looked haggard and careworn, older than his elder brother, and it seemed to her that all the indications of a debased character were stamped upon his countenance: the furtive eye, the tightened lips, the curious twitch of the nostril now and then before he began to speak. "Well," he asked, when he had mixed a brandy and soda for himself, "what's your news?" She told him briefly how Mr. Coverdale had left the castle with Lady Penrith yesterday morning, and had not returned with her in the afternoon. "What kind of man is this Coverdale?" "A good man." "Good? Don't quite follow your meaning." That seemed likely enough, Coralie thought. "Conscientious and God-fearing. He is devoted to Lady Penrith, but even for her sake he would do nothing that was not strictly honorable." "And so you think he has gone upon some kind of mission for her?" "I think so. She had a telegram this morning at breakfast, a long message, which I fancy may have been from him." "What's the use of fancies?" "Might have been from her dressmaker. Had you the sense to find out where it came from?" "No, I was not near enough to see it. I could only see that she was agitated at receiving it." "That tells me nothing. Well, keep your eyes open, Cora, and let no detail of her daily life escape your observation. Straws show which way the wind blows. Try to find out where the parson has gone. Are you going to stay here much longer? That depends on circumstances. I have no particular inducement to go anywhere else just now. I may go farther north, perhaps for a little shooting, but I have made no plans yet. There was a silence of some minutes. Urquhart took up the newspaper and read, or pretended to read. Cora felt it was easier to begin upon a painful subject now that his face was hidden. Father, I was crossing the hall from the drawing room to the billiard room yesterday afternoon when you and my uncle were talking, and I could not help hearing a good deal. You mean you couldn't help listening? Your curiosity got the better of your good breeding, retorted Urquhart, throwing down the paper and turning to his daughter with an angry scowl. And you heard all that passed between my affectionate brother and me? Well, who cares? I care very much. I have been broken-hearted ever since. You need not waste your emotions on me. I have a pretty tough hide. It is toughened in a long experience of hard knocks. Father, what odious things he said of you! And you did not deny them. Why should I trouble myself? He is not judge or jury. I wanted help, and he did not want to help me. The easiest way of refusing was to be abusive. You are a woman of the world enough to comprehend that, I hope, Cora. No, I am not. I can't comprehend that you should let him say such things. If I had knocked him down, there would have been a scene and a scandal. You would have found yourself homeless. I know of no other way of dealing with him. But that you should ask him for money, importune him, swallow all his insults. Father, what degradation there is in that. Degradation, yes, perhaps. And you wonder that I should put myself in the way of being insulted. You wonder that I should beg of my brother, who married the heiress I was trying to marry, the woman who cared not one straw for either of us. You wonder that I should ask him to open his wife's coffers for me. You are a fool, Cora. A man hemmed round with debt, distracted for want of money as I am, isn't likely to be scrupulous as to the mode or manner of getting it. Don't whine about what you heard yesterday. You may think yourself lucky if I don't turn forger or highwayman, sign her ladyship's name to a stolen check, or hold up a train carrying bullion. What might a man not do at his wits' end, as I am? And my elder brother has the command of 80,000 a year, for his wife denies him nothing, and won't give me 800 or 80 or £8. That's what brotherly love means nowadays, Cora. Very much like the ointment upon Aaron's head, ain't it? Why does he hate you? What did you do to offend him? Nothing. We both courted the same woman. He won her by a fluke. Unintentionally, by sheer ill luck. I helped him to win her. He ought to be grateful to me, but he ain't. He finds it cheaper to ride the high horse and blackguard me. But there must have been something, Father, on your part, some cruel wrong, some act of treachery that gives my uncle and his wife the right to hold themselves aloof from you. She chooses to fancy herself wronged. He takes advantage of the position. Come, Cora. I'm not going to be questioned about my past life by my own daughter. And I am not going to act as your spy anymore unless you give me your confidence, Cora answered resolutely, looking her father full in the face. There was no filial love in that look. If she felt his degradation strongly, it was because the degradation was reflected upon her. To be the daughter of such a man, to live on sufferance in a house whose threshold he was not allowed to cross, that was the sting. It was her own pride that was hurt. She had borne the brunt of poverty, and suffered from shabby frocks and school bills in arrear, but never till yesterday evening had her father's fallen state been brought home to her. Spy. That's a most unpleasant word, Cora, and you seem to repeat it with gusto, simply because it is unpleasant. I ask you to keep your ears and eyes open in Penrith's house. In her ladyship's interest, because of your friendship for her. That was the fable you imposed upon me. Fable? And imposed? He shrugged his shoulders with a light scornfulness, as if such words hurt him very little, even from a daughter's lips. And then he rose and walked to the window. But I am to be hoodwinked no longer, pursued Cora impetuously. I know now that you hate her. Do I? Asked Mr. Urquhart, drumming on the pane, with his back turned upon his daughter. If I do, it's only the hate that every strong-natured man feels for the woman he loved in vain. She had but to marry me, and I would have been the most docile and devoted of husbands, her head servant out of livery. But, you see, she preferred my brother, and so I can't expect to go on loving her forever. He has treated me like a pariah dog, and she has treated me no better, which is short-sighted on her part, for she should at least remember that I am heir presumptive, and that if anything should happen to me or to Penrith, all of her grandeurs would pass to me. It doesn't matter to him, for his rights and interests in this life must be over and done with before mine could begin. But it would matter to her to the extent of 2 fine houses and a large domain, and all the money she has sunk upon them. Must they go with the title? Both houses? Asked Cora, her indignation lapsing suddenly into interest. The castle and Penrith House, Mayfair, both go with the title. He was born in one, the heir, at the castle, and, of course, an occasion for bonfires on all the hills, and roasted oxen, and kilderkins of strong beer, for which my father could very ill afford. I was born in the other, and I doubt if the household had so much as an extra bottle of wine to celebrate my nativity. Yes, the house in London must go, whenever Penrith goes, and all her ladyship has spent upon it, something like £30,000, I believe, will go to the heir, whoever he might be. Heir presumptive has a grand look against your name in the peerage, said Cora, waxing bitter again. But I don't think you have much chance of outliving my uncle. Bar accidents? None. But the bursting of a gun, the running down of a yacht, a smash on the railway, a fall from his horse, anything of that sort would be as big a fluke for me as his marriage was for him. But I don't expect it. Drumming louder with fingertips whose sharp touch denoted nervous irritability. Expect it, did I say? I know it will never happen. I'm one of those men who come into the world with bad luck branded on their foreheads. There's no such thing as bad luck, Father. It's the idlest nonsense to talk in that strain. You inherited a younger brother's portion, and you squandered it. You married foolishly, before you were of age, offended your father, spoilt your chance of a fortune with a wife. You lived recklessly. You loaded your shoulders with debt. You have never struggled or worked as other men of good race and small means have done. You should have gone to the bar, or into politics, or to the colonies. There must have been some career open to you, something better than the miserable life you are leading. A beggar to the brother who hates you. A beggar. And refused with contumely. She brushed away her tears, so rare, in those cold gray eyes, tears of shame and mortification. Have you nothing more to say? Sneered her father. This moral lecture might be continued ad infinitum. The daughter's rebuke of the reprobate father. A very pretty subject, and offering fine scope for the prosy and the trite. Well, I will say no more. I know that all lamentations over the irrevocable are worse than useless. Let the past be the past. Only, if you want my help in the future, you must let me into your secrets. Why are you keeping this watch upon your brother's wife? Why? For my own satisfaction. She is my enemy, and would injure me if she could. But how can she injure you? What could she do? Never mind that, Cora. Knowledge is power, and it suits me to be informed of all that happens at the castle. Trust me, then. Be frank, if you can. What was your quarrel with Lady Penrith? Why does she hate you? Pooh. It was a silly girl's hatred to begin with. She was madly in love with her cousin, who murdered Sir Joseph's adopted daughter in a fit of epileptic rage. Is it certain that he was the murderer? Certain, yes. He was found almost in the act of murder, his hands and clothes stained with her blood. There is no room for doubt. Miss Higginson visited him in the lock-up yonder, a wretched hole that was done away with soon after. I found her there and helped in his escape. Was indeed the chief means of getting him away. And when the boat, on board which I put him, was wrecked in a gale that was only beginning when the boat started, she laid his death at my door. But that was the only cause of her dislike? Penrith accused you of trying to win her by the basest means, trading on her ignorance of life. Rot. People in the neighborhood looked coldly at her after that escapade at the lockup. Her conduct was too unconventional to escape slander. I may have somewhat magnified the village scandal when I urged her to marry me, but I wanted her to feel the need of a husband to defend her good name. A shabby trick. And it failed? Yes, it failed. The turtle dove. For Brandon Mountfort, she had been a very dove. Turned upon me like a tigress, she flung herself into my brother's arms, partly from sheer malignity to me, and partly because she knew that whatever scandal there had been, we best covered by a coronet. Well, it was a shabby business. However, I'm glad I know the past, but I can't understand the situation in the present. Why should you fear her? Why should you watch her? That's my affair. I shan't answer any more questions. He turned and faced her again, frowningly. I won't trouble you any more, except to ask you how long you are going to stay here. I don't know. Perhaps for a few days. Perhaps only a few hours. Look here, Cora. If anything out of the common should happen at the castle, you had better come here, as you have done this morning, on the chance of finding me. On reflection, I am inclined to wait till the parson's return from his mysterious mission. You think his mission may have something to do with you? I don't say that. But I should like to know the meaning of it. I rely on your shrewdness for that. Come, Cora. There's no use in riding your high horse. Remember that your interests are interwoven with mine. Anything that hurts me must hurt you. Yes, I know that, she answered with a sigh. Your disgrace is my disgrace. It wraps me round like a dark cloud. I live and move in it. This was no idle complaint on her part. The burden of her father's evil reputation had seemed to her a much heavier load since she had known John Coverdale, who, without self-assertion of any kind, had impressed her with the idea of what an honorable man's life and mind ought to be, how fair a record the one, how high a standard the other, and in that pure atmosphere of noble thought and lofty aspiration, how foul and grim her father's character looked. End of Chapter 26. Chapter 27, O Thou Art the Man. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Thou Art the Man by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 27. Cora expatiates. Heir presumptive. How the phrase rang in my ears last night when I lay down to sleep after another long, dull evening, for the most part alone with Lady Selina, Lady Penrith having retired soon after we left the dining room, leaving the spinster and me to amuse each other. The spinster is a late bird, and complains of the dull evenings here, and talks of the superior attractions of other houses owned by other nieces, the large house parties with a constant succession of guests, the theatricals, the charades, the dumb crombo, and music, and cards. Yes, this dissipated old person actually sighs for a riotous game at roulette. Heir presumptive. Of the two lives, my uncle's, so far as I can judge, is the better. His 2 years of seniority count for nothing against my father's habits, late hours, and, I fear, deep drinking. Yet an accident might alter the situation in a breath, an accident, and my father might be the Earl of Penrith and master of this house. Master here, where he has been treated with contumely, sole owner of the house whose door has been shut against him for the last 10 years. Life hangs by so thin a thread. No, I won't suffer my thoughts to dwell upon such possibilities. I'm not particularly fond of my uncle, and I owe him nothing, since anything I enjoy in this house is given to me by his wife. But I won't indulge in castle building upon such a ghastly foundation. Notwithstanding which resolve, I could not resist the temptation of drawing Lady Selina on the subject of the Penrith property when she and I were left alone, and I had to perform my nightly task of sorting her worsteds and admiring her hideous blanket. She is one of the people who I think that high art begins and ends with muddy greens and dingy yellows, when, if they had eyes to see, they would know that the leading note of high art is brilliant colour. I have been rambling about his lordship's estate, said I. What pretty old homesteads and farm buildings, and also neat and substantial. These homesteads and barns are monuments of my niece's folly. She has squandered her money upon Penrith's property, and her own flesh and blood will never be 1 penny richer for all she has spent. What a pity she has no son to inherit the estate. Ah, that would have made all the difference, sighed Lady Selina. Here is my niece, Lady Hilborough, with an enormous family, and my sister, Lady Ranthorpe, with 3 great hulking boys at Eton and Cooper's Hill, and 2 more in the nursery, and here is poor Sibyl, childless. That is her misfortune, poor girl, but it does not excuse her folly in lavishing tens of thousands upon her husband's estate. Why should she not spend her money on improvements? She might spend it upon Ellerslie, which she can leave to her own family. Ellerslie is perfection. There is very little room for spending money. She could buy more land. There is always land to be bought nowadays, and ridiculously cheap. She ought to have quadrupled her own stake rather than sunk a fortune upon her husband's property. Penrith was almost a pauper when he married, but she has paid off every mortgage and doubled the value of his farms by her improvements. No doubt it has amused her to improve. I can fancy nothing more delightful than messing about a large estate, picking old buildings to pieces and putting them together again, seeing order and beauty, where all was squalor and ugliness. All very well, if there had been an heir, but in the existing state of things, sheer lunacy, said Lady Selina decisively. And if Penrith were to die, my father, whom Lady Penrith detests, would be enriched by the wealth she has lavished. He would spring at once from poverty to riches, and his riches would be derived from her, an unencumbered estate, land in the perfection of high farming, tenants who know they are better off than any other tenants in Cumberland. He would owe all to her, and could turn her out of doors if he liked, as Penrith turned him out 2 days ago. Well, I won't dwell upon the thought. This journal of mine is not a starched composition, but it shall not be ghastly, and I won't let my mind brood upon the chances that hang by the fine-spun thread of one life. But if I dismiss one hideous subject, shake off the gloom of one idea, other fancies crowd in upon me as dark or darker. I cannot get the thought of that murdered girl out of my mind. Curious as I have been about that tragic story, I had resolved not to ask any questions of the servants, but I have broken down in that commendable resolution. A lady never talks to servants except in a purely businesslike manner. Put out my blue gown. Put away my red. Where are my satin shoes? And so on. Nothing more interesting than an Allendorf dialogue should ever pass between mistress and maid. Well, I am as much a lady as I can be, but I am first a woman, and I am devoured by a morbid curiosity that must be satisfied. The horror of that murder haunts me. A young woman, young and beautiful, full of the pride of life, caught like a hunted fawn in a wood, caught and slaughtered by a raging maniac, for the epilepsy that hungers for blood must be lunacy under its most revolting aspect. No one saw her struggles. If she had time to cry for help, no ear heard her cry. In the loneliness and darkness, the murderer's knife did its trick. I know all about it now. The picture presented by Lady Selina was vague and shadowy, but last night I let her ladyship's maid come into my room after her mistress had gone to bed, and while she was brushing my hair, I led up to the story of Marie Arnold's death. The woman has all the ghoulish relish for horrors, which seems natural to persons in that sphere, and she was charmed to dilate upon every detail. She took immense credit to herself for having been at Ellerslie at the time. One of her male relatives could have been no more proud had he ridden along that avenue of guns we all know so well in the Balaclava charge. She was at Ellerslie. She followed in the murdered girl's funeral procession. She never hopes to see such a funeral again. She distinctly used the word hope. She was really very interesting. She conjured up the image of a young woman in all her showy foreign beauty. She suggested the unrevealed link between her and Sir Joseph. Everybody in the steward's room had suspected that she was something nearer and dearer than an adopted daughter, though she had been put somewhat in the background, and when they saw the poor old gentleman's grief after her death, they were sure they had guessed right. And then she described Braddon Mountford as a man from whom no evil could have been anticipated, so handsome, such a gentleman, always polite to the servants, though he kept to himself very much. He had no valet, and on the morning before the murder, he had been in his own room packing for some hours. The servants noticed a change in him at luncheon that day. He was in the garden with Miss Higginson after luncheon, and later in the afternoon my informant saw him going into his own room again, and he looked pale and agitated. Very much upset was her expression. She was sitting at her needlework by a window in the corridor, and she could hear him walking up and down his room and throwing things about, and when she looked into the room after he had gone downstairs, she found his portmanteau still open, and his books and things scattered about, as if he had been too upset to get on with his packing. He was seen by one of the men going out into the garden again, but at dinner there was no sign of him, nor of Miss Arnold. And then she told me how Miss Arnold had also seemed very much upset at luncheon, and had left the room before the meal was finished, and she told me that there was no doubt in her mind that poor Miss Arnold was deeply in love with Mr. Mountford. And he with her? I asked. Oh, no, miss, says the woman. It was a regular game of cross purposes. Mr. Mountford was in love with my young mistress. One could see that with half an eye, but there was someone else in love with Miss Arnold, and had been for a long time. Who was that? Asked I. You might be offended, miss, if I was to say. Her meaning flashed upon me in a moment. You mean my father? Yes, miss. Mr. Urquhart was very much attached to Miss Arnold. He wanted to marry her, but she wouldn't have him. One of the gardeners overheard their talk in the conservatory one afternoon. He was at work behind the tree ferns, and they didn't know he was there. And they talked quite free, and the young man didn't like to show himself after they began to talk. So he stopped quietly there till after they left the conservatory. Mr. Urquhart was quite violent, carried away by his feelings, the young man said. But Miss Arnold was very haughty and determined. She couldn't have been prouder had she been a duchess. This revelation throws a new light upon my father's character. I did not think passionate love was in his line, even when he was 10 years younger, and that he could be in love with the poor dependent while the millionaire heiress was in the house, to be wooed and won. That was strange. And then, when this poor girl was dead, he had set himself to win the heiress, and had failed dismally. I asked Ferriby if she and her fellow servants believed in Mr. Mountford's guilt. I'm afraid there's no doubt about it, miss, she answered, shaking her head. He was the nicest of gentlemen, but he was not a bit like himself that day. Several of us saw the change in him, and he must have killed her in a fit of madness. They say his poor mother was mad for many years, and died in a madhouse. If he wasn't guilty, why would he run away? Yes, that flight of his was the strongest evidence against him. Was no one ever else suspected? I asked. No one, miss. Not by any one of us. But Sir Joseph, he would never believe that Mr. Mountford was the murderer. He told the steward so. He believed that the poor young lady was killed by a tramp for the sake of the jewellery she was wearing. Was her jewellery taken? No, miss, not a thing. But then Sir Joseph said the murderer must have been surprised by Mr. Mountford's approach before he had time to rob his victim, and had slipped off through the wood without being seen by the 2 stablemen who were searching for the poor young lady. That was Sir Joseph's idea, but we didn't see it. If Mr. Mountford was innocent, he'd no call to run away, even if those who were interested in him over-persuaded him. You mean your mistress, said I. The woman nodded significantly. Yes, miss. My mistress and Mr. Urquhart were both mixed up in it. They acted for the best, no doubt, but if the poor gentleman was innocent, they made him look guilty. They made him look guilty. I have thought of those words a good deal since her ladyship's maid uttered them. May not one of those concerned in the wretched man's flight have meant to damage him rather than to aid? There can be no doubt of Miss Higginson's good faith, but my father's motive is not so obvious. I am afraid I am as much of a ghoul as Ferriby, for ever since that young woman brushed my hair last night, I have been haunted by the image of the young, amiable, handsome man tormented by one of the direst diseases that afflict humanity, a disease which can change the man who would not hurt a worm into a bloodthirsty murderer. So haunted have I been all day by the ghastly suggestion of a kindly and courteous gentleman suddenly transformed into a human wild beast, that I have been absolutely unable to stay quietly indoors, least of all to endure solitary confinement with Lady Selina, which I should have to endure if I had not taken the key of the fields. Lady Penrith retired to her own room after breakfast with the meagre excuse of having letters to write. I believe she really does cover reams of notepaper in the course of her correspondence with innumerable aunts and cousins, among the latter of whom there is always one who is just engaged or just going to be married, and who requires extra sympathy and something magnificent in the way of a wedding present. But I doubt if aunts or cousins are profiting much by her ladyship's present seclusion, as I shrewdly suspect that her only correspondent is Mr. Coverdale, and that he sits in her morning room waiting for wires from that clerical knight-errant. I left the castle soon after her disappearance, and in my purposeless wanderings on the moor, whom should I meet but Mr. Dewsnap, the family doctor, the dapper bachelor who attends her ladyship and my uncle for any small ailment, who generally has a patient or two among the castle household. He has been allowed to look at my tongue and feel my pulse on one or two occasions, and has been disappointed to discover me a wiry little person, never good for more than 3 visits. He was riding an elderly white pony, but at the sight of my trim tailor gown and toque, jumped off and put the bridle over his arm. He looks about 40, an elderly young man, very neat in his dress, with, I fancy, some pretension to lady-killing, and above all, he is an inveterate gossip. He seemed delighted at the opportunity of talking to me. For Mr. Coverdale, I may be only a plain young woman, but for the family practitioner, I am the young lady of Callander Castle, an earl's niece, and worthy of attention. Under ordinary circumstances, I should certainly have kept him very much in his place, and he would have remounted his ancient steed in 5 minutes. But in my present mood, I was delighted to get a talk with a man who could tell me all about that horrible malady which I had been brooding upon in connection with Braddon Mountford. We talked of the weather, and then I said casually, "No doubt you are able to read all the local meteorological signs, for I am told you've lived in this neighbourhood for a good many years." "Except when I was walking the hospital in London, I have hardly ever lived anywhere else," answered he. "My father had the only good practice between here and Workington. I began my professional career as his assistant, and I have continued as his successor. I doubt if I shall ever extend my travels beyond these hills and moors. A country practice gives a vast variety of experience." "No doubt. You must have seen many curious cases in all these years," said I, walking slowly along the footpath while the medico sauntered at my side, and the medico's horse crept along, cropping the russet sward as he went. "I wonder if you remember that terrible event at Ellerslie Park 10 years ago." "If you mean the murder of Marie Arnold, it would not be easy for me to forget it," replied the doctor. "I was acquainted with that unfortunate young lady. She was the most beautiful woman I ever saw." "Was she handsomer than my aunt, Lady Penrith?" "Oh, quite another style of beauty. A more brilliant style, distinctly southern, a richer colouring. I own to a weakness for rich colouring." He looked at my drab complexion, hesitated, and added, "Though, where there is an intellectual expression, where mind lights the face, colouring is of secondary importance." With what weariness of spirit I have heard that specious lie about my intellectual expression, heard it from the lips of men whom shone in every look that I was of no more account in their sight than if my face had been cut out of wood. "I see you greatly admired that poor girl," said I. Mr. Dewsnap's only answer was a profound sigh. "Can you believe that Mr. Mountford was her murderer?" I asked. "My dear Miss Urquhart," cried the creature, growing disgustingly familiar, "I can believe anything of an epileptic subject, just as I can believe anything of a madman. From the moment I knew Mountford was epileptic, and heard of his low spirits and discomposure on the day of the murder, I had little doubt of his guilt. That gloomy agitation presaged an attack, and there is no doubt that alone in the wood the devil of epilepsy seized upon him, and as the fit passed it left him like the demoniac of old, panting with fierce impulses, thirsting for blood. And with that savage rage upon him, he met that poor girl, seized her as the tiger seizes its prey, and killed her more swiftly than the tiger kills. I have thought it all out. The image of the victim has haunted me." He stifled a sob, and I began to feel more kindly towards him. "Yes," he continued after a pause, "the man who I had only seen as a calm, well-mannered gentleman was the fiend who killed Marie Arnold. The same, but not the same. And when the deed was done, he fell down beside his victim, exhausted, in a comatose sleep, and on awakening from which memory was a blank. He might remember nothing of that savage crime. He might feel nothing but a confused sense of trouble." "Have you heard what became of him after his escape from the lock-up?" I asked. "No one in this neighborhood has any actual knowledge of his fate. He may have landed somewhere along the coast, within a few miles of Ardliston, before the fishing boat in which he left came to grief. But the general idea is that he went down with the skipper and his crew. Nothing has ever been heard of him since that night by anyone around here." "Then it would likely seem that he was drowned. Or might he not have left the country and gone back to Africa, for instance?" "Yes, that would be probable enough, if they were able to land him before the worst of the storm." We had come to the junction between the footpath and the Ardliston road, and here the doctor bade me good day, remounted his pony, and trotted homewards, while I turned my face toward the castle, where I arrived only a few minutes before luncheon. I was surprised to see the station brougham waiting at the door, with a portmanteau, a small black trunk, and a travelling bag on the roof. "Who is going away?" I asked the groom, though the S.P. painted in bold red letters upon the portmanteau left no room for doubt. "Her ladyship is leaving by the 2:40 train, ma'am." "For London?" The groom did not know. I ran into the house and to the dining-room, where I found Lady Selina and her niece, the elder lady evidently out of temper, and the younger, grave and composed, but very pale, and with that eager look in her eyes which has distinguished her of late. "What wonders are happening!" I exclaimed. "To think of you deserting us like this, aunt! Are you going to London?" "No, not nearly so far." "Where, then, if one might venture to ask?" "One may ask anything, Cora, but my movements are so uncertain that it is hardly worth entering into particulars. I hope to be home again in a day or two. If there should be any need to write to me, my aunt has an address that will find me." "What shall we do without you?" "I dare say you will contrive to exist." A servant appeared at the dining-room door. "Are my things in the carriage? Is Ferriby there?" "Yes, my lady. Kingdon says it is time for you to start." Kingdon is her ladyship's particular coachman. His office is to drive her, and no one else, and to be waited upon and worked for by 3 or 4 underlings. "You had better let me go with you, Sibyl," said Lady Selina, as if following up a previous request. "Impossible. Take care of yourself, Auntie, and of Cora." "How shall I explain your absence to Penrith?" "I have explained, in a letter. Goodbye." She kissed her aunt, gave me a friendly nod, and hurried away. We both followed to the hall and stood disconsolately watching as the brougham drove away, with Lady Penrith inside, and Lady Penrith's confidential maid with her. Most women in her position would have a highly trained Parisian, with fairy fingers for the adjustment of ribbons or lace, and with fine taste in hairdressing. Lady Penrith has kept the woman who came to her from a village school, and has been in her service for over 10 years. If one were inclined to think evil, one might suspect her ladyship of some secret reason for keeping this woman about her. Old servants are not to be lightly dismissed. They know too much. But I must add that Ferriby spoke of her mistress with a frankness and freedom which one would not expect if there were any secrets in Lady Penrith's life. Lady Selina ate her luncheon in silence, evidently out of temper with her niece and in things in general. She sent away some roast pheasant because it was too high. She objected to the fricasseed fowl because the mushrooms in the sauce were underdone. "I think Lady Penrith has about as bad a chef as money could buy for her," said Lady Selina, "and I have observed that the higher wages people give, the worse cooks they get. We had a cordon bleu at Basingstoke House for £40 a year. My father couldn't afford a man cook, but we had better dinners than people who are giving £300 a year to a chef. Better everyday food, I mean, my dear." And then the spinster thawed, and read me a long lecture about the management of a great house, which I fear can never be of the slightest use to me. A shabby London lodging or a tiny villa in a dusty suburb is the only hope I can see waiting for me in the dismal desert of my future. Lady Selina ate an enormous luncheon in spite of her abuse of the cook, and talked for nearly an hour about the folly of masters and mistresses and the iniquity of servants, of her nieces who managed well, and her nieces who managed ill, till I found myself upon the point of dropping asleep. I proposed a drive before tea. Lady Selina has scarcely finished her lunch when she begins to look forward to her tea. No, she didn't care about driving. There were only 2 tolerable drives, and she knew them both by heart. She would sit by the fire and get on with her work. So by the fire I left her, promising to go back to her at tea time, and went to the billiard room. My father had gone out shooting by himself directly after breakfast, and was not likely to return until dusk. So I had the room and the table to myself, and I gave myself an hour's practice, making the most brilliant flukes and some really clever cannons, and accomplishing the spot stroke 6 or 7 times in succession. It is wonderful how good a game I can play when I have no opponent and no gallery. An hour of this work tired me, so I put on my hat and set out on another ramble. My mind has been so thoroughly unhinged of late that nothing but a long walk seems to do me any good, a long, lonely walk in a wild, bleak landscape. No doubt, Lady Penrith has gone to Keswick. The 2:40 train stops at Keswick. I looked at Bradshaw in the hall on my way to the billiard room. She has gone to join Coverdale. There is something mysterious going on in which he is her agent and preux chevalier. Were she a different woman, were he another man, I might suspect a guilty intrigue. But if I could suspect her of evil, I could not believe evil of him. If ever there were truth and candour to be found in mankind, they are to be found in John Coverdale. He is a King Arthur among priests. Ah, if I had but been handsome! Oh, if he had but cared for me, how I could have cast off this slough of wickedness which has gradually grown over me, and over my mind and my heart, and I would have emerged from the dismal swamp of past experience a good woman, purified by his love, ennobled by sympathy with his noble nature. I cannot imagine evil where he is concerned, so I can only think that secret business which enrages Lady Penrith and her friend has some relation to her past life, to the romance of her girlhood, to the tragic story of Braddon Mountford. My idea is that the man has come back from Africa, and that Lady Penrith and Mr. Coverdale are engaged in finding him some safe retreat, some secluded spot where he might be out of the reach of the law. The afternoon has been dull and bitingly cold, and I am sitting as close as I can to the cosy fire in my comfortable room, half dressing room, half boudoir, whose thick walls keep out wind and weather. A very comfortable room. Indeed, there are no comforts or luxuries lacking in my life at Callander Castle, and if it were not for the uncertain tenure by which I hold these things, the dependence upon her ladyship's liking, I might be happy. Happy, quotha, with such a father at my door. Happy, with the gnawing knowledge that my plain face cuts me off from the golden chances that lie all along the pathway of a pretty woman's life, like the enchanted apples that distracted Atalanta. When I came in at 5:30, I found to my great relief that Lady Selina had a headache and was lying down, so I came straight to my own snug room, threw some logs on the fire, and had my tea tray, with a pile of those delicious little pastry cakes which the still-room maid makes to perfection, brought to me here, and here I am at 7:15, still scribbling the record of the day, for my own amusement only. I find an undiminishing interest in this volume. The facility with which my pen runs along the page makes me think that I shall some day blossom into a novelist. I see myself, 10 years hence, a spinster novelist, in a snug little house in Mayfair. The nearest doll's house would do, provided it were in a smart street. That would not be half so bad. My father might be dead by that time. I'm not calculating on its death in a cold-blooded manner, but we are all mortal, and it is only natural that I should look forward to the years when I may stand alone in the world, free from a tie that galls me, but perhaps without a friend. I must be a fool if I quarrel with the one friend who has made life pleasant for me, a fool if I let envy and all uncharitableness set me against Sibyl Penrith. Yet, when I see her absorbing John Coverdale's attentions, see her spoiling what might have been my chance of winning his affection, it is very difficult for me not to hate her. To see her so handsome, so richly provided with all the good things of this world, so scornful of the wealth for which most of us are ready to sell our souls to Satan, I can't help remembering that she has done nothing to deserve this good fortune except take the trouble to be born, as somebody said, of a French patrician. Well, at any rate, let me think twice before I do anything to forfeit her friendship. I won't be in any hurry to tell my father of this sudden journey of hers. It is clear to me now that he means mischief. I am worried and perplexed by his hanging about this neighborhood, living almost in hiding at the inn at Ardliston, and I shall feel it a profound relief when he is gone. Why should he linger here? He can hardly mean to make a further appeal to my uncle, to be again insulted and repulsed. What a hard-hearted wretch Penrith must be. Granted that my father behaved badly in his courtship of the heiress, what superior merit can the Earl boast of on his own part? He too wanted the fortune, much more than the lady, and I dare say would have stooped to any meanness to win her. I saw my father this afternoon, saw him amusing himself in a solitary way, just like his brother, who I believe is happier now the house party has gradually melted away, and he can prowl over the hills alone with his gun and dogs, than when he had his friends about him, and when the great stone hall used to echo their talk and laughter as they set out in the morning. I was walking along the topmost ridge of the hill in the keen frosty air, when I caught sight of my father in the valley below, crossing a stubble field, with his gun under his arm, a gun but no dog. Could he be poaching? I wondered. I knew so little of the game laws that I don't know whether it would be poaching on his part to shoot any bird that he chanced upon in those fields, but as I believe all the land around here belongs to my uncle, and as they are ill friends, I concluded that the Honourable Hubert Urquhart, heir presumptive to the title and estates, can be no better than a common poacher when he knocks down a pheasant on his brother's land. Heir presumptive, quotha. In the reading of the description of some sprig of nobility's marriage the other day, I read that as heir presumptive to the Duke of Dash, he had been handsomely provided for by that nobleman. As heir presumptive. All that my father has received as heir presumptive is what Lady Penrith's nephew would call the dirty kick-out. Hideous slang, no doubt, but it best expresses the treatment that my brother, as younger brother, received from the elder, as heir presumptive. The sky was darkening, and the hard ground was hardening under the frosty wind. I saw my father creeping along by the low stone wall, with his gun, stopping to look about him every now and then, intent on pheasants, no doubt. There was nothing left of the sun but a low yellow light behind the dark shoulder of the moor, and eastward the shadows of evening were stealing over the leaden-coloured sea, but there was light enough for me to watch my father's movements. He was queerly dressed, and looked like a keeper or even a keeper's underling. It amused me to watch his movements with a touch of contempt for the sporting instinct which could gratify itself at the sacrifice of self-respect. To steal the birds upon the land of a man who had heaped insult upon him, and that man his brother. He passed through a gap in the stone wall into a second field, a field I knew well, for it skirts the footpath by which the shooters often come down the hill on their way home, and along which I have tramped with him many a time. How merry we have been sometimes along that path! What trifles have set us in a roar! That little snub is an amusing little beast, but I'm afraid I need to laugh at his jokes with a frankness that disgusted the Reverend John, if he happened to be with us. Not that there was anything really wrong in the jokes, only a touch of vulgarity, a flavour of the mess-room and the stables. But men like John Coverdale are so easily scared, and then there is all the difference between a pretty woman and a plain one. From Beauty's lips, even the slang of the saddle room has charm. Human nature has such strange sports and varieties. There are men, starched prigs like John Coverdale, who are fascinated by their opposites, and who make themselves the world's wonder by choosing a wife out of the gutter. But such men are poor invertebrate creatures in spite of the starch. Their prim propriety is only outside wear. Not so with John Coverdale. With him it is the whiteness of a lofty spirit. He is firm as a rock, knows his ideal, and will accept nothing less than perfect and pure. And he has found his ideal in Lady Penrith, whom he can't marry, but whom he can worship. The thought of those homeward walks in the twilight with him, in those hours when he condescended to talk with me as a friend and intellectual equal, and when I felt myself another creature, the very thought of that past, so recent yet so far away, made me melancholy. I'm not prone to the melting mood, but there were tears in my eyes as I watched my father stealing along the stone wall toward the high tangled hedge which divides the field from the footpath. One of the few real rustic English hedges around here, where the fields are so large and for the most part bounded by ugly stone walls. What a stealthy air a solitary sportsman has! How much more like a poacher my father looked, creeping along under the shadow of the hedge, waiting for his chance. No dog to point or put up his bird for him, only the chance of some belated pheasant lumbering heavily home to its cover, or rising scared at the sound of those stealthy footsteps. It seemed very poor sport to my mind, but I can imagine that my father may feel a malicious pleasure in shooting a brace or two of Penrith's pampered birds, which are said to cost him half a guinea apiece, almost within earshot of the castle. He was not very lucky while I watched him, for he only fired once, just as I was turning my footsteps homeward across the open moor. Only one shot. How it echoed along the silent valley, with a sharp, rattling sound, which set a regiment of rooks screaming and chattering high above my head in the grey evening gloom. The cold grew sharper with the sinking of the sun, so I hurried home as fast as I could to my snug room and the rousing fire and the plenteous tea-table. Assuredly, in choosing between my father and Lady Penrith, I should be a fool if I were to hesitate as to where my loyalty should be given. 8 o'clock, and I am only half dressed. No matter, for there will be nobody sitting down to dinner in the castle tonight. I was in the midst of my dressing room when I was startled by a tremendous ringing of bells and opening and shutting of doors below. Could Lady Penrith have returned unexpectedly? No, it must be something more than that. The sudden arrival of a whole family could hardly cause such noise of hurrying footsteps and ringing of bells as I heard reverberating through the stone hall and corridors. I flew out to the gallery to listen, wrapped in my dressing gown, with my hair streaming, and there stood, trying to make out the meaning of these sounds. But they gradually died away into silence, and I was none the wiser. An inexplicable terror was upon me. My hands were shaking. Then, when I knew nothing, my teeth chattering, almost as badly as my hand shakes now as I write this, now that I know the worst. Agonized with that dreadful uncertainty, I went along the gallery to the great open space at the top of the staircase, hearing low murmurs of several voices and the heavy tread of feet upon the stairs as I hurried on. I knew what that tread meant. They were carrying something upstairs. The something was Lord Penrith. 4 men were carrying him slowly, very slowly, up the broad staircase to his bedroom, and he lay in their arms without sound or movement, as much as one finger of the hand that swung loosely from the sleeve of his dark grey shooting jacket. I drew back into the shadow and saw that awful group pass by almost in silence, while a servant who had gone in advance opened the door of the bedroom and lighted the lamps inside. They passed in with their burden, and the door was shut. I ran downstairs and found plenty of people standing about, eager to tell me what had happened. He was dead. It was an accident, a common kind of accident, which might have been avoided by the most ordinary precaution on his lordship's part. He had been found, shot to the heart and lungs, lying across a gap in the hedge, his gun by his side. One charge exploded. It was the old story of a sportsman scrambling through the hedge with his loaded gun in his hand. His lordship had dismissed the keeper late in the afternoon and had walked home alone. The keeper thought he would have gone the shortest way by the footpath, but instead of that, he must have taken a somewhat wider round and skirted the big turnip field to get into the footpath by the gap at the lower end, a gap which the shooters had used very often that season. They were all eager to give me the details. His favourite Clumber spaniel had been with us and had come back to the castle in a cowed and frightened condition, which had given the first alarm at the kennels, the men seeing that something was wrong with the dog and apprehending an accident to his master. And then the stablemen started in a body to search the homeward track, and they found their master in a hedge at the bottom of the hill. A stone wall divides the turnip field from its neighbours on 3 sides. There is only the hedge by the footpath, almost the only hedge upon his lordship's estate, moaned the house steward. Why do I place these things on record? God knows. My hand shakes so that it is difficult to write. My fire is nearly out. I sit shivering beside smouldering logs, and my room, which looked so bright and cheery an hour ago, is now the picture of desolation. The northeast wind is shrieking outside my window. I shall write no more in this journal. I close the book forever this miserable night. My heart is frozen. End of chapter 27. Chapter 28 of Thou Art the Man. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Thou Art the Man by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 28. Death in Life. The telegram that summoned Lady Penrith upon her mysterious journey early on that fatal November afternoon was of the briefest. Found. Come as soon as you like. I wait here for your reply. Coverdale, Lodore Hotel, Keswick. The reply was decisive. I start for Keswick by the 2:40 train today. Mr. Coverdale was waiting on the platform when the train arrived. The grave, kindly face seemed like a welcome, and Lady Penrith felt cheered and sustained by his greeting. He had a carriage waiting for her, looked after her maid and her luggage, and then took his seat beside her and spared her all the agitating questions by telling his story at once and fully. In the first place, I have found him, he said. Plain facts first and details afterwards. I have found him. He is desperately ill, a changed man from the man you remember at Ellerslie. You must bear that in mind, Lady Penrith. You have to prepare yourself for a terrible shock in seeing him after 10 years, which have done more to alter him, poor fellow, than twice the number would in a happy life. Desperately ill. So ill, so changed. she faltered, trying to keep back her tears. "Tell me the worst. Don't be afraid to tell me. Will he know me again? Is his mind affected?" "Seriously affected, I fear. I would not say that reason is altogether gone, but it is no longer a sane mind. There are hallucinations alternating with a dull apathy. The treatment may not have been cruel, has not been actively cruel, for there have been intervals since yesterday in which he has talked rationally and answered all my questions about his life at St. Jude's with perfect clearness. But it has been the worst possible treatment for such a case as his. It has been murder, deliberate murder, and those people at St. Jude's have acted as hired murderers. Mr. Carpew has been your brother-in-law's paid agent. I think there is no doubt of his guilt in that degree. Mr. Urquhart has an extraordinary influence over him, some stronger hold than money, but it is not worth while to enter upon that question. The wrong has been done, and cannot be undone. It is possible that this poor fellow might have degenerated in bodily and mental health under the happiest circumstances. What does the doctor say? No doubt you have called in a doctor. A man of the highest repute in the neighborhood. He considers the case one of epilepsy, pure and simple. Epilepsy in that severe form in which the frequent attacks tend towards lunacy and too often result in lunacy. He does not think the patient likely to be long-lived. Long-lived? A life of misery. Oh, God, to think of what he was when I knew him. Oh, if you could have seen him then, Mr. Coverdale, young, handsome, a king among men, his mind so highly cultivated, knowing and loving all the books I loved, so full of enthusiasm, telling us of adventures that showed such courage and ready wit, unconsciously, for he was the last of men to boast of what he had done. And now you tell me that he is a wreck in mind and body, a creature to be pitied. To hear you speak of him just now as this poor fellow. She burst into tears, crushed and humiliated, as if Brandon Mountford's humiliation bowed her proud head to the dust. "Pray bear with me," she said, as Coverdale murmured some consoling commonplace, hardly knowing what he said, his heart aching for her as it had never ached before for a woman in sorrow. "Think what it is for me to have loved him as I did love him. Those and these lips told him so only a few hours before Marie Arnold's death, and to find him thus. Bear with me, Mr. Coverdale. You are a good man, my true, kind friend, the only friend I can look to now." Coverdale was silent, not daring to trust himself to speech in answer to that declaration of friendship. "How did you find him?" she asked after a pause. They were driving along the road by the lake through the drizzling rain. An expanse of dark grey water stretched in front of them, with mountains on either side, and wintry gloom brooding over mountain and lake. It was not easy, but still it only required patience and the following up of every clue. I have had to hunt for people in the East End, and I have found out that there is only one way of doing it. I had the Keswick police to help me, 2 men who knew the neighbourhood for a good many miles around, and with their help I soon discovered traces of him. The arrival of an invalid gentleman and his friend at a lonely farmhouse on the further side of Buttermere had been heard of at an inn in the neighbourhood, an inn used by excursionists in summer, but almost deserted at this time of year. We found the man who drove them there, not one of the flymen who ordinarily meet the trains, but a man from a livery yard engaged by a telegram overnight. Had one of the station flies had been employed, we should have made our discovery much sooner, for naturally my first inquiries were among those men. "What kind of a place? What kind of people?" asked Sibyl. "A decent farmhouse. Very lonely, a place to hide in. Decent, kindly people, anxious to do their best for their charge, I believe. He had been sent to them by Mr. Carpew, whom they had known a few years ago when they had a farm near St. Jude's, a farm on your father's estate. They knew nothing of the man who brought him, had never seen him before to their knowledge, but they knew Mr. Carpew and were willing to oblige him. They were to be paid for the gentleman's board and lodging, and for a man to look after him, and all that was wanted was seclusion and secrecy. The poor gentleman had relatives who wanted to put him in a lunatic asylum, and who would perhaps make out a case of lunacy against him if they could get a hold of him, though he was by no means a lunatic. Mrs. Holloway, the farmer's wife, seems a kindly soul, and her sympathies were aroused by this story. Thank God he has not fallen among thieves. So far as these people are concerned, are you taking me to him now? I am taking you to the hotel, where I have engaged rooms for you. I hope you will rest quietly for tonight, and tomorrow morning we will start for the farm as early as you like." "Why should I wait till tomorrow? I am longing to see him, to know the worst about him. You tell me he is ill, a broken man. Your manner implies that he is very ill. He may die before tomorrow morning, and then I shall go down to my grave without having seen the man my foolish, unreasoning love helped to ruin." "Lady Penrith, you must not look at this story in that light. No one can tell what influence surrounding circumstances may have had upon him. It is possible that he was doomed to suffer as he has done, that in the brightest lot his fate would have been the same, and if he committed the crime for which he was arrested— No, he did not commit that crime. Don't speak of it. I am angry at the thought of my own folly, the web of lies in which I was caught. Let us go to the farm at once. We can stop at the hotel just to get rid of Ferriby and the luggage, and then drive on." "Not on a dark night like this. The distance is too long. The drive would not be without danger, and you would see the patient at his worst, startled by such a late arrival. I want to see him at his worst. I want to know all he has suffered in those long, dreary years. But think what the shock might be for him. He must be prepared for seeing you." "Is he not prepared already? Have you told him nothing of my anxiety about his fate, my bitter grief for his sufferings?" "Yes, I have spoken of you, but perhaps not enough. Be assured it will be better for you and for him that you should defer the meeting until tomorrow. You have been so good to me that I cannot disobey you," Sibyl answered with a sigh. "What is the name of the hotel where I am to stop?" she asked. "The Lador. I thought you would like to be by the lake and away from the town." "Yes, I gave them no address when I was leaving. I was afraid Penrith might follow me and interfere in some manner. I must go back tomorrow afternoon, when we have decided what is to be done." "Has Mr. Mountford no near relations? Is he quite alone in the world?" "Quite alone. He has no relation nearer than my uncle, Lord Braemar, and they are only second cousins, a relationship which does not count for much in a large family like my grandfather's. I was interested in him for another reason over and above the relationship. His father loved my mother hopelessly, loved her even after he was bound to another. His son told me the story of that sad, hopeless love. Oh, Mr. Coverdale, forgive me, she said, startled by a stifled sob from the man sitting by her. Pray forgive me if I have touched upon some sad story of your own. No, no, it was nothing, he said hastily. That kind of story, the idea of a hopeless love, a hopeless grief, manfully battled with, is always pathetic. You remember Warrington's story, a mere episode in Pendennis. It moves one more than all the rest of the book, doesn't it? Ah, here we are at the Lodore, and now I shall leave you to get as much rest as you can till tomorrow morning. The carriage stopped in front of the hotel. Lady Penrith's maid alighted. The porter took the luggage. Lights shone brightly in the hall within, with all the stir and bustle of an important arrival. Head waiter and head chambermaid were in eager attendance to show the way to her ladyship's rooms. A titled visitor in that dead season of the year was worthy of exceptional respect. "I am staying at the Keswick Hotel," Coverdale said as he bade good night, "but I will be with you as early as you like tomorrow, in a carriage and pair of good horses. You had better bring your maid. The journey will be long and tiring, and if we should have a hopelessly wet day—" "I'm not afraid of bad weather. Would 8 o'clock be too early for you to be here?" "Not too early for me. If I can get the livery people to stir early, I will be with you at 8. Only I beg that you will try to rest tonight. They have given you rooms looking towards the lake, and I hope the sound of the waterfall will be only loud enough to serve as a slumber song. Do not think of me. You have taken worlds of trouble. I don't know how I should ever thank you. Don't thank me. I have to take much more trouble at the East End for duty's sake. It will be my most cherished memory that you look to me for help in your anxieties. Good night." He did not even stop to shake hands with her, but left with a stiff bow, which seemed curiously at variance with the suppressed emotion in his voice. He went back to the carriage through the rain, and she heard him drive away, leaving her with a long evening before her in a strange hotel. A 2 hours' drive through the morning mists brought Lady Penrith and her companion to a solitary farmhouse hidden amongst the hills, a spot more lonely than even St. Jude's vicarage. But this rustic homestead, with its group of barns and stable yard in the background, and its little garden where autumn flowers still lingered, had a more cheerful aspect than the straggling stone house at St. Jude's with its walled garden and gloomy firs. Braddon Mountford. Yes, this was Braddon Mountford. This tall, wasted figure, this hollow-eyed countenance, with the downward melancholy lines about the mouth, and the nervous contraction of the brow, and the wasted hands that lay in helpless inaction on the arms of the chair. Sibyl stood gazing at him in awe-stricken silence, almost as she might have looked at a ghost. She could find no words to say to him, no words of pity or affection. Speech seemed frozen. Vainly had Coverdale sought to prepare her for the shock. The anguish of the spectacle was not lessened by anything that he had told her. The silence lasted for minutes. Coverdale heard the old clock in the passage ticking solemnly on, as if it were measuring out a long lifetime. So hopeless seemed the duration of that agony. The woman standing statue-like, white as marble, the man sitting with eyes that glazed idly out beyond the open window across the little garden, where the asters and marigolds made a bank of gaudy colour to the grey dimness of great rugged hills. The mists had cleared from the lower landscape, and the air in the shelter of the hills had a summer-like softness. At last, over the blank melancholy of that altered face, there crept a slow, vague smile, and Braddon Mountford lifted his eyes towards Sibyl. "I knew that you would come," he said slowly. "I knew that you would understand my message, though I have almost lost the trick of writing." "Braddon, you know me! You know me!" she cried, sinking on her knees by his chair, clasping one of his wasted hands, deadly cold to her touch. "Know you? Yes, of course. You have been cruelly treated. But that is all over now. All that this world can give you of happiness shall be yours. It shall be my care, the object of my life, to atone for your sufferings." "No, no. There has been no cruelty. It was my doom, the curse laid upon me. What could they do but hide me from my fellow men, a wretch, a murderer? I have suffered, but I have had my dreams of that wild country where I was so happy, centuries ago, centuries of weariness and pain. The black faces came back to me in dreams, the river, the forest, and I have dreamt that you and I were happy there, you and I, sitting together by the campfire. I have seen your face in the red light, and then the fire has changed to the fire of hell, and I have suffered like a soul in everlasting agony. I have suffered for my crime." In broken sentences, with piteous entreaty, she protested against his self-denunciation. "It is a dream," she said, "a horrible dream. You had nothing to do with poor Marie's death, except the misfortune to be the first to find her. You have been the victim of a diabolical conspiracy, a plot to hide away an innocent man in order to prevent suspicion falling on the real murderer." He looked at her curiously, as if lapsing into a reverie in which her words hardly reached him, looked at her wonderingly, as if her face were strange to him, and then his eyes wandered away from that earnest, eager face to the gaudy autumn flowers and the great grave hills veiled in the thin white mist. Alas, it was but too evident that the shadows which clouded his reason only cleared away now and again for a brief space, as the autumn haze parted and patches of the hillside showed clear and bright through a rift in the veil. "It is not wise to talk to him of that dreadful event," said Coverdale. "What we have to consider is what is best to be done for him. The doctor will be here at 12 o'clock. You may be glad to hear his opinion from his own lips." "Yes, I should like to hear what he thinks. But ought we not to have a specialist? We might telegraph to Edinburgh." "There will be time for that, by and by. Will you come into the garden with me?" "What? Leave him alone?" "He has been accustomed to sitting alone. The woman of the house is within call. I should like to have a quiet talk with you out yonder." Sibyl did not answer him, scarcely heard him, perhaps. She was looking at Braddon Mountford in agonized contemplation. Whatever there had been of intellect or of power in his face a few minutes ago had vanished. Weakness, physical and mental, was that all that could be read in that face now, a countenance of sickly pallor, every muscle relaxed, dull misery expressed in every languid line. This is what solitude and silence, the slow decay of monotonous years, had done for Braddon Mountford. If Sibyl could have looked back along that dark line of years, if some magic mirror could have shown her the pictures of the past, what would she have seen? First, a strong man caught in a trap, fighting with his captors for the release into free air of heaven, then suddenly subjugated and rendered powerless, not by their violence or their persuasion, but by the fell disease which the horrors and agitations of his life had intensified, which set its grip upon body and brain with a force never felt till then. She would have seen one seizure following upon another, with brief intervals of languor and exhaustion, till strength was sapped and intellect weakened but not destroyed. She would have seen a brave man, submissive as a child to bondage from which he could have been broken had he so willed, submissive because, despairing, he was told that he was a murderer, that a warrant was out against him, that to escape from that dull prison house, that life of hopeless monotony, might be to doom himself to the gallows, or at least to the imprisonment of a state madhouse, a felon among felons, a lunatic among lunatics. She would have seen him, as his brain weakened and the power of consecutive thought gradually diminished, fooled by the hope of release. He should be got away later, when the coast was clear, should be got on board a steamer and drafted away to that dark continent of which he dreamt so often, where liberty and life were waiting for him, among the dark faces under the tropical sun, cozened from day to day, and month to month, from year to year, with that reiterated by and by. She would have seen him turning the pages of books that he had once loved, reading and forgetting what he had read, and she would have seen him gradually losing count of days and months and years, till time was one long blank, and his life knew no change save the change from heat to cold, and back to heat again, from sunshine pouring in at his open windows to the early darkness of endless winter nights, from the dark iron blank where the firelight had leapt and sparkled so merrily, to the welcome fire glow coming back again to fill the dull black void. No changes save the rain whipping at the window panes, the wind roaring over the distant sea, or shrieking in the chimney. There was thunder sometimes, a thunder peal that shook the house, and made him wish the roof would crack and the walls crumble and bury him among dust and ruin, and so make an end of this dull blank space and time, which seemed to be endless, infinite space, infinite time. He repeated the words sometimes as if they had been a formula. "Who disputes that either is infinite? I have proved them both," he said. For not only did time seem endless, immeasurable, but in his frequent periods of hallucination, space also seemed without limit, and his weary spirit wandered in worlds that knew neither change nor boundary, neither night nor day, dim greyness peopled by silent ghosts, an endless labyrinth, or a wide stretch of barren sand leading to a horizon that was always the same, and yet forever receding. The commonest dreamer, in a dream of a minute, can invent and people a place unknown to his waking intelligence. But in the diseased brain, that dreaming power, increased 100-fold, becomes a source of unspeakable suffering, a wellspring of horror. And what of his more rational hours, those longer intervals between one attack and another, when there was time for the brain to regain some touch of reasoning power? Alas, those hours of reason and remembrance were the worst of all, for in those he believed himself Marie Arnold's murderer, recalled the image of the corpse in the wood, brooded over the cruelty of such an end to that bright young life, and the shame and disgrace of the crime, disgrace reflecting upon all who were of his name and blood. "Better that I should rot in this seclusion," he told himself in those waking hours, "than that I should go out into the world to set men talking of my crime, Yet if it were possible, if I could get clear of England without a scandal, could get back to the Zambesi and my faithful Kaffir boys, they would hardly think worse of me for that story of bloodshed. They would only pity me as the victim of witchcraft. And in such an interval, when his custodian came to him with a meal which only Mr. Carpew or his wife ever served to the mysterious boarder, Braddon Mountford would urge the fulfilment of that reiterated promise. Surely the time had come when he might go away. Whatever watch had been kept upon the house must have ceased long ago. He had lost all count of time, but he knew it must be long, and he looked down at his clothes, which had been replaced by ready-made garments more than once since he came there, and which were threadbare and worn at the edges. He looked at his wasted hands, where the muscles had been so firm and the flesh so hard and brown in those old days by the Salmon River. Yes, it was long, very long. Suspicion, watchfulness, must have worn out long ago. Why could he not get away? The vicar had various excuses. The danger was not over. His lodger was a marked man. Any movements in that lonely spot would excite curiosity. And then there was the question of money. It would cost a good deal of money to get him out of England and to pay his passage to the Cape. "And you wouldn't like to land there penniless," said the vicar. "Penniless, yes. Penniless under those stars. He would not fear. Besides, he had friends in London, friends who would gladly help him, men to whom money was no account, if he could remember their names or where to find them. Ah, there was the agony. He could not remember. Names, localities, even the faces of the past were lost in thick mists of forgetfulness. Faces haunted him, faces appeared to him, rooms in which he seemed to have lived, gardens whose every tree and shrub seemed familiar, but he could not distinguish memories from dreams, the things which he had been, or even real today, from the things which his fancy invented. If Sibyl could have known how, through the clouds that darkened mind and memory, one image had shone like a star, unchanged and unforgotten, and that image hers. If she could have heard his appeal to his jailer, repeated day after day, "Let me see her. Has she had my letter? Have you sent a messenger to Ellerslie, as you said you would?" And how, day after day, he was put off with excuses and postponements. He was told that she had married Lord Penrith and was a leading light in the London world. It was implied that she had forgotten her unhappy kinsman and was indifferent to his fate. She was abroad, in the south of France, an assertion that had been justified by her actual absence in several winters. But the same story had been told him when she was at Killander Castle. Tomorrow, and tomorrow. There had always been the same promise that his desire should be realized by and by, and as the brain weakened, he had grown to believe in that by and by, and to wait and watch for her coming. He had written many such scrawls as the one which reached her hands, but on that last occasion he had been fortunate in his messenger, a starveling jack-of-all-trades who lived in a hovel at St. Jude's and did odd jobs for the farmers. The key had been left in the lock of the garden door for once in a way, and Braddon, who was allowed to walk alone in this joyous enclosure, had opened the door unobserved and gone out. He had no idea of escape now, having been told that escape was hopeless. He was too weak and helpless to even contemplate any act requiring prompt decision or sustained exertion. He only wanted to see Sibyl, to find some messenger who would carry his appeal. The garden door opened on the heath, but he could hear the sound of a pick in the road a little way off, and could see a bent figure breaking stones. It was the jack-of-all-trades doing a spell of parish work, and to him Braddon Mountford entrusted his message, hastily written upon a fly-leaf torn out of the book he had been reading as he stood on the windy road. He entreated the man to find Lady Penrith, to put that bit of paper into her hand, and no other. He offered his watch as payment in advance for this service, but the man would not take it. The rough peasant was touched with awe and pity at the sight of that spectral face, and he was too honest to accept so valuable a gift. Half-witted himself, he may have had some instinctive sympathy with Braddon's clouded mind. He promised that the letter should reach Lady Penrith, whatever trouble it might cost him to find her, and he kept his word with a dogged faithfulness that would have done honour to the strongest intellect. And thus, by the accident of a key left in a lock, and by one act of forgetfulness on Mr. Carpew's part, Braddon Mountford had been released from a living grave. "Have you made any plan for his future?" Coverdale asked, as he and Sibyl walked up and down beside the privet hedge which divided the garden from the road. "I thought if we could take him to Ellerslie, he might be happy there. He could have good servants. I could rely on Mrs. Morrison's care of him." "Not to be thought of for a moment," said Coverdale decisively. "In the first place, Ellerslie would recall the tragedy which changed the current of his life. The effect on his mind might be disastrous." "True, I forgot that. I have lived down the horror of those associations myself, and I forgot. Yes, you are right. Ellerslie would never do. Remember the warrant against him. Wretched wreck as he is, he might be put through all the torture of a magistrate's inquiry, might be indicted for murder, and have to stand his trial. The result, a state madhouse. Ellerslie would not do." No, the risk would be too great. Then what do you advise?" "Leave him where he is for the present, perhaps till the spring. I have made inquiries about these people, and they bear an excellent character in the neighbourhood. The man a hard-working tenant farmer whose father and grandfather worked on the land before him. The woman honest and God-fearing. Their connection with Mr. Carpew is simple enough. He was curate at the nearest parish church for a year before Lord Penrith gave him the living of St. Jude's, and during that year he became very friendly with the farmer and his wife. They are kindly people. Mr. Mountford will be perfectly safe under this roof until we can think of something better. But what if the men who brought him here should remove him somewhere else, and we should lose sight of him again?" "I don't think it will be attempted. In the first place, we must engage a trustworthy attendant, accustomed to such cases, who must be responsible to us for his safety, with a man under him to relieve guard. I shall go straight from here to St. Jude's, and after I've talked to Mr. Carpew, I don't think there will be any further attempt to interfere with this poor man's liberty. The vicar of St. Jude's will see the peril of his conduct, and I will put it before him, as I mean to do." "You might frighten him. But he is only the tool of a wickeder man, a man who will not hesitate at a crime." And then Sibyl urged the necessity of removing Braddon Mountford out of the power and beyond the knowledge of the man who had hidden him from his fellow men in order to sustain the suspicion, the almost certainty, that he was the murderer of Marie Arnold. So long as everybody at Ardliston believed in Braddon's guilt, no one took the trouble to look anywhere else for the criminal, said Sibyl. That must have been the motive of his imprisonment. To leave him in the power of Hubert Urquhart would be madness. And how can we be sure of his safety so long that that wretch knows where to find him? Mr. Urquhart is your husband's brother. It seems a hard thing to suppose him such an unmitigated scoundrel. Ask my husband for his brother's character if you doubt my estimate of him. But surely he would not suspect his brother of murder. Perhaps not, but he would tell you that he is vile enough to make any suspicion justifiable where he is concerned. Dear Mr. Coverdale, there is only one thing to be done. We must get Braddon out of this man's custody and into our own. Let us run all risks as to that warrant of 10 years ago, and take him to Ellerslie. He will be safe there with my housekeeper and my father's trusted secretary, Andrew Orlebar, a man who knows the whole story, and who would go through fire and water to help me. You cannot take him to Ellerslie, to the scene of the murder, without arousing curiosity among your neighbours. However few they are, there are enough of them to talk, and to revive the old story and the old suspicions. If a few days hence he were to be arrested, you would be sorry. Yes, you are right. It might be dangerous. Oh, Mr. Coverdale, what are we to do? We seem so hemmed-round with difficulties. Here is a life, a poor, ruined life, which has been given back to me as if out of the grave. Am I to jeopardize it, lose it again? Think what can be done. Something must be done to save him from the villain who plotted against him, maybe his accomplice, in my blind folly. There was a silence that seemed interminable to Sibyl's anxiety, as John Coverdale walked slowly up and down the shingly path by her side. She could see that he was deep in thought, and would not interrupt his cogitations by a word. Her patience was rewarded presently. He had thought out a plan, which he submitted to her briefly. My father has a shooting box in Argyllshire. He was there with some friends in August and September, but the place is deserted now, except for a keeper with his wife and a few shooting dogs. I will telegraph to the hospital at Carlisle for an attendant. Wait here till he comes, and when he comes, start at once for Scotland with Mr. Mountford. If he will trust himself to me, I can install him in my father's cottage in the care of the keeper and his wife, who are old servants, and will implicitly obey my orders. There could be no better plan, if Lord Workington will lend you his cottage. No difficulty about that. A telegram will settle the business. I must wait here till the attendant comes from Carlisle. You can return to the castle this afternoon, and you can send my telegrams from the nearest office on your way back. But to leave you here, to take so much of your time, don't mind that. I was to have been in London tomorrow afternoon, but one of my messages will be to the friend who is taking my duty, asking him to give me one more Sunday. By Monday or Tuesday I hope to have established Mr. Mountford at the hut, and from there I shall go straight to London. You may believe that I shall not abandon him until I am assured of his safety. I believe in your wisdom and goodness as I believe in heaven. I can never thank you enough for what you are doing. He will thank you perhaps some day better than I can, if the power to think ever comes back. Thank you for life saved, reason restored. And then she gave him a cheque for £100, which she had written before leaving the hotel for travelling and other expenses. She begged him to be lavish, to use the power of gold to the utmost. She would send further cheques as they were needed. He smiled his grave, sad smile at her eagerness. It would be an impertinence on my part to refuse to let you pay any charges I might incur on your kinsman's account, he said. But there will not be much money wanted. And now, may I send for your carriage and your maid? You must be anxious to be on your way home again. I can write the telegrams while the carriage is being brought round. Yes, there is no time to lose. You will tell the house surgeon at Carlisle that the attendant is wanted for a friend of Lord Penrith. My husband is a supporter of the hospital, and the authorities will do their utmost to oblige him. But I am to see the doctor, she said, looking at her watch. It is past 12, and he was to be here at 12. I must wait to hear what he says about the journey to Scotland. And may I see Mr. Mountford one more time before I go, may I not? Certainly, if you like. Sibyl went alone to the parlour where Mountford was sitting by the fire, while the farmer's wife, a kindly-looking woman, was laying the table for a meal. "The gentleman has a very poor appetite," she explained as she cut strips of toast to accompany a basin of broth. "It's difficult to get him to take his nourishment. He's nothing but skin and bone, poor soul." Poor soul. Pity the wreck of humanity that was Brandon Mountford's portion now. He looked up with sudden flush and a brightening of the haggard eyes. "Ah!" he cried, as if seeing Sibyl for the first time. "My messenger found you. Oh, my beloved, how I have waited and watched for your coming." He stretched out his wasted hands to her in passionate greeting. He had no memory of half an hour ago, when he had greeted her with almost the same words. The evidence of a decayed intellect cut her to the quick. The doctor came into the room at this moment, a young man, but serious and intelligent. He looked at his patient, sat by his side for about 10 minutes, questioning and observing him, then went out into the garden with Lady Penrith. "Be frank with me," she entreated. "It is a very bad case, is it not?" "Yes, it is a bad case." "Incurable?" One hardly likes to call any disease incurable nowadays. Medical science has taken to working miracles. Surgeons are cutting epilepsy out of the brain as they cut cancer out of the body. And with as much or as little success. With the same probability of success and the same hazard of failure, perhaps. He ought to be seen by a specialist, a man who has made epilepsy the study of his life. Yes, it would be well, by and by, for the satisfaction of his friends, that this poor gentleman should have the benefit of the highest opinion. But there will be time enough for that when his bodily strength is restored, if it can be restored, by care and good nursing. You find him seriously, dangerously ill? Not dangerously ill, but in a very low and feeble condition, in a state which would make any illness dangerous, a chill, a fever, an attack of bronchitis. He would have no resisting power. He has been cruelly treated, kept in worse seclusion than if he had been in a madhouse. Solitude, silence, dull rooms, no change of air and scene. All very bad, no doubt, in a case such as his. And now it is proposed to take him on a long journey to Argyllshire. Can he bear such a journey? Certainly, as travelling is managed nowadays, he might be taken at night in a sleeping carriage with the greatest care, and with someone in attendance to administer stimulants. There need be no risk in such a journey, weak as he is, if the drive to here in Keswick is not made too fatiguing. Care shall be taken, the utmost care. We are sending to Carlisle for a nurse, but if you could spare the time to go with him, to superintend the journey, your fee should be anything you like to name. In a case of this kind, there can be no question as to expense. You are very good. If he were to travel at night, I think I might spare the time from my other patients, and my fee should not be exorbitant. My practice is not a very remunerative one, and I have no pressing case just now which would make my absence hazardous. I need not be away more than 18 hours if we travel by the night mail. Everything shall be arranged to suit your convenience. Your presence will be a comfort to me and to Mr. Coverdale, who is now taking my poor cousin to Scotland. And you will see the attendant and give him full instructions as to treatment," continued Sibyl. "I will do everything that thought or experience can suggest. Then my mind will be at ease about him. Please write to me immediately after you return, and I shall have the pleasure of sending you a check." The doctor smiled, for he did not even know the name of this beautiful woman, whose earnestness and evident affection for that ruined life impressed him deeply. He asked no questions, for he knew enough about Lord Workington's son to know that he had to do with people of good position. The carriage was waiting in the accommodation lane, which made the only approach to the homestead. Her ladyship's maid was there, and there were wraps and rugs enough in the open carriage for a journey to St. Petersburg. Once again, Sibyl went back to the farmhouse parlour, and alone with Braddon Mountford this time, bent over his chair and pressed her lips to his wan forehead. Oh, God, the memory of that first kiss in the garden at Ellerslie, before the coming of sorrow. This might be her last memory of him. Who can tell? He was passing out of her sight once more. Who could tell if life would ever bring them face to face again? Life is so full of sad surprises, she thought as she drove away from that quiet hollow in the hills, remembering the sudden trouble of 10 years ago, and in no wise foreshadowing that terrible surprise which was waiting for her within the hour. End of chapter 28. Chapter 29 of Thou Art the Man. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Thou Art the Man by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 29. The Furies on the Hearth. Fatal accident to the Earl of Penrith. That was the sentence, in large capitals upon a newspaper board, which caught Sibyl's eye as she drove through Keswick on her way to the railway station. Absorbed in thought, her eyes looked at street and shop windows and people, seeing things but not noticing them. Her husband's name startled her from that profound reverie, that sad comparison of past and present. Fatal accident. What accident? And the word fatal. What did that mean? She called to the coachman to stop, but he had hardly pulled up his horses when she let herself out of the carriage and rushed into the shop. "The newspaper," she asked, holding out a trembling hand. "The paper with the account of the accident." The somewhat sleepy shopkeeper, roused from a droning conversation with a fellow townsman, wondered at this unknown lady's pallor and agitation. He stared at her as he handed her the newspaper and made no remonstrance when she left the shop without paying for it. "Queer," he remarked as he went on serving stationery to the customer whose business and conversation had been interrupted. "That must be somebody connected with Lord Penrith. I shouldn't wonder if it was his wife." The carriage had not moved on yet. Lady Penrith was sitting where the two men could watch her as she tore open the paper, looking hurriedly up and down the columns till she came to what she wanted. Fatal accident. What did that word fatal mean? A limb shattered, the loss of an eye, some irreparable injury which would make life less fair to the sufferer? Or must that word signify something worse than lameness or blindness? Had the word but one significance? Must it mean the end of all things? How long it seemed before she found the column she wanted in the 8 pages of that flimsy local paper. At last, here it was, headed in large type at the top of a column. We regret to report the death of the Earl of Penrith, who was shot yesterday while trying to pass through a gap in a hedge in his own estate, a short distance from Callander Castle. It is supposed that the trigger of the gun was caught by a twig in the quickset hedge, and that his lordship's injuries were immediately fatal. He had been dead some time when he was found lying in the gap, with his gun near him. The Earl was in the prime of life, having been born, etc., etc., etc. Drive on to the station, as fast as you can go. Stop. The man must be paid for his paper, said Sibyl, handing her purse to Ferriby, who had alighted from the carriage and was standing at the door, watching her mistress's agitated countenance. There is no hurry. The train will not start any sooner because I am anxious to be at home. We shall have a long time to wait. That delay seemed eternal to Lady Penrith, sitting in the waiting-room, at first in solitude and silence, then amidst the bustle of fidgety travellers coming in and going out. Dead. The husband with whom she had sat at breakfast yesterday morning, in that formal intercourse which seemed to the outside world more like an armed neutrality than a happy marriage. They had always been polite to each other. They had never frustrated each other's wishes in large things or in small. Each had enjoyed perfect liberty to take life as pleasantly as possible, but each had known, and had not even affected not to know, that love went for nothing in their union. Penrith had kept the promise of his courtship. He had been, according to his lights, a good husband. Dead. Could it be true? Was not that paragraph written in error on the first hasty report of the disaster, the extent of the calamity exaggerated by outsiders in the confusion of the household? Well, she would know all in a few hours. It had never occurred to her, in agitation, that she might have telegraphed to the castle and received a reply to her questions halfway on her journey. But during the last 5 minutes of waiting, Ferriby reminded her that it would be necessary to telegraph to the stables for her carriage to meet her at the station, and Ferriby ran to the office with a hastily written message. The inquest had been held at noon, and all was tranquil at the castle when Sibyl arrived. Silence and gloom prevailed in the darkened house, a silence and darkness as of the grave where Lord Penrith was to lie before many days and nights were over. There had been very little trouble for coroner or jury, very little room for question or conjecture, nothing mysterious in the accident they were required to investigate, no room for difference of opinion. The gun lay on the table before them. It was passed from hand to hand by and by, and those who handled it were more impressed by the beauty of the weapon than by any need of considering how it had happened to be fatal to its possessor. The catastrophe was so commonplace, so common, a repetition of old experiences, and pointed only to the familiar moral that it is better for a man to lose a few seconds in reloading his gun, even if he miss a bird by that brief delay, than to risk carrying a loaded gun over rough ground in a long tramp homeward. Lord Penrith had saved himself a little trouble, and had thrown away his life. That is how the coroner and the jury read the story of his death. A sad pity. A man still in the prime of life, hard as nails, a fine shot, a splendid horseman, and in the enjoyment of an estate which it had been the business of her ladyship's life to bring to perfection. He had died childless. That was the worst of it, and his title and estate would pass to Hubert Urquhart, a man of the worst possible reputation. Gambler, blackleg, profligate, a man who, at the age of when a son of a local magnate is generally liked and looked up to in the neighbourhood of his father's house, had been hated and despised. A youth who had always preferred bad company to good, who had taken his pleasure grossly at rustic race meetings and village fairs, a man who, while consorting with jockeys and small horse dealers, had shown no more respect for his humbler neighbours than if he had been at Unyanyembe or Ujiji. Never had a young patrician been more heartily disliked than Hubert Urquhart in Cumberland. He had not even the good qualities that should have gone with his defects. He had affected low company without ever achieving popularity, even in the saddle-room or at the village inn. There had been a hardness about him, the Urquhart hardness, which gave a sting to his jests and made his familiarity with inferiors brutal instead of friendly. He had cultivated the company of grooms and horse dealers because they amused him, but he had never disguised his absolute contempt for them as a lower order of creatures. Mr. Urquhart appeared on the scene an hour after Lady Penrith's return. He had come post-haste from Perth, where he had spent the previous night, on his way to the Highlands, and where he had seen the news of his brother's death in the morning papers. He had sent his card to his sister-in-law, begging her to see him, to which request she replied in a letter of 3 lines. "No, not today. 3 or 4 days hence I will see you. I have something to say about the past and your part in it." The funeral was over. All the late Earl's tenantry, and all there was of gentle blood within 20 miles of the castle, had been represented in the long line of mourning carriages that had followed the open hearse, where the Earl's coronet on the crimson velvet pall was touched with gleams of wintry sunlight as the cortege moved slowly along the moorland road. Crimson and gold made a splendour in the cold grey nave of the church at Cargill, where for many generations the Urquharts had been buried in a vault underneath the chancel. That subterranean burial place had been closed for the last 40 years, and Sibyl's husband was to lie in his father's grave in the little cemetery on the hillside at the end of the village street. Hubert Urquhart was the chief mourner, and returned to the castle to hear the reading of the will, a business promptly dispatched, for the will was of the briefest. The late Earl had only his surplus income to dispose of, and his bequests were limited to a legacy of £1,000 to his niece, Coralie Urquhart, £100 each to his valet and coachman, and £50 to every servant who had been 5 years in his service. His personal effects, books, pictures, plate, and jewellery, not heirlooms, he left without exception to his wife. To his brother and heir presumptive he bequeathed not so much as a snuff-box or a walking-stick. Hubert Urquhart stood with his back to the fire, listening to these details in a gloomy silence. He made no remark when the lawyer finished, and he looked at him doubtfully, waiting his lordship's instructions. "Thank you, Grant," he said at last, as if waking from a reverie. "The will is eminently discreet. My brother had very little to leave, except those things as were brought with his wife's money. It is right those things should revert to her. Go to your luncheon, Grant. I shall smoke my cigar quietly here." I seldom eat at this time of day. But your lordship has had an exhausting morning. Wouldn't it be better to eat a heavy meal? No, my dear fellow. But you can tell a servant to bring me a brandy and soda. Good day to you, if we don't meet again. This was a shrewd indication of his lordship's desire that they should not meet again. The solicitor put the will in his pocket and left the room without another word. There was a new stateliness about his client, whose affairs had compelled occasional resort to him in the past, and who had been a good deal more familiar in those impecunious days. The new Earl is putting on side, mused Mr. Grant. But he'll soon be coming to me to settle with his creditors. They'll want 20 shillings to the pound now, and he won't want to give them as much. I wish I'd brought up a little of his lordship's paper. Might have been dirt cheap last week. The new Lord Penrith smoked his cigar by the library fire, sitting in a low armchair, in a restful attitude, his long legs stretched straight before him, his hands thrust deep into his pockets, his head bent a little. Every now and then his eyes glanced upward with a curious look at the spacious room and the walls of books which nobody ever read. The late Earl's writing table stood in front of the great Tudor window, with the seals upon all the drawers, and all the scattered litter of life cleared away from the top, leaving the blank emptiness of death. It was something to be master in such a house as this, and the house near Berkeley Square, the house whose doors had been shut against him for the last 10 years, just as inexorably as the door of this Cumbrian fortress. No more shutting of the doors against him, Hubert Urquhart. No more empty pockets and importunate Jews, threatening every hurtful process that was left in the law of debtor and creditor. His troubles were over. He could stretch his legs by the fireside, smoke the best cigars that tropical Spain could produce, take his ease. The days of difficulty were done. You hadn't done me a single kindness in your 10 years of prosperity, he said, apostrophizing his brother's portrait, which looked down at him from the panel above the mantelpiece. You had a good inning, and an easy death. Do you expect me to be sorry for you, I wonder, if there be consciousness or knowledge in the place where you are? The door opened, and the butler ushered in Lady Penrith. Urquhart dropped his cigar in the fender, and started to his feet. He had courted this interview, but it was not the less a shock when the moment came. He faltered something confusedly, and drew a chair to the hearth. I am not going to sit down, Sibyl said icily. I told you I wanted to see you after the funeral. This is your house now. My carriage is at the door, and as soon as I have said what I have to say, I shall leave the castle forever. My dear Lady Penrith, I hope you understand that this house, and any other house which I possess, is laid at your feet. Pray, spare yourself the trouble of making fine speeches, she answered with a look which should have blighted him. You know very well that nothing would induce me to enter any house that sheltered you, unless I came there to denounce you, as I might denounce you, as I would, had I not some regard for the name you bear, as I would denounce you, even at the sacrifice of that name, if my faith in God's justice were not stronger than my faith in a British jury. The ghastly change in the brazen audacity of his face told her that he was hard hit. He gnawed his nether lip. for a few moments in silence, looking up at her from under bent brows, with eyes that would have killed her if hatred could kill. "What do you mean?" he muttered huskily after a pause. "I mean that you are twice a murderer." He sprang forward a step or two, his arm lifted and fist clenched. It cost him no small effort of will and muscle not to bring that clenched fist down upon the fair pale face like a sledgehammer. He knew that one such blow would kill her, and he would have liked to kill her. He longed to see her dead at his feet. "I am not afraid of your violence. You could do me no more harm than you have done if you were to kill me. You spoilt my life. You took all the hope and love and gladness out of my happy girlhood, so happy till you blighted it. You murdered my adopted sister and broke my father's heart." "I murdered her? Great God! Hear what this woman says." "I believe there is a God who hears and will punish your crimes. It costs you nothing to call upon a God in which you do not believe. I say that it was your hand which killed Marie Arnold. It was you who wanted to marry her, wanted money with her, and tried to make a bargain with my father, and had been refused, and, goaded by her contempt for you, that devil of rage and cruelty which has always looked out of your cold, cruel eyes, took possession of you, and you murdered her. And then, when fate brought Braddon Mountford to the spot, and circumstantial evidence pointed to him as the murderer, it was your interest to confirm that suspicion by every means in your power, best of all by getting him out of the way, and making him a fugitive, a prison breaker. And to do this, you worked upon my feelings. You took advantage of my love for him, my ignorance of life and its responsibilities. You made me the instrument of his destruction. And then came your second murder, the merciless imprisonment of a man for whom, of all men, a free existence under God's sky meant health and life. You made his days and nights a dreary blank, his world a prison of 4 walls and half an acre of gloomy garden. If there was ever a murder done on earth, that was murder." "Oh, you call that murder, do you, Lady Penrith?" said Urquhart with a saturnine grin. "I saved a homicidal lunatic from the gallows, or the criminal ward in a state asylum. I put him quietly out of sight, where he was taken excellent care by an educated gentleman and his wife, and you call that murder? I say that it was a viler crime than even your murder of Marie Arnold. That may have been the work of a moment's fury, an ungovernable impulse of a man's wickedness. But the slow torture of years, the living death which you, the murderer, inflicted upon an innocent man? A man who was taken red-handed by the side of his victim. My dear Lady Penrith, raving such as this can admit of no reply. No sane man would take the trouble to argue with you." He turned his back upon her as he bent down to draw the smouldering logs together. Beads of sweat had been standing on his forehead for a few minutes ago, but he was calm and self-possessed now, and his hard, sharply cut face wore its old look of effrontery. "I am informed that your friend has been removed from the quiet retreat in the mountain air and amidst fine scenery, where I placed him when it was considered that a change might be useful. A change, after 10 years of dismal monotony. A change, after mind and memory have been blotted out in that dreary solitude. Lady Penrith, you are not a doctor, and I am not here to discuss Mr. Mountford's case with you. If you want to let the light on his history, mental or otherwise, you had better let the warrant be executed which was issued against him 10 years ago as a suspected murderer. If you believe in his innocence, you have taken a very inconsistent course in spiriting him away to some hiding place of your own selection. I concealed his existence in his own interests and yours. Moreover, the thing was done at your husband's instigation, and with your husband's full approval. Had she been looking at him, she would have seen the conception of that lie flash across his face as he began the last sentence. Penrith was dead, and might be made responsible for everything. God is very patient with you, she said with a quivering lip, but I can endure no more. She turned from him and left the room, shutting the door behind her. His hands shook a good deal as he took out his cigar case. He failed to find it at first, though it was in the usual pocket, and lighted a consolatory cigar. "That's what I call a very unpleasant quarter of an hour," he muttered, "and I thought it was going to be worse." End of chapter 29. Chapter 30 of Thou Art the Man. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Thou Art the Man by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 30. And the devil may pipe to his own. Her ladyship's carriage was at the door, with her ladyship's coachman on the box. The late Earl had had his people, and the Countess her people, and it was only the inferior portion of the domestic polity which owned allegiance to both. Her ladyship's personal possessions, piano, books, bibelots of all kinds, were packed in readiness for conveyance to Ellerslie in a wagon from the home farm, and before nightfall every trace of Sibyl's existence would have vanished from the castle on the marches, and the new lord would reign in undisturbed possession. The doors were open, the footmen were waiting to assist in their mistress's departure, when Coralie came hastily out of the billiard-room and approached her aunt. "Dear aunt, let me go with you. I did not know you were to leave today. I have only just heard about it, and you would have gone without even saying good-bye." "I have been too unhappy to think of leave-takings," answered Sibyl coldly, "and I am not going far away, only to Ellerslie." "Let me go with you. I won't bore you. I'll try not to be in your way." "Come to the drawing-room, Cora. I shall be ready in 5 minutes." The first sentence was spoken as she moved towards the drawing-room door. The second sentence was addressed to the footman, who was carrying her wraps, and whose black silk hose were affording amusement to her ladyship's favourite collie, whose chain James was holding. "Now, Cora, let us be plain with each other," said Sibyl, turning to her husband's niece, with no touch of softness in voice or face. "What can you want of me? I can understand that I was useful to you when I took you from a lodging-house and an out-at-elbows father, but the whole aspect of your life has changed since last week. Your father is a rich man, and the master of both the houses in which you have lived lately. But He is still my father, said Coralie, deadly pale against the dull blackness of her morning gown. The dull black was by no means becoming to Cora's sallow complexion and plain features. Never had her lack of beauty been more apparent than in this moment, when her lips were whitened by emotion, and her eyes haggard with weeping. Your place is here, Cora, not with me. My place is under no roof that shelters my father. I will never live in the same house with him, never live where I must see him day by day. I have made up my mind about that. Yes, you are justified in thinking meanly of me. I am a very Urquhart, a sordid, selfish creature. I like luxury. I revel in splendor and high living and fine clothes. I abhor poverty. I see no silver lining to the cloud that hangs over the shabby genteel, but for all that, I would rather slave from morning till night among common drudges in a dressmaker's stuffy workroom than I would live in this house with my father. Is this so, Coralie? It is so. I have wronged you, said Sibyl gravely. I have thought lately that you were your father's spy, set to watch my movements, full of malevolent curiosity. Oh, only think that I admire and love you, cried Coralie, her sallow face crimsoning. Whatever I may have been, whatever evil there is in my nature, I am honest and true today. I do respect you. I do love you. There have been hours in this house, in spite of all your goodness to me, when I have been envious of your fortune, your beauty, jealous of the worship your beauty won. But, struggling against sobs that almost choked her, that is over now. I am resigned to my fate, resigned to see love pass me by, resigned to ugliness and spinsterhood. I only want to live a clean life, to hold no companionship with a man I cannot respect as a father should be respected. Let me live with you, Lady Penrith. You shan't find me troublesome or boring. I will give you as much or as little of my society day by day as you like. I will never pester you with attentions you don't want. I am not without what people call resources. I can amuse myself, and walk by myself, and live by myself, and under your roof I shall be happy and at ease. What will your father say? Nothing that he can say will alter my determination never to live in this house. If you won't harbour me, I must earn my bread somehow, and live by myself. Then you shall live with me. I will try to trust you and believe in you as I did a month ago, but remember that my life is a broken life. If you live with me, you must live secluded from society, a dreary existence for a girl of your age, no house parties in the country, no London season. In your father's present position, he can give you a life of pleasure and variety. As an only daughter and mistress of Penrith House, you will be a personage in London. You may marry well. No, I have made up my mind on that point. There shall be no more self-delusions. Let me share your solitude. Even if there were no other reason, it will be happy for me to drink that cup of humiliation which plain girls have to drink in the gay world, happier than sitting through dance after dance at the ball of the season, or hearing a crowd of young men whispering and tittering in the beautiful Mrs. Somebody's box next to my own, while I sit alone, pretending to listen to the opera. All other considerations apart, rustic seclusion is the happiest fate for an unattractive girl. You are fond of exaggerating your deficiencies, Cora, but I won't dispute that point now. replied Sibyl with a faint smile. You can follow me to Ellerslie if you like. If I like? I shall go there with rapture. May I go tonight, as soon as my goods and chattels are packed? Tonight, or tomorrow, as you please. Tonight. It cannot be too soon. You won't change your mind and wire me not to go, do you? Cora, I am not that kind of person. No, you are as steadfast as a rock. You are all that is good and noble in womankind, and I will try to be worthy of your love. I mean you to love me, and trust me, and believe in me, as if I were of your own stainless race. They went out to the hall door together, and Cora stood on the steps with the wind blowing her hair off her large, intelligent forehead, till Lady Penrith's carriage vanished in the distance. It was 7:30. Cora's packing was finished. Her trunks and possessions were all carried downstairs to be removed with the second wagon load of Lady Penrith's property, and Cora was dressed in her sealskin coat and hat, ready for departure in the dog-cart, which had been ordered to drive her to Ellerslie. It would be a long, dark drive, but Cora thought nothing of possible dangers or discomforts on the road. All she thought about just now was getting away from Callander Castle. The billiard-room door was open as she crossed the hall, and she could not resist going in for a last look round a room in which she had spent many pleasant hours. The men had been very gracious to her, even if she were in no wise attractive. They had laughed at her little jokes and flippant criticisms. They had taught her to handle her cue, and applauded her poor little breaks of 10 or 12, as if she had been a feminine Roberts. It had all been bright and gay in those October evenings with the shooters, when the logs had been piled on the hearth, and the little table for drink set out in the deep recess yonder, and she had been encouraged to mix brandies and sodas, and to make herself daintily useful, like an etherealized barmaid. That was all over now. There was no fire, and only a single oil lamp burnt dully over one end of the covered table. All was gloom and silence. Will men ever sit in this room and talk and laugh now my father is master here? She wondered. Are there any men on earth who can like him and trust him? The man of whom she was thinking met her on the threshold, and she turned to leave the room. Where are you going? He asked sharply. To Ellerslie. You should have enough manners to ask my leave. This is my house, and you are my daughter. You must pay no visits without consulting me beforehand. I forbid you to go to Ellerslie on any visit, long or short. She drew herself to her fullest height, and looked at him with all the scorn a pert interrogative nose and thin, sensitive lips could express. This is not a question of visiting, Lord Penrith, she answered, emphasizing the title, which sounded so strange a form of address from daughter to father. I am leaving this house forever, and Ellerslie is the only home I have. You will do nothing of the kind, he answered fiercely, with a savage grip of her wrist. She winced with pain, but looked defiantly at him, even while her lip quivered. There is no use in that kind of thing, she said. Your doing me bodily harm won't make any difference in my plan of life, unless you choose to shoot me, she added very slowly, looking him full in the face, and so make sure of my obedience. He dropped her wrist and stood looking at her, changed in one instant from bully to Craven. "Go your ways for a blatant hussy," he said in his most brutal voice. "You are not worth making a fuss about. Such a plain-headed one as you would be no ornament to your father's dinner table." He turned away and left her to take her departure without further interest. He had the castle to himself now, and in its lowliness it seemed to him about as cheerful as the castle at Inverness on the morning after King Duncan's bloody death. End of chapter 30. Chapter 31 of Thou Art the Man. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Thou Art the Man by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 31. Let a passionless peace be my lot. A very few days served to re-establish Sibyl in her old home, and with the old housekeeper and the old secretary and some of the old servants still about her, it seemed to her almost as if the past 10 years had been one dreary dream, endless and infinite after the manner of dreams. Already in that strange exaggeration of time common after the shock of sudden bereavement, it seemed to her as if Lord Penrith had been long dead. Already she was accustomed to the thought of his quiet resting place on the hillside, to the idea of herself as a widow, childless and alone in the world. There was an unspeakable comfort in the return to Ellerslie, comfort which even the horror that brooded over one unvisited spot in the wood could not spoil. The old associations of childhood were so many and so dear. The image of her indulgent father, the fainter image of the fair young mother, looking at her out of the cloudland of childish memories, like a picture of the Madonna, looking benignly downward upon the worshippers at her altar through a cloud of incense. These, and with these, many a recollection of her happy girlhood filled the rooms and gardens with tender, peaceful thoughts. There were sad thoughts, too, the chief among them the memory of him who was now far away on the northward side of the Tweed, a wreck of the past, so changed, so broken, that it was difficult to believe that that feeble invalid was actually the same man, the same frame, animated by the same spirit, whom she admired and loved at Ellerslie. The shock of her husband's sudden death had fallen heavily upon her. She had done her duty as a loyal and obedient wife. She had spent her fortune upon his estate with a lavish hand, had never reminded him that all he enjoyed of worldly prosperity had its source in the Higginson coffers. She had indulged no whim that he disapproved, had consorted with no acquaintance whom he disliked, had indeed been much more conciliating and obedient than many a wife who marries for love, and who talks of her husband in the first year of marriage as if a god had descended from Olympus to be her mate. Yet, faithful as she had been in small things and in great, she looked back now with a touch of remorse. The atmosphere of wedded life had been colder than it need have been, perhaps. A little affection on her side might have warmed that hard nature into love. And then the thought flashed upon her that the mutual lack of love had made a peaceful union. If he had loved me, I should have hated him, she said to herself. It was better for both of us that our marriage was only a bargain entered into deliberately on both sides. We did not try to deceive each other. In our dealings with those who are gone forever, there is always something to regret, some reason for that dull aching of the heart which means remorse, some bitter memory, something said which ought not to have been said, some kindly word or act omitted when the opportunity for kindness was so obvious. Sibyl Penrith was very humble in all her thoughts of that married life which had closed like a story that ends unexpectedly at the turn of a leaf, and leaves the reader wondering. In her thought of the future possibilities, she had never imagined herself released from the marriage bond. She had accepted her position for life. She had looked down the long vista of joyless years, seeing herself still Lady Penrith, going about the world by the side of a man who cared very little about her, for whom she had never cared very much. He was gone, and she mourned for him as a fellow creature snatched away in the strength of his days, a man to whom life must have been much more precious than it was to that poor sufferer on whose changed aspect she had looked with unutterable grief, whose haggard face was a haunting presence in her life. Archibald Penrith was gone, and the man she abhorred reigned in his stead, and she thought with a shudder of that border fortress which had so lately been her home. A letter from John Coverdale, written at his East End vicarage, gave Lady Penrith tidings of Braddon Mountford after she had waited many anxious days for any news of him. St. Stephen's Vicarage, Honduras Square, E. Dear Lady Penrith, I have allowed some little time to pass before writing to you, not wishing to break in upon the sadness of your life while your sorrow was still a new thing. I will not presume to suggest the consolations that alone can help you in this terrible bereavement, or to write to you of that divine source of all comfort to which I feel very sure you have been led without the intervention of any human kind. God bless and comfort you, and help and sustain you in strong and fearless faith through this and every dark path you have tread. So far as one has been taught that the way to heaven lies through thorny paths, may make the earthly happiness of a friend the subject of his prayers, be sure my fervent supplications will rise day by day to the eternal Father for you. And now to tell you of your kinsman and my charge. The journey was managed easily, and without any signs of exhaustion in the invalid. He slept a good deal, and his sleep was peaceful, and I thought him brighter and more interested in surrounding objects during the early morning drive from the station to the shooting lodge than in my previous observation of him. The doctor accompanied us to the end of our journey, and gave the most precise instructions to the attendant from the hospital, who was a strongly built man of about 30, accustomed to difficult cases, and equal, I believe, to any emergency. The housekeeper at the lodge and her husband are both people I can rely upon for faithful service, and all their warmest feelings are aroused by the patient in their care. I have therefore felt justified in leaving him in the care of those servants and his trained nurse, supervised by a daily visit from the nearest medical man, until I am able to return to Argyllshire, which I hope to do in about a fortnight. The plan which I would propose for the winter is to hire a small house at Rothsey, where the climate is much milder than that of the Argyllshire hills, and to place him there in charge of his present attendant and any servants you may be able to send from Ellerslie, people whom you can be sure for absolute silence as to his past. I can think of no better plan than this. My Scotch doctor was of Mr. Sanderson's opinion that nothing more could be done for the patient than we are doing now. A quiet life, with as much open air as the season will allow, a plain and nourishing diet, and bromide of potassium are all the treatment he prescribes. He will be happy to meet a physician from Glasgow or Edinburgh in consultation should you desire a second opinion, but he assures me that the consultation would result only in the approval of his treatment. It is my duty to add that he does not hope for much improvement under the happiest conditions. The long continuance of the disease has weakened the brain, and a kind of atrophy has wasted the frame. Any permanent revival of bodily strength or intellectual power would be a miracle in nature which he dares not hope to see. I tell you his opinion in all frankness, dear Lady Penrith, thinking it right that you should know the worst about your unhappy friend. Flashes of reviving memory, intervals of brightness in the dull torpor of his usual condition there may be, but these brief periods of improvement must not mislead or beguile us with a vain hope. For myself, you may be surprised to hear that I am about to abandon my flock in this hard-working eastern London, but if I leave them in the hands of a man who has worked with me as senior curate during the greater part of my residence here, who understands this parish thoroughly, and who is my superior in working power, my father, whose health has been gradually failing for the last 2 or 3 years, has persuaded me to accept the living at St. Stephen's, Workington. He now rarely comes to London, and his life is chiefly spent at his seat near Workington, so I can but feel that it is my duty, as it will be my happiness, to live within easy reach of him. I shall find plenty to do at St. Stephen's, for parish and church have both been neglected under the rule of an absentee rector, who died at Torquay the other day. The living is in my father's gift, and it has long been his desire that I should hold it. I hope to have wound up my affairs here in less than a fortnight, and to be established within an hour's journey of Ellerslie, where I will call upon you at any time you may appoint to discuss all arrangements for Mr. Mountford's residence at Rothesay or elsewhere. You might, if you pleased, remove him to Devonshire for the coming winter, but the journey would be long, and I doubt if you would find a better climate than that of Bute, even in the west of England. Ever faithfully yours, John Coverdale. Cora was with Lady Penrith when she received this letter. The girl recognized the strong, clear penmanship, bold yet with a certain precision which marked the man for whom order was an instinct. Cora gave a little sigh as she noted the length of the letter, and then discreetly moved to the other end of the room to leave her aunt free to read those closely written pages unobserved. She had subjugated the jealous agonies which had made her almost hate Sibyl Penrith, and had resigned herself to the idea of John Coverdale's affection for the beautiful widow. There was no help for it now. What man with sense or discrimination could think of her, Coralie, now that Lady Penrith was free to reward a lover's devotion? It was her business in life to be a looker-on, she told herself, and she must accept the portion that fate had allotted to her. All her thoughts and desires had taken a sombre cast. Her character had sobered curiously since her uncle's death, and a cloud of melancholy hung over her, which brought her in sympathy with Sibyl's sorrows. For the first time since they had been associated, Sibyl's heart had warmed to the lonely motherless girl, Heretofore, all her kindness had been prompted by a sense of duty. Now there was actual liking, a far more cordial feeling than of old. Before Mr. Coverdale reappeared on the scene, Sibyl had told Coralie the story of Brandon Mountford's affliction and her girlish attachment to him, touching very lightly, with scrupulous reserve, on Urquhart's part in the tragedy. But Cora's keen eyes had watched the speaker's face, and Cora had divined much that was unspoken. "You had reason to detest my father, and yet you took me into your house and loaded me with benefits. Would any other woman in the world have done as much?" mused Cora at the end of the story. "Most women would have done as much, I hope, Cora, seeing your need of a friend. I tried to disassociate you from your father in all my thoughts. Why should you bear his burdens? Ah, but I was tainted with his bad blood. It was the old story of the adder warmed back to life and stinging the hand that had succoured it. My father told me to watch you, and I obeyed. He pretended to be your friend, and I pretended to believe him. I don't think I ever really believed him. I was grateful to you. I loved you at first, and then your beauty, your wealth, all your perfections began to gall. I made comparisons. I compared our faces as we stood side to side in front of the same glass. I compared our fortunes, and then the venom in my blood began to work. My nature could not escape the hereditary taint, if the modern craze about heredity has any foundation. I was my father's very daughter, and I accepted the office of spy. My whole mind changed towards you. The utter hopelessness of any little liking I might feel for the saintly parson saw him devote every thought and feeling to you." "Nonsense, Cora. You shouldn't talk in that absurd strain. Mr. Coverdale has been my kind friend in desperate crisis. That is all. I asked him to help me, and he responded with all kindness and chivalry. As for the past, let it be forgotten between us. I saw of late that you were very inquisitive about all my movements, and that you had some motive in your watchfulness. You were under your father's influence then, but I think you have escaped from that bad influence now. Forever and forever. I hope never to look upon my father's face again." "I am glad you have been frank with me, Cora, even when frankness told against yourself. It will be the beginning of confidence between us. I like you ever so much better, now that I know the worst of you, from your own lips." Cora did not prove unworthy to be pardoned and trusted. All that there was of good in her nature developed and strengthened in daily association with a noble woman, and in that atmosphere of perfect peace which reigned at Ellerslie. As the winter wore on, that life was not all solitude and monotony, for the neighbouring gentry were assiduous in their attentions to the widowed countess, and Coralie Urquhart shared their attentions. If the widow held herself aloof from society, there was no reason that her niece should live in perpetual seclusion, and a few months after her uncle's death, Lady Coralie Urquhart's neat figure and thoroughbred air began to be known and even admired at various entertainments within 15 miles of Ellerslie. There was always some friendly matron eager to chaperone her to any dances or private theatricals in the neighbourhood. "There are some advantages in a plain face," said Cora. "The mother of a pretty daughter is never afraid that I shall make her swan a crow. I think Mrs. Simper rather likes taking me about with her, as a useful foil to Miss Simper's alabaster complexion." "But I am told that you are more admired than Miss Simper at Lady Hardacre's dance," said Sibyl, smiling at her niece's self-scorn. "It is no overwhelming honour to be preferred to an idiot with blue eyes that look as though they had been bought at Lowther Arcade," said Cora. "And then I got all the advantages of the smaller gentry snobbishness. The second-rate young men liked to dance with an earl's daughter, and Lady Coralie sounds better than Miss Simper in the ear of Bayswater or South Kensington. Lady Coralie. The name suggests a character in one of Gilbert's librettos. Even the courtesy title cannot give dignity to my absurd name. I can't imagine where my mother and father found it. Could the owner of the name have looked backward through the mists of time, she might have seen the hoardings of West End London decorated with a portrait of a certain Mademoiselle Coralie, who was delighting the gilded youth of the period by song and dance in the latest new burlesque at the favourite burlesque theatre. The lady was a Parisian, and spoke her lines with difficulty, but her broken English was an additional charm. Hubert Urquhart had been among her most ardent admirers, and had even been allowed the inestimable privilege of giving a very expensive supper party in her honour, at a period when his young country-bred wife was obliged to forego all gaieties. Then came the usual shilly-shally as to the naming of the firstborn. Urquhart, disappointed at the sex of the infant, was very casual in his share of the debate, but vetoed all the family names on his wife's side of the house as too fine or too ugly. "Call her Coralie, if you like," he said, looking up from his newspaper where a column was given to the new burlesque of Anthony and Cleopatra, in which Mademoiselle Coralie had startled the town with a wild dance with the asp. Coralie is a very pretty name. Even his mother-in-law, who generally disagreed with him, conceded this point. Coralie was charming, novel, uncommon, and could be shortened to Cora, which was even still prettier. "Coralie, let it be, then," said Urquhart as he walked off to the florist's to order a congratulatory basket of hyacinths, white waxen bells, just faintly touched with roseate shadows, for the lady with the asp. The Yorkshire parson's wife had arrived in London the previous evening, and it was not until some days after the christening that this good lady heard how the town was ringing with the fame of the burlesque actress from the Châtelet Theatre, and guessed that her granddaughter, the vicar's granddaughter, the potential archbishop's granddaughter, had been called after that unholy person. The winter passed peacefully for Lady Penrith. Cora kept her promise, and never intruded her society upon the widow's thoughtful hours. They walked and drove together, they met at luncheon and dinner, and they generally spent the after-dinner hour in each other's society, Sibyl perhaps dreaming over her favourite music at the piano at one end of the drawing-room, while Cora sat curled up in the most luxurious chair she could find at the other end of the room, absorbed in a novel. Cora had a cat-like love of warmth, and was always as close to the fire as she could be without being roasted alive. Lady Penrith preferred the cooler atmosphere by the piano, where the white lilac and palms made an indoor garden. Their tastes in music and books and pictures were utterly dissimilar, but they got on very comfortably together, and Cora's lighter nature, which gradually recovered from the shock that had sobered and depressed her, was a useful influence in Sibyl's existence. She might have sunk into a deeper melancholy and brooded more persistently after the shattered life of the man she loved if Cora had not been at hand with her keen observation and her never-failing perception of the humorous side of all earthly things. Cora amused her with descriptions of county festivities and her comments on county people, their limited horizons, their exaggerated estimate of local importance, their indifference to all the great movements of the age, social, scientific, and literary. Cora accompanied her in all her cottage visiting, in the little seaport, in the miners' villages, to the schools, and the cottage hospital, and Cora had grown a great deal more sympathetic since she left Killander Castle, and was ripening day by day in her power of understanding the working classes. They no longer seemed to her all of one type and pattern, all the lower order of beings with hands stretched automatically to receive gifts from the rich. She was beginning to find out strong individualities among the masses, to find that hardly one cottager resembled another in character or instincts, and that though very few of them might be faultless, and all of them might be what they called having, there was a strong substratum of goodness which never failed when one dug down to it. Kindness and pity for one's own class, unselfish readiness to help each other, and a willingness to make substantial sacrifices with a good deal less fuss and talk than would accompany the same amount of self-surrender in their betters. Wives bore with drunken husbands and held their tongue when the week's wage was spent at the public house. Husbands nursed the children and waited upon their wives in sickness. Grandfathers and grandmothers stinted themselves to feed children whose unauthorized entrance upon the scene had brought them trouble and disgrace. Everywhere, under the roughest outer seeming, Coralie found the deep heart of human love. "I used to hate the poor when you first took me among them," she frankly avowed one day after a long round with Sibyl. "But I begin to see that they are not a bad sort, and I wonder less at the interest you take in them." They were not at Ellerslie all the winter. Andrew Orlebar had been dispatched to Rothsay immediately after a visit from the new rector of Workington, with instructions to hire the most comfortable house with the best aspect that he could find in that much-praised watering-place, and to that house, a villa on the slope of a hill fronting the south and commanding an extensive view of the mountains and sea, Braddon, Mountford, had been removed. Here was provided every amelioration which thought or science could devise for a life obviously dwindling toward its close. And here Lady Penrith and Cora came from time to time on visits of a week or a fortnight, during which visits some hours of every day were spent with the invalid. His condition was far happier than it had been in his captivity at St. Jude's. There were some times when he seemed fully to realize all that affection had done for him, but nothing could mend the broken life or arrest mental decay, and Sibyl had to submit to the sad realities of the case. The Braddon Mountford, by whose side she sat in the pretty drawing-room at Rothsay, the man whose hand often lay cold and listless in her own, was not the Braddon Mountford she had known 10 years ago. Nothing could bring back that lost personality. This patient sufferer, weak-brained, joyless, indifferent to all the loveliness of earth and sky and sea, had nothing in common with the Braddon of the past, and alas, this state of dull apathy was the happier condition of his present life, for from time to time there came periods of stormy agitation, the throes and convulsions, the purple face and glittering eyes of the epileptic, and it needed all Sibyl's faith to believe the doctors when they assured her that the patient himself had no consciousness of those convulsive struggles, nor any memory of them when reason returned, only a vague melancholy, a dim sense of shame, and the apathy of weariness. Could she wish such a life prolonged? Yes, affection valued even this shattered existence. All that she saw of weakness and decay could not extinguish the hope of cure. The ill treatment of 10 years was not to be undone by a few months of careful nursing, she argued. His cure must be a question of time. She would not accept adverse opinions, and when the doctors shook their heads or murmured some ambiguous phrase which implied a hopeless verdict, she argued against their experience and refused to foresee the inevitable. A yacht was being built for her in one of the shipbuilders' yards on the Clyde, and she was planning a cruise to the Mediterranean as soon as the boat was ready to sail, a cruise during which Braddon might reawaken to a new life, transformed by sea air and frequent change of scene, the exhilarating sense of novelty in the movement from one spot of loveliness to another, as they coasted between Marseille and Naples, or beneath Algeria's romantic hills. The end came suddenly before the yacht was finished. Suddenly and peacefully, the life so racked and worn failed all at once, and Sibyl felt as though her life must be objectless henceforth. She was at Ellerslie when Braddon died, having left him only a few days before, and it was John Coverdale who came as a messenger of death, John Coverdale, whose sympathy and help had sustained her through every difficulty, from the hour she entered St. Jude's vicarage with him at her side. It was over. Her grief expressed itself in no vehement form. There was only the crushing sense of loss and of disappointment, the feeling that the business of her life was finished, and that all she had ever known of the poetry of existence lay buried in Braddon Mountford's grave. End of chapter 31. Chapter 32 of Thou Art the Man. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Thou Art the Man by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 32. For is not God Almighty? Braddon Mountford had been lying in his quiet grave at Rothsay for some weeks when the yacht which should have carried him to a summer sea was ready to leave by the shipbuilder's yard. And it seemed to Sibyl that there could be no more useless toy than the boat which she had built for his sake, and which his eyes had never looked upon. All Coverdale's powers of persuasion were needed to awaken her from the apathy of grief into which she had sunk, and to induce her to start a cruise for her own benefit. But, warmly seconded by Cora, his arguments finally prevailed, and before the spring was over, the Esperance was sailing southward with Lady Penrith, Cora, and Lady Selina, and 2 young cousins, naval and military, by way of escort. The spinster aunt had swooped down from a great house in North Riding, where she had been making a very long visit to one of her wealthiest nieces, a lady with a large heart and a populous nursery, and with whom Aunt Selina was an esteemed authority upon all juvenile ailments. Life on board the Esperance afforded a pleasant relief from the atmosphere of measles, whooping cough, and humdrum at Waddingley Park, and Lady Selina resigned herself to the loss of a London season, thereby putting money in her purse, while she enjoyed the dolce far in Sicilian waters or in the Greek archipelago. And so the spring months passed away, and in June Lady Penrith and her party landed at Genoa, leaving the yacht to go round to Marseille in charge of the naval cousin, to be berthed there until her next cruise, while the three ladies settled quietly at Bellagio till the end of the month, when Lady Selina went back to England, and Sibyl and Cora moved northward to the Tyrol for July, August, and September, only returning to Cumberland in October. Then came the long, quiet winter, with friends fit but few, and for their most frequent visitor, Mr. Coverdale, from his cure of souls at Workington, where he was doing good service among a crowded mining population. It was a comfort both to Sibyl and Cora in those quiet days of autumn and early winter to know that the new Lord Penrith was not living at Callander Castle. He had indeed been there very little since he came to his estate. He was not popular in the neighbourhood, and he had frankly expressed his hatred of place and people. He had spent the winter after his brother's death at Monte Carlo, where he had achieved all he desired of fame by his success in pigeon shooting, and the society papers reported that he was at Monte Carlo this winter, also that he had been laid up in Paris during the whole of November, and had been operated upon by a famous French surgeon, the nature of the operation not being stated. A letter from Lady Selina, who had been dissipating in the brief gaieties of a November session, informed her niece that Lord Penrith had been suffering from a tumour on the face, which was likely to cause lifelong disfigurement, and that the people at Monte Carlo found him very much altered from last season. An inquiry at the castle, made personally by Mr. Orlebar, confirmed this account. His lordship had been very ill, and still an invalid. He was expected to spend the rest of the winter at Monte Carlo, where he had taken a small villa near the casino. "He is your father, Cora, and you may consider it your duty to go to him in his affliction," Sibyl said gravely when she and Cora had heard Orlebar's report. "He is my father, but I recognize no duty where he is concerned, except the duty of silence," Cora answered with a look so grave and resolute that Lady Penrith felt that there was no more to be said. She knew enough of Coralie by this time to know that the girl was not heartless, and that her repudiation of all filial duty must needs be based upon some sufficient reason. There was nothing flippant or reckless in the daughter's manner. She dismissed the subject sternly, with solemn decision of purpose, as a Roman daughter might have done. Brooding over the girl's conduct, Sibyl arrived at the conclusion that Cora had investigated the story of Marie Arnold's death, and believed her father to be the murderer. Some cause as grave would alone justify her conduct. It was a shock for the nerves of both women when they heard early in the year that Lord Penrith was at the castle. He had been brought there, marked for death, Mr. Dewsnap told Lady Penrith one afternoon early in March, when they met beside a cottager's sick-bed about a week after the Earl's return. "Is the case really so hopeless?" she asked. "I fear so. All that surgery can do for him has been done in Paris and here. The last word has been said. I saw him this morning. I see him 3 or 4 times a day, but there is nothing for me to do except to regulate the amount of morphia that is given to him. He has excellent nurses. Dr. Malcolm comes from Edinburgh every third day, but science can do no more for him, and the only relief is the inevitable end of all things. Life can be nothing but a burden to him, yet he clings to life with almost frantic intensity. Has he ever spoken to you of his daughter? Lady Penrith asked when she and the doctor had left the cottage and were walking along the village street together. No, the greater part of his days and nights are spent under the influence of narcotics, and the realities of life outside his own room affect him very little. He asks for no friend, doesn't care who waits on him, values his nurses for their skill and nothing else. He told me this morning that there was a time when he wanted fresh young faces about him, pretty faces for choice, but now he would have Gorgons if Gorgons had more skill in nursing than the pretty young women. He is very often in a state of semi-delirium, and he acts hideous tragedies in a kind of waking drama, a common symptom when the brain is steeped in morphia. Unhappy creature! Then there is no hope for him. He must die? He must die, and in his case, no one can regret the end, since it is the only possible release from suffering. Sibyl wrote an account of this interview in a letter to John Coverdale. Pray go to him, and if you can turn his thoughts to God and persuade him to confess his sins, it will be one more good work done, she wrote. Her desire was obeyed, and it was not possible for a Christian priest to approach the bed of suffering with more kindliness and discretion than marked Mr. Coverdale's visit to Lord Penrith. The two men had met in the past, and Coverdale entered the sick room as a friend, but here friendliness was of no avail. The sufferer treated him with savage insolence and ordered him out of the room. "I know your craft," he muttered. "You sneak into my bedside under the guise of friendship. A man with whom I never had one thought or feeling in common, and presently you will bring a little black book out of your pocket and drop on your knees and pray me into worse horrors than those I suffer now. I don't want you or your mumbo-jumbo, your abracadabra. Go to your starving miners and wash your worn-out jargon down their thirsty throats with soup and wine. They'll swallow one thing with the other, but don't come here. Johnstone, show that gentleman the door. If that won't do, throw him downstairs. I've no use for him here." He laughed a spasmodic laugh at the American slang which closed his speech. His eyes were deeply sunken. Forehead and cheek were livid, and all the lower part of his face was hidden by linen bandages. Lazarus coming out of the tomb was the image which flashed into Coverdale's mind as he looked in sorrowful reproach at that dreadful countenance. A wicked Lazarus, with malignity burning in those sunken eyes. A Lazarus summoned, not out of the grave's dreamless slumber, but out of hell fire. Mr. Coverdale told Lady Penrith that his visit had been ineffectual, but he told her nothing more. He would not sadden her by any description of that bed of doom. It needs something higher than human influence to touch that hardened heart, he said. We can but leave the sinner to his God. The only deathbed repentance that is not an idle mockery is the repentance that comes from within, not from without. The sinner may find God in his own heart, even after he has mocked at Christ's message from the lips of the priest. It was more than a week after this when a letter was brought to Lady Penrith, sitting alone in the March twilight. The note had been delivered by a groom from the castle, who was to wait for her ladyship's answer before he rode back. She told the servant to return in a few minutes, when her answer would be ready, and then she went to the window to read her letter by the fading daylight, while the footman lighted the lamp on her writing table. The envelope was addressed in a strange hand. The letter was written in pencil, and except that it was on thick vellum paper and headed with a castle address, it was almost as uncanny a scrawl as that which the ragged messenger threw into her lap on the moor. "The doctors tell me my end is near. You have suspected and hated me for the last 12 years. It may gratify you to know that you had reason. Come and hear my confession, and if you want to hear it, come at once. My life is like a thin little flame in a spirit lamp, sustained by strong stimulants, and will soon vanish into darkness. Don't be afraid that you will hear a pulling deathbed repentance. I believe in neither pardon nor pity. I die the victim of an inexorable scheme of creation, which includes the horrors of disease that torture and kill, damnable maladies which no human skill can cure. Do you think that any man, doomed as I am doomed, is likely to go out of this life listening to twaddle about divine beneficence? I shall be with you as soon as my carriage can bring me." These words were written hastily and thrust into an envelope as the servant re-entered the room to receive Lady Penrith's order for her coachman. The light phaeton with a pair of horses was to be got ready immediately. "Lady Coralie has not come in yet, I suppose?" "No, my lady. When she comes, be sure she is told that I have been sent for to the castle. She is not to wait dinner." Cora, who had taken very kindly to riding since she came to Ellerslie, and who had always been well mounted by her aunt's liberal care, was out with the hounds. Cora was a success in the hunting field, where light hands, a neat waist, and indomitable pluck, tempered with common sense, scored almost as high as a handsome face. Beauty blundering over a hound, or beauty getting in the way at the gate, is not altogether precious to the sportsman. The deep shadow of night was round the gaunt grey fortress, and the darker shadow of death was in the room when Sibyl approached the sick bed and seated herself silently in the place which the nurse indicated, a large armchair at the head of the bed, besides those heaped-up pillows from which the ghastly face looked out, white as the linen from which it was bandaged, pinched by the invisible hand which had set its mark upon every feature. "Leave me alone with Lady Penrith." The voice was low and muffled, utterly changed from the metallic hardness of Hubert Urquhart's enunciation. The two nurses vanished through a curtained door that opened into a dressing-room, where all the paraphernalia of the sportsman's toilet had been swept away to give space for the apparatus of sickness. Kettles and saucepans and spirit lamps, new inventions for comfort or relief, extravagant in price and infinitesimal in value to the sufferer, contrivances tried once, perhaps, and never tried again, the dreary details in the history of failure. Hubert Urquhart looked at his brother's widow with a cynical smile, a smile on lips contracted by pain. "I thought my letter would fetch you," he said. "You have come to see God's judgment upon a sinner. You remember how Herod the king was eaten of worms and gave up the ghost, an example of God's judgment, swift and sharp, a ready-money vengeance. And now you think that this cancer which is killing me is God's judgment upon murder. Bosh, Lady Penrith. Clerical spuffle. There are good men and women all over the world doomed just as I am doomed, with pain as lingering, with a fate as hopeless, Christians of purest water, shining lights in the darkness of this world, suffering just as I suffer. When you, and such as you, talk of them, you give your God praise for the blessed example of their affliction, and recognize the ineffable wisdom that tortures and kills. You see me stricken down, and you exalt God, the Avenger. You see no inconsistency in the hand that strikes wolves and lambs with the same rod. Come, own that your heart burns with triumph at seeing this living wreck which I still call me. A few hours hence, the undertakers will be talking of it. I am sorry for you as I can be, remembering what Braddon Mountford suffered. He suffered? Why, his life was a life of ease and comfort. His 10 dull years were no worse than one dull afternoon, measured against what I have suffered in the last 6 months. Don't waste your pity upon an epileptic, whose convulsions may be ugly to look at, but leave no memory, inflict no pain upon the patient. He suffer? Keep your pity for the man whose tortured consciousness no narcotic can annihilate, whose sleep has been peopled and spun out into seemingly eternity by dreams of indescribable horror. And where do you think those dreams took me, Lady Penrith? What do you suppose was the almost invariable background of those hideous fantasies? The wood where you killed Marie Arnold? She answered, her eyes looking into his as he sat up in the bed, grasping her hand with his clammy fingers and bringing his bandaged face near hers so that she might hear the feeble voice. You are good at guessing. Yes, that is the place where the morphia fiend leads me. He takes me by the hand, a little black devil with a mocking grin. His skinny hand clutches mine, and he drags me into the wood, and she is there, lovely and cruel as she was that evening in the golden sunset. Oh, God, how beautiful her eyes were with that golden light reflected on their velvet darkness. How cold, how cruel. Such bitter, scathing words, hatred of me, love of your lover, hatred that turned to loathing when I drew her to my breast and kissed her reluctant lips and tried to make her understand that passionate love like mine was to be valued or to be feared. And if she would not have me for her husband and take her chance of my doing well in life and making a great lady of her, I would be revenged on her somehow. A love like mine was not to be trifled with any more than a raging fire. But she was so bold and so proud. She flung me off her with her strong young arms. She laughed at my passion and my threats. She accused me of only wanting Sir Joseph's money, not really caring for her. She was so strong, such a grand creature in her strength and beauty, and I had a knife in my breast pocket, Mountford's knife, which I happened to have borrowed a day or two before, and clutching at my breast, beside myself with passion, I felt the knife, and knew that it was there. You can guess the rest. You may remember that I was late for dinner, but that I sat down with you and your father, and was wanting in no observance of a gentleman. It was not till a long time afterwards that you began to suspect me. Sibyl heard him in silence, and remained silent now when the bloodless fingers loosened from her hand, and he sank back among the pillows, exhausted by the most sustained effort that he had made for a long time. His breath came and went in hoarse pantings, his wan hands moved restlessly upon the coverlet, and those haggard, bloodshot eyes rolled wildly in their orbits as he looked at Sibyl's white face. "Have you nothing to say?" he gasped at length. "Nothing. God help you in this dark end of your wicked life. You're not surprised at my confession?" No, I knew you were the murderer. I have been convinced of that for a long time. You broke my father's heart, shortened his life. You spoilt Brandon's life and mine, and your victim, that young, bright life. There never was a crueler murder. What good can I do here? Pray to God for your pardon. What I think or feel can matter nothing to you. You can restore nothing, undo nothing. No, the past is the past. I cannot bring Marie Arnold back to life. I would have given 20 years of my life to undo that. 20 years, did I say? I would have given all that was left of my life for one day with her, to die, knowing that I had not killed her, that the murder in the wood was only a hideous dream. Call the nurse. It's time for my morphia. The pain, the racking pain is beginning. I must have my dose. And then the morphia fiend will take me by the hand and lead me under the fir trees, treading the paths where our footsteps have no sound on the fir needles, and I shall see her again in her white gown, with a red gash across her throat. The nurses came, quiet, prompt, with quick movements of skillful hands, one on each side of the bed, one supporting the patient, while the other administered the narcotic. Sibyl sank on her knees at the foot of the bed, and with bent brow and covered face, breathed a prayer for God's mercy to a dying sinner. Then she nodded a silent good night to the nurses and stole softly from the room. Those trained hands had rearranged the disordered pillows, had placed the sufferer's head in an easier position, had smoothed the silken coverlet, laying it lightly over the wasted frame, and the morphia was already at work, tranquilizing the limbs, creeping through the labyrinth of the brain, giving respite from bodily torture, but bringing with it dreams that racked the mind. In Hubert Urquhart's confession of past guilt, there had been no word of a still darker crime, a crime planned in cold blood, thought out and slowly resolved upon, carried out with unwavering craft and purpose, and with as little compunction as the hunter feels for the agonies of a noble beast tracked across the wilderness, watched and waited for and slain without mercy. Of that crime, which Coralie knew, not one word had escaped the murderer on his deathbed, and the daughter's knowledge of that dreadful secret remained unshared and unsuspected. Lord Penrith lingered for more than a week after his interview with Sibyl, but in those last days and nights were one long Morpheus sleep and an almost unbroken pilgrimage through the dark maze of hideous memories. The skill and the care of doctors and nurses were employed to keep him alive when nature would have let him die, and to reduce life to unconsciousness throughout those extra hours wrested from death. At last the end came, only a sinking deeper into that morphia darkness, only the fall of death's curtain on those distorted memories of past sin. A gentlemanlike vulture, in the shape of an undertaker, came post-haste from Carlisle, and took possession of that which had been Hubert, 10th Earl of Penrith. There was a stately funeral, an earl's coronet upon a velvet coffin, an open hearse like a triumphal car, with 6 black horses tossing their Flemish heads and curving their heavy Flemish necks, and all the neighbouring gentry sent their empty carriages to express respect for a man who had been universally disliked and whose absenteeism had been regarded, except by the local tradespeople, as a merciful dispensation. The distant cousin who succeeded to the title and entailed estates was an elderly gentleman of unblemished respectability, with a large family of sons and daughters, the sons sporting, the daughters plain, pious, and hopelessly unfashionable, just the sort of people to spend 10 months of the year at the castle, and to furnish an eldest son who would stand for that division of the county, and to protect local interests in the stress and storm of the imperial parliament. The new earl and his family were aware how much of their prosperity they owed to the dowager Lady Penrith, and they took pains to cultivate her friendship, and to be civil to Coralie Urquhart, who had been so unaccountably estranged from her father. Postscript. What remains to be told of Sibyl's life history? Another year of quiet widowhood, in spite of the pleading of a devoted lover, and then, on a grey morning at the beginning of the year, the plainest of weddings in the parish church at Ardliston. Husband and wife went straight from the church to the station, and thence to London, on the first stage of their journey to Rome, to that city of churches, where it was John Coverdale's delight to expound ecclesiastical history written in all that there is of architectural grandeur, from the grey antiquity of St. Clemente to the gleaming granite and modern mosaics of the mighty basilica which commemorates the martyrdom of St. Paul. An Italian honeymoon which lasted from winter to spring, yet seemed only too brief, and early in April Sibyl and her husband left Florence regretfully on their return to England, he to resume the burden of duty, not among the miners at Workington, but in a populous and wealthy centre in East Riding, where the fine old church is only a little less than a cathedral in spaciousness and beauty, a cure which has always been held by a churchman of mark, and has always been regarded as the prelude to higher dignities. John Coverdale has made himself known as a fine preacher and indefatigable worker. A preacher with all the philosophical breadth of Liddon and the magnetic personality of Frederick Robertson, A preacher who has been able to beguile the rough miners from their Sabbath luxury of shirt sleeves and laziness, dog fights and rat catching, and to hold them spellbound by his impassioned appeals to that best side of human thought and feeling which will always answer to him who knows how to call. The man whom Coralie described as cold, precise, and priggish has shown himself gifted with the finest qualities of preacher and priest, and he is warmly welcomed to the greatest Yorkshire city by all that is best and most cultivated among the community. Difficulties and dissensions will arise, doubtless, in some quarters, for Coverdale has a strong hand in the reform of old abuses, and is one of those men of whom it is said that they will always have their own way. But his way is a good way, and his influence is a good influence for all in his parish, most of all for the poor, and for those who most need the awakening call, the stringent yet tender hand leading them into the fold. In this busy center, Sibyl learns to understand new phases of life. She finds herself no longer in a small community where one's wealth can achieve wonders of order and prosperity, and one man's influence can shape all the things to his liking, but in the thick of the bitter battle among the revolts and conspiracies of labor against capital, and the exactions and injustices of capital against labor, the contest of strength with strength, the appeals to public opinion, the power, sometimes reckless and fatal, sometimes wise and beneficent, of a free press, the heat and strife of politics. Here she must live through seasons of fear and sadness, the terrors of a fever-stricken town, the alternations of local prosperity, good times and bad times, the collapse of great enterprises, the ruin of great commercial houses that have been ranked among the wealthiest. Here she has to learn the lesson of life in all its stern reality, and here she has to discover how little her wealth can do, for needs are so constant and so manifold, that her fortune and her life labor are used for the help of the suffering, for the reclamation of the lost. None who ever knew could doubt. "My aunt is a saint," said Cora, perched daintily on her hunting saddle, sitting in a sheltered corner waiting for the fox to break cover, and chatting cheerily with a group of admirers. "My aunt lives only to do good to other people, and she could not have done better than to marry Mr. Coverdale, who is a remarkable man, and would have made an admirable pope in the days when popes did a great deal more good or a great deal more harm to the world than they can do now." Coralie has no lack of admirers in these latter days. She is no longer the Coralie Urquhart, for Mr. Nicholas Hildrip, of Hildrip Grange, near Workington, has allowed himself to fall a victim to her sharp tongue, neat figure, light hands, and good seat. And meeting and conversing with her through a couple of seasons, mounted on all that is handsomest in thoroughbred hunters, has come gradually to believe that Cora is as good-looking as her horses, and has made her mistress of himself and his estate. Lady Coralie Hildrip gives hunting breakfasts, has a furnished house in Mayfair for the season, goes everywhere, is liked by a good many people, and feared by the rest, is mundane to the tips of her fingers, an affectionate wife, a good friend, a bitter enemy, and without mercy for any pretty woman who misbehaves herself. The end. End of chapter 32. End of Thou Art the Man by Mary Elizabeth Braddon.